The following article contains depictions of torture, potentially emotionally charged topics, as well as descriptions of gore. Listen at your own discretion. SCP-6086, Level 3, 6086 Classified. Neutralized. The following documents have been first compiled on 12th of June, 1906. Since the neutralization of the anomalous entity on the 2nd of October, 1912, no changes to the document have been made outside of transcribing the file to a digital format. Due to the above reasons, the following file is classified as archived and does not represent modern and current containment standards deployed by the Foundation. Any complaints to the Ethics Committee about actions taken toward SCP-6086 and treatment of the anomaly will not be accepted. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6086 is to be contained within a chamber that allows for easy access and movements for a human-sized entity. The door is to be comprised of heavily resistant materials and possess a viewer that would allow for an overview of the room. The containment cell is not allowed to possess windows or similar objects. The recommended furnishment of the room is as follows: bed, a toilet with active plumbing, a shower with a drain that cannot be removed without the usage of tools, a single table, 2 chairs. The electrical lighting within the room is to be constantly on. During emergency situations like generator malfunction, it is perfectly acceptable to turn it off. No objects that could potentially be used for self-harm or attacking others are to be stored within the containment cell. If it is necessary to bring such objects into the chamber, they are to be removed as quickly as possible. The amount of nutrients and water SCP-6086 is given all under the jurisdiction of the lead researcher of the anomaly for experimental purposes. Description: SCP-6086 is an entity with high biological proximity to Homo sapiens, originating from Devon, southern England. The subject is approximately 1.76 meters tall and weighs, on daily average, 48 kilograms. Its weight had fallen from 83 to 55 kilograms across the first year of containment, and then has been steadily falling at the rate of around 1.4 kilograms for the next 5 years, and believed to be around 71 years at time of writing. The subject possesses several anomalous qualities of unknown origin, believed to mainly originate from a supernatural growth of cells in the entity's body. As a result, SCP-6086 shows high regenerative capabilities, ranging from near instant healing of small tissue damage, like cuts or small burns, to the regeneration of whole limbs across hours. The subject is believed to be capable of regenerating any part of its body. The increased cell growth seems to also affect both the probability of formation of cancer cells, as well as the body's natural immune system, causing and often creation of cancer clusters that quickly decay. Many superficial appendages have been found on SCP-6086's body, most likely as a result of unregulated cell division, mostly manifesting as black hard outgrowths or scaling coverings. Sections also proved the existence of multiple pseudo-organs in different parts of the body that do not serve any actual biological functions. For the manifestation of increased cell growth to occur, the body consumes a high amount of nutrients to create the necessary tissues. If done in quick succession or on a large body part, may lead to high amounts of weight loss. As a result, SCP-6086 requires high amounts of nourishment intake to keep up with the usage of fat and muscle tissues for regeneration. To support that process, the entity is believed to possess abnormal metabolism, capable of digesting material up to 20 times the normal amount for its body weight, comparable to a human. The second main anomalous effect of SCP-6086 is the capability to resist biological death. resulting in superficial immortality. The limits of the effect are unknown, but the entity showed the ability to regenerate to a state of full biological functioning after processes that would regularly end cell regeneration and hypothetically terminate the anomalies. Examples of that are decapitation, severe whole body burns, or dissolution in strongly acidic substances. SCP-6086 cells continue to grow and regenerate without necessary requirements for such an effect to occur in a regular being. It is unknown where the entity obtains material used for regeneration in post-mortem state, as the overall body mass of the SCP-6086 doesn't shrink or even grows compared to pre-termination state. During such an event, it has been observed that partially or mostly destroyed cells are still capable of regeneration. Despite that, SCP-6086 still possesses a need for sleep and water and nutrient intake to be capable of high-level functioning. Being deprived of those elements causes the entity to enter a catatonic stupor. While it is judged that the potential effects to bypass the post-mortem may exist, it is believed that SCP-6086 is impossible to neutralize with standard and easily accessible methods. It is not known whether the entity would eventually self-terminate due to old age. Discovery of SCP-6086. SCP-6086 was found on the 2nd of June, 1906 in Plymouth, Cornwall, Great Britain. It is believed that the entity didn't possess any living family or close friend and had been working as an independent carpenter with irregular working hours and unstable employment. The anomalous effect was discovered when a field agent stationed in the town observed a work accident involving SCP-6086. After an unrelated fire destroyed most of a commercial building, the entity was contracted to assist in repairs by Parkinson and Maxwell United Restoration. Due to previously unknown structural weakness during mentioned above day, a support column collapsed, causing grave injury to SCP-6086 and trapped it under debris. Entity succeeded in escaping from under the collapsed building, missing a leg, left hand, and part of facial bone and skin, which was observed by the field agent by accident. SCP-6086 then returned to its house, located on Alvington Street, where it regenerated missing body parts. The process was seen and recorded by the agent, who managed to enter the house. Foundation personnel stationed in Site-37 was notified and a containment procedure was initiated. Due to the lack of human-like anomalous entities in the Foundation's care, no protocols for such a scenario existed and could be implemented. A crisis resolution meeting was held by the highest level Site-37 personnel to determine the course of action regarding SCP-6086. A transcript of the meeting is available in the file below. 5 additional field agents have been deployed in order to contain the entity, approaching it in its house at 2 a.m. on the 8th of June, 1906. Signed personnel successfully apprehended SCP-6086 through physical means and enforced a state of unconsciousness, after which the being had been secured and relocated to a holding cell at Site-37. Meeting participants: General Director of Site-37, Donald Miller. Assistant General Director, Joshua Bailey. Researcher Director, Fabian Turner. Security Director, Simon Ridley. Transcript of the emergency meeting on the 8th of June, 1906. Beginning of transcript. I would like to begin this meeting by recounting what happened to make sure we are all on the same page. Recently, in a nearby town, Field Agent Albert Norwin discovered a human exhibiting anomalous properties. While we highly suspected the existence of such individuals and possessed some level of proof for them, written and spoken record alike, Due to a lack of good information nets, we never succeeded in containing such a being. Because of this, we do not currently have any protocols about dealing with such entities, and cannot proceed with any action. Furthermore, due to the possible high intelligence of the anomaly, I believe we are not in the luxury of waiting for an order from our superior, so I called this emergency meeting to discuss what activity we should partake in to regard the discovered entity. Could you elaborate on what you mean by human exhibiting anomalous properties? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a hold of the reports before the meeting. The being is believed to possess the form of an older man of the laboring class, with anomalous regenerative capabilities of unknown potential. This property was directly observed by a field agent I previously mentioned. How do we know he is actually human? I'm afraid we do not have such certainty. Any other anomalous effects we should be worried about? At the moment, we have not received any information about that. I think we should prioritize securing the entity as the highest level of priority. First human containee could prove extremely beneficial, and at the very least a historical event. Aye, but what about security protocols? I think it would be most appropriate for safety's sake to treat it with standard high security containment protocols unless a reason to do otherwise arises. I'm afraid standard procedures might not suffice. What do you mean? Most containment doesn't take into account a high intelligence of the anomaly, as most contained living entities do not exhibit advanced problem solving. I think we need to establish much harsher containment to avoid the risk of escape. What would suffice, in your opinion? At bare minimum, reinforced doors, no windows, and steel fortified walls. But if we are talking about actual, proper, and safe containment, I would require the stationing of guards, constant lighting, unregular meal, and isolation. Why that? If he is miserable, he won't be able to escape. I think such actions are warranted because of the potential threat we are facing. Won't this have the opposite effect? Isn't cooperation the better course of action? At best, that's naive, Bailey. What are you proposing that would mandate that we have to trust the anomaly, which is a concession I don't think we are ever allowed to make? I concur with Security Director Ridley. We need to prioritize the safety of the site and the general populace over a single individual. I don't like it. What you are describing is barbaric. Sentencing a human to something like this for safety. You heard the director. There is no proof that the entity is human. How is that different from regular anomalous objects we house? There is no proof that he isn't human, Fabian. A suspicion of danger doesn't warrant such treatment. The scenario in which we assume the entity is human poses a much greater risk than the one which we assume it's not. The necessity of the reality of the situation dictates that we have to proceed with every possible safety precaution in mind. How should we handle apprehension of this being? Given current information, few field agents might suffice in capturing it, since due to the effect of the anomaly, there is no fear of accidental termination. They managed to temporarily neutralize it. Securing it to the facility shouldn't be much of an issue. Potentially neutralized? Do you mean kill him? In a completely pointless sense, yes. I agree with what was presented by Ridley. Maugre by our own doubts, we need to set aside idealistic notions and focus on reality. I will send additional reinforcements to Field Agent Norwin, and we will secure the anomaly to the highest security standard possible. Is there anything else we should discuss? In the exigency of successful containment, I would like to reserve the position of Project Director for this anomaly for myself. All right, accepted. End of transcript. Containment log. Interrogation of SCP-6086, 9th of June, 1906. Interrogate T, SCP-6086. Interrogate her, Dr. Fabian Turner. Interrogation subject, determining basic information from SCP-6086. Welcome, Mr. Durat. I believe you were informed of the circumstances that befall you. It was Mr. Turner, lead researcher director of Site-17. Mr. Turner, I had been informed about what, yet the people I spoke to didn't care to tell me why. We are tasked with securing and researching abnormal phenomena in order to assure the preservation of the human race. If that's the goal of y'all, then why attack me at my home and lock me up? All supernatural phenomena is a threat of the world and humans at large, and have to be removed from the public eye. If that's the case, why do psychics and other weird things go on? I'm afraid that psychics are in fact not real, at least all that we have investigated so far. Is that so? Well, another disappointment on the list. Going back to the topic at hand, lad. If you want to help humans, then I'm a human. That is yet to be determined. Could you tell me more about the anomalous ability you possess? Never found it that strange, to be honest with ya. I just healed faster. Nothing much. Small things like when I hit myself with a hammer or saw heal right up. Bigger grow back with some time. When did you first learn of this ability? When I was still a boy. Let me tell ya, maybe 10 or 11. I was sailing boats with my dad. He was a sailor, and a bloody good one. We used to go out and fish to bring some good catches back home. When you know where to look, the canal had some great things to find. When we were out one time, a storm took off, and we scrambled back to the shore, even kicking out all we got so we didn't get pulled down. I still remember the screams of the sailors on nearby boats as the sea got to 'em. It's pretty hard to navigate as the waves hit your body and face, and winds want to knock out of your lungs. We managed to dock at a beach, pretty sand for our south, eh? And got out in one piece. My dad went to get a torch back home and told me to collect the sail to dry it. Suddenly, devil's piss, the mast broke and fell on my hand as I crouched. It was painful as three hells, but I managed to move the log and my hand was suddenly healing itself. Not really a pleasant feeling, turns out, but after a few minutes it was like new, before my dad even returned. I see. What do you think is the cause of this ability? I don't know, lad, I just do. Did any family member exhibit anomalous effects? As far as I know, no. Could you tell me about your family? Dead. All of them I care about. How so? Plague got 'em. Almost everyone went sick all of a sudden when I was 30. Me and the whole town included. The horrible thing it was, only me and my father got through it. He died of dysentery a few years later. The doctors told me, and the plague weakened him, but I have never seen the body. Like he disappeared one day and that was that. Thank you, Mr. Durat. That will be all. Wait for a minute, young man. Now that we have all helped each other and everything sorted, I would like to go home. I'm afraid that's not possible. Not possible, my ass. You took me and you can put old me back. There's no reason for me to linger here in this cramped cell. As I said before, we are tasked with securing and researching anomalous phenomena. This entails the need for study and confinement of supernatural forces, both of which are forcing us to make sure you remain at the facility. How that's fair? It isn't. It was never meant to be. We are abiding by the safest course of action. Please, just let me die in peace instead of this gutter. That will be all, Mr. Durat. End of transcript. Experiment log. The 11th of June, 1906. Subject SCP-6086. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. SCP-6086 had been neutralized in its containment cell using intrathecal or spinal administration of morphine. The entity showed an uncooperative attitude towards the process, requiring forceful application of the opioid. It had been moved to a secure research laboratory in order to study the regenerative capabilities of the anomaly. Using a scalpel, small parts of the skin, about 1 square centimeter, had been removed in the chest, forearm, lower spine, and inner thigh areas. The time to regenerate mentioned fragments was about 4.5 seconds, without significant time deviation between different regions. In the same areas, 1 centimeter squared of muscle tissue of similar proportions to extracted skin fragments had been removed and regeneration was observed. This time necessary for regeneration varied by muscle type, with more complex dense structures requiring more time, from 95.2 seconds to 193.8 seconds. This confirms, to a certain point, that regeneration of SCP-6086 isn't dependent only on the amount of cell and overall area, but more complex tissues require increased time. This was further confirmed by the removal of a part of the liver, 1 square centimeter, which took 443.1 seconds to regenerate. The entity was returned to the containment cell within 2 hours and regained consciousness after another 2. Experiment number 2, 20th of June, 1906. Subject SCP-6086. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. Due to the possibility of opioids and other similar substances interfering with the subject's regeneration and bodily reactions, the previous experiment has been repeated without the usage of morphine or any other type of substance which could lead to a change in biological activity. A greater difference between regeneration times in drugged and not drugged subject has been exposed, up to 157% increase of speed of regeneration. The most important change was shown in the restoration of muscle tissue. Regeneration of SCP-6086 seems to also be affected by its psychological state. Strong emotions like fear and pain seems to increase the amount of cell regenerated, and by that speed of the overall process, this effect may be the reason why during unconsciousness, lower regenerative capabilities were observed. In order to not create misleading data and maximize research potential, further experiments will be conducted without any sort of chemical dampeners. Experiment number 3. Date the 1st of July through the 1st of August. Subject SCP-6086. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. In order to determine the biological needs of SCP-6086, the entity had been left without sustenance for 1 month. Starting on the morning of July 1st, no meals or water had been delivered until the morning of August 1st. Every 5 days, starting on the 1st of July, in order to create control data about regeneration would be collected by craving a patch of skin on the left scapula. After the first week, it became apparent the entity didn't require sustenance to survive. This was later confirmed during the later weeks of the experiment. While a loss of weight had been noted, actual biological processes didn't show signs of slowing down and stopping, with the exception of metabolic organs, which ceased functioning. The regeneration also wasn't affected by a lack of nutrient and water intake, progressing without a change of the whole duration of the experiment, on pace matching previously recorded data. SCP-6086, after the first 3 days, began showing signs of distress and intense suffering, reporting burning pain in the throat and stomach regions. The being was observed talking to an unknown most likely imaginary, person, and most likely trying to comfort itself by that. Attempts to escape through the door have been made without success. After day 5, the entity ceased most physical activity, spending most time laying in bed with only a limited movement, activating itself only during the removal of tissue samples. The conversations persisted until day 7, after which SCP-6086 stopped exhibiting any obvious signs of being alive, except involuntary muscle movements like blinking. During day 11, SCP-6086 attempted to bite a researcher, carving a piece of skin and muscle tissue from its right shoulder during the collection of another tissue sample. Despite high levels of hunger, the entity refused to eat the flesh, instead opting to spit it out. During day 16, the researcher previously bitten by SCP-6086 had been found trying to smuggle food to the containment cell during another tissue collection session. The researcher in question has been reprimanded and moved to another project due to interference with a research project. After day 20, the entity no longer exhibited any signs of activity, even during tissue collection the next day. In order to provide the necessary level of safety, the vitals of SCP-6086 began being checked by medical staff every 6 hours. At any point of the experiment, no threat to the entity's life was detected. After the end of the experiment, August 1st, the entity was incapable of intaking nutrients on its own. Necessary amounts of sustenance were delivered using intravenous injections. Experiment number 4, date the 2nd of September 1906. Subject SCP-6086. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. Due to SCP-6086 psychological instability, all further experiments will take care exclusively inside its containment cell. Necessary equipment will be transported inside for the duration of the experiment. After recovering from Experiment 3, SCP-6086 had been restricted and secured to an operating table to ensure the safety of the entity during the collection of data about the regeneration of larger body parts. The process began with smaller parts before moving on to larger. As a control group, a 1 centimeter square area of skin tissue was removed on the left thigh. No deviance in regeneration was detected. The first object removed was the distal phalanges, together with all related tissues, of the left index finger, moving further to the entire metacarpals and previous segments of the index finger of the other hand, which is of note the efficiency of the body in stopping bleeding, almost instantly blocking all veins. What was observed is the process didn't occur by platelets, but by the growth of regular tissue matter. Later blood tests confirmed that SCP-6086 blood lacks any sort of thrombocytes. After regeneration of the left index finger was completed, the whole hand had been severed by cutting between the carpals and forearm bone. The sensuous observation indicated that the first part of the body undergoing regeneration are the nerves, shown by the high amount of distress SCP-6086 in answer to physical contact with the regenerating limb. During the further removal of the right arm, SCP-6086 didn't exhibit any signs of shock, remaining fully conscious during the whole process. Given the context of other experiments featuring the entity, it is highly possible that it is immune to such effect given its anomalous properties. Experiment number 5, date 15th of September 1906. Subject SCP-6086. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. SCP-6086 has been secured to an operating table with metal straps, holding its legs above the ankle and the knee, holding its arms above the wrist and elbow. While not originally planned, additional straps have been issued over the neckline, pelvis, and shoulders due to a safety concern regarding the entity's potential thrashing. Using a scalpel, the entity's chest had been cut along the middle of the abdomen and the line between the nipple and the solar plexus, forming a Y shape. The muscle and skin tissue have been separated to give access to the chest and stomach cavities by either folding outside or severing unnecessary tissues located between bones have been removed using scissors. The ribs and the sternum have been removed using a bone saw. Starting from the lower abdomen, organs began being extracted, beginning with the large intestine. After no direct threat to the entity's life had been observed by the medical staff, the small intestine was also removed, together with both kidneys. What is worth noting is that outside of pain and related forms of distress, SCP-6086 has shown no particular suffering from the removal of metabolic data collected by the previous experiments suggest the entity doesn't require these organs or any sort of metabolism to survive. SCP-6086 remained in a similar state even after the removal of the pancreas, stomach, and liver. A significant change occurred only after the extraction of the lungs, which caused the entity to begin suffocating. Cell decay in some parts of the body was observed, but the overall life of SCP-6086 wasn't in danger. After the removal of the heart, the entity entered a catatonic paralysis on a superficial level, similar to death. It remained in that state until full regeneration was achieved. What is of note is the fact that while in this state, cell division occurred without the usage of pre-existing matter, seemingly creating new cells out of nothing. Experiment number 6. Date the 16th of September 1906. Subject D1231. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. SCP-6086's organs have been secured in an ice water solution 3 to 7, laced with bacterial deterrent. Due to the fact that cell regeneration seemed to not cease upon being severed from the main body, no additional steps were considered as necessary. D1231 had been sedated using opioids and secured to an operating table. Due to a risk of death not present while dealing with SCP-6086, the research team opted to limit the experiment to a transplant of the left kidney. The organ has been transplanted without complication, and D1231 woke up. Upon regaining consciousness, he claimed a burning pain in the stomach and the feeling of needing to vomit. Despite that, no abdominal movement that would result in the removal of the matter in the stomach occurred. The effect quickly increased, described by the subject as alike to insects eating through his body, and a combination of piercing and cutting pain with tingling. D1231 suddenly died 2 hours after being woken up. The autopsy revealed that the cells of SCP-6086 migrated from the kidney to the other parts of the body, as well as the organ itself grew to thrice its original size. Many cancer-like cell clusters were found in different parts of the body, slowly consuming tissues of D1231. The death of the subjects was most likely tied to the invasion of SCP-6086's cells to the brain. Experiment number 7. Date 29th of September 1906. Subject SCP-6086. Lead researcher Fabian Turner. To test SCP-6086's ability to recover from different types of bodily harm, the entity was strapped in a sitting position, giving access to its legs and arms. SCP-6086's cells seem to possess no resistance to increased temperature, be it in the form of fire, metal rods, or heated gas. It is possible that the entity's body is even less heat-resistant than a normal human, due to an unknown oxidation agent that was found in the cell walls. Nonetheless, despite being mostly destroyed, as long as some form of internal organelle remains, the cell is still capable of diving, and by that, regeneration. On an extreme example, a subset of cells was found to be able to regenerate, despite up to 87% of their total mass being destroyed. On the contrary, the oxidation agent found in the cells seems to provide resistance to chemicals. The entity cells seem to resist the breakdown of cell walls for a prolonged time, up to 65 times the amount of time needed for tissue matter of a regular human. The same regeneration quality was found in the tissues that were dissolved by the acid. Instead of burning, edge cases, when cell regeneration was capable of overpowering the acid, were also found. Experiment number 8. From the 12th of September to the 4th of January 1906 to 1907. Subject: SCP-6086. Lead researcher: Fabian Turner. To test the limit of SCP-6086 survivability, several experiments have been conducted across the span of 3 months, summarized in this entry. Details about specific experiments can be accessed in the supplementary document collection. The thesis created in answer to the data by this experiment states that no known non-anomalous source is currently capable of terminating SCP-6086. What was found by multiple attempts to neutralize the entity is that the greater the threat to its life is, the greater pushback occurs. Examples of that are increased cell resistance to damage, increased speed of cell division, and in edge cases, change from 1 to 2 division type to even 1 to 15 division. The main part that constitutes the source of the regeneration was proven to be the brain, shown most clearly by the decapitations done between the 7th and 15th of November. In case the head was separated from the rest of the bodies, no attempts to regenerate a new head was made by the carcass. Instead, the decapitated head grew the rest of the body back. Additionally, in case the severed body is placed directly on the place of the cut, it is possible to reattach the head in some cases. Due to the increase of resistance to damage by cells, as a threat to SCP-6086 becomes greater, the possibility of neutralization with chemical or heat agents is dubious at best. As more cells get destroyed, the overall strength of the tissues becomes durable to the extent that achieving consistent damage over 90% is extremely unlikely. Starving the entity of oxygen seems to also not cause permanent damage, resulting in catatonic paralysis, observed in other situations where high-level functioning becomes impossible. This was tested both by drowning and perfluorobutane poisoning. As proved by Experiment 5, SCP-6086 can survive without possession of almost all organs in an active state and all organs in a catatonic state. Furthermore, the removal of the brain, as written above, caused the regeneration to spur from the brain, creating the rest of the body. In the case of fractioning the brain into multiple parts, the one with the most linked tissue will begin regenerating. It is possible that the regeneration of SCP-6086 is caused by a metaphysical source. Further experiments are necessary to conclude the true nature of SCP-6086. Site-37 Director Meeting. Meeting participants: General Director of Site-37, Donald Miller; Assistant General Director, Joshua Bailey; Research Director, Fabian Turner; Security Director, Simon Ridley. Beginning of transcript. What's the point of this meeting, Bailey? I have to get done with administering a new supply line from Site Redacted Strategic Data, which I will remind you, you caused me to oversee. You are. I beg your pardon. I've gathered you to discuss the SCP-6086 research project. What's the issue? We gained some great insight throughout the last few months. I believe everything is going very smoothly. I finally gained access to the research files a few days ago and I almost puked. Have you actually read the document? Do you realize what is happening under your nose, Director? Unfortunately, I did not find time, especially with Project Redacted, lack of relevancy, classified under Level 4 clearance, happening right now. Assistant Director Bailey hands in a pre-prepared block of documents. Bailey, have fun! General Director Miller and Security Director Ridley begin reading the files. I don't see an issue with the research. Dr. Turner didn't violate any safety protocols or regulations. You don't see an issue. Here, look here. They did a live vivisection. Here they kept making him swallow different types of acid to see if they could damage him inside out. And here they literally decapitated him 23 times in a row to collect data if slightly different types of cutting edges affect regeneration. Dr. Turner was in his full competence to execute these experiments. At best, it's a violation of human rights. At the worst, simple butchery. Since when are anomalies considered human, Assistant Director? And even if he isn't, what does it change? Because, Bailey, then it's not a violation of anyone's rights, but prioritization of overall benefit for humanity over the comfort of the research subject. Comfort my ass, this is what we call not being tortured now? Can this charade be over now, Director? I would be glad if I was able to return to work. I understand your concerns, Josh. Ridley is right. The experiments you show us do not violate any statutes of the Foundation. Since when are there statutes about anomalies like that? Since we agreed on the approach to the entity at the emergency meeting. Then what's stopping us from changing what we do? The fact that there is no need. Meeting dismissed. We have better things to do. End of transcript. Containment report. Since the first day of its containment, SCP-6086 has shown an uncooperative attitude. Despite our best efforts, the entity didn't accept its reasonable confinement and the social and scientific benefit and even necessity of it. While highly regrettable, this has proven that an amiable approach to human-like anomalies isn't realistic, and more extreme measures must be taken to guarantee the safety of the populace and the Foundation personnel. Security Director Ridley's proposal on regulating SCP-6086's mental state has proved to be highly fruitful in deterring risks related to containment of a sapient and cognitive being. While for some time after being apprehended, around 4 weeks, many escape attempts were observed, after maintaining a necessary amount of physical and psychological anguish, the entity seems disinterested in, on even unable to, commence more security-breaching actions. During most of the day, SCP-6086 is inactive, either laying in bed or sitting on the floor in an unchanging position for multiple hours. After a period of 1 to 5 hours in that state ends, the entity normally exhibits a violent outburst, in most cases in the form of screaming, crying, or, on rare occasions, laughing. In some situations, SCP-6086 has also been observed talking to itself on seemingly random topics or reminiscing its childhood, but the frequency of this activity has decreased across containment. In response to confrontation with Foundation personnel, the entity reacts with fear, attempting to distance itself from the encountered individual, in most cases by retreating to further possible side of the cell. Due to the fact it is necessary to remove SCP-6086 from its containment by force when required, a strong reaction to physical contact was also observed, mostly in the form of tears. The entity seems to receive high amounts of anguish from human touch, no matter who commenced the action. Similarly, a fear of physical objects was also shown by the entity. The greatest reaction is found by medical items, such as scalpels, laboratory coats, cloth face protection, rubber gloves, operating tables, or any other similar items that draw even loose similarity to medical equipment. To conclude, I consider the 608 research project as a success. The described approach allows us to gain vast amounts of scientific data while minimizing potential risks. I believe that the accessation of generalized policy tested in SCP-6086 containment should be used in response to other human-like anomalies. SCP-6086 Research Project Leader Dr. Turner. Bailey-Rosen Proposal. Preliminary reading. Due to the importance of context in the following proposal, preliminary files had been attached. Readers are strongly advised to familiarize themselves with them before proceeding further. Proposal meeting. Meeting participants, Assistant General Director, Site-37, Joshua Bailey. Overseer, 05 redacted. Beginning of transcript. 05 redacted sets up a pocket alarm clock and leaves it on the table. You have time until the C5, Clearance 5, not officially sanctioned term, meeting starts. Make it count. As you probably know from the brief I sent, I'm Michael Bailey, the Assistant Director from Site-37. Yes, I remember. SCP-6086, was it? Yes, I contacted you, in part, to make a complaint about the treatment of the anomaly. Are you sure this is the right channel for it? Procedures about regular containees are below the level of my responsibilities. Why didn't you find a more suitable approach? I can imagine getting into contact with me wasn't easy. I did, of course, I did, but at best I was kindly rejected, at worst, ridiculed. Then why are you choosing to pursue it? I don't believe this is a simple matter of a single anomaly. What we are creating with SCP-6086 is a precedent for nay, decades to come. What we did and will do about this person is going to affect the Foundation to a level most are ignorant of. I understand what you mean, but why do you consider what the research team has done to be wrong? It is creating a narrative of us against them, anomalies being treated as an enemy. It will create a hostile atmosphere of distrust where we are seen as the objective villain, where those who might come to us willingly will be righteously scared to do so. Aren't we already the antagonist to many? What is the difference here? A moral one, ma'am. Elaborate. We are exhibiting grave violence against it for questionable benefit without pursuing other options. We are choosing to be evil, not after being good has failed, but as the first option of the table. I'm not naive or idealistic enough to think we can always be the moral adjudicator, but I believe it's our obligation to be a fair one. Morally repugnant acts instead of the last resort are becoming the starting point. A position when not the one who seeks the extreme has to convince everyone, but the one that does not. Aren't there risks with a more lax attitude? Of course, but isn't it always the case in our, especially your, line of work? Balancing risks, walking the line between what we can do and must do. Please restrict yourself to factual arguments. Of course. What I meant to say is the risk itself isn't a valid metric to make a decision. It should be used to create a context to other possible options to allow us to decide which we are able to take. Whatever we are privileged to partake in, the more morally acceptable approach, or are forced into the immoral one. There are certainly situations where a radical option has to be explored, but it is definitely not always the case. And in SCP-6086's situation, I think the lightest possible way to describe it is as a gross misjudgment from Site-37 staff, a miscalculation of risk that they do not want to admit and amend, and even worse, is impossible to amend by now. Elaborate. While regular anomalies can be subject to any containment without inherently affecting it, live or human anomalies are subject to change based on their treatment. Treatment of SCP-6086 left a psychological mark that destroyed who mentally was before our incarceration, which we cannot reverse. What would you want to be done in regards to the treatment of such anomalies? Main problem, I believe, is the lack of existing infrastructure to handle such problems. After the failure at the point of contact at Site-37, no additional steps were able to be taken, other than appealing to the director of her board of the site, which already reached a consensus. If a wrong decision is made in any other department, research, logistics, containment, or any other, the next step would be to bring the issue to a suitable department, where they would consider the complaint and, if necessary, take the steps to amend the problem. While in SCP-6086's case, no institution where one could appeal exists, and other departments are unable to do anything because, from their perspective, no violation occurred. The anomaly is safely contained and properly researched. Technically, no problem exists, because it's not a utilitarian one, but moral. On the other hand, other Foundation facilities are also as incapable of any actions, because they are now allowed to facilitate control outside the jurisdiction of their site. So to reiterate, you are saying the current system of organization isn't ready to facilitate moral dilemmas. Yes, ma'am. Then what are you suggesting? I would like to propose the creation of an independent council that would oversee the moral questions of the Foundations. What authority would this council hold? Highest possible. Full access to information, full control over all research projects and containment procedures, if necessary. Just below O5 Council. An advisory body of sort. I have to inform you that due to security reasons, you or anyone who worked with you on this proposal in a significant way will not be allowed to be on this council if the bill passes. I and my collaborates are aware of that. Good. It's quite a radical thing you are proposing. I know, but otherwise it wouldn't have a point. An institution that claims to enforce morality has no way to do so. The alarm clock goes off. That would be it. I will contact you later this week. If the idea is well received, you will be asked to create a formal proposal in writing, which will be reviewed by the O5 Council. Be prepared to provide necessary information at a moment's notice. O5 redacted leaves the room. End of transcript. Interview of SCP-6086 researchers. Meeting participants Dr. Fabian Turner and Thomas Rosen. Overseer redacted. Beginning of transcript. Please state your credentials for the record. I'm Dr. Fabian Turner, a level 4 or clearance. I'm the research director for Site-37 and current research project leader of SCP-6086, SCP redacted, and SCP redacted, lack of relevance, as well as a board member of the British subsection of the Logistics Department. I oversaw the project redacted, lack of relevance, classified under level 4 clearance, and the creation of procedures regarding containment of the first human-like anomaly. I'm Thomas Rosen, level 2 clearance. I was part of the research team working with SCP-6086 until I was dismissed and moved to another project, mainly SCP redacted, lack of relevance. for what was described as an obstruction in research. Describe the events that led to your dismissal. I was moved to the SCP-6086 project because of my experience as a surgeon, which was seen as useful given the nature of the planned experiments. I was moved at the beginning of experiment number 3, where I joined the medical staff overseeing the entity's health. My job was to collect samples like skin fragments by forcefully removing them from the entity's body. The experiment was testing how it responded to highly hostile conditions like starvation, dehydration, lack of proper sleep, and similar. I was tasked with monitoring whether the entity's regeneration is affected by those things. I was dismissed because I was caught trying to give food and water to SCP-6086. Explain the reasoning of this action. I felt it was wrong, really wrong. We're basically torturing him for a potential hypothesis. We still are. I know I couldn't do anything about it, so I did the only thing I thought I could do. I don't think anyone should be allowed to do such things. It goes against human decency. Even the Hague Convention banned such actions. Researcher Rosen, we are neither a nation nor at war, nor is it confirmed that SCP-6086 is a human. And even more important, we did not take part in the Hague Convention and signed it. We are not regulated by international law that we actively don't decide to be regulated by. Dr. Turner, could you provide your perspective? Of course. Every action that was taken by me relating to SCP-6086 hasn't in any capacity breached Foundation regulations that existed at the time or now. I was in my right to choose such a course of action. What's even more important, I delivered impeccable results. Since containment of the entities, no risk of escape were presented by it, and we gained greater insight into the inner workings of the anomaly. And the question of morality. I believe morality has no place in a discussion like this. Our work is too important to dwell on such fickle, subjective things. And instead, we should prioritize the objective benefits. There is nothing to gain from treating anomalies with pointless care, and so we shouldn't do it. It's a waste of both physical resources and personnel as well as time. How would you describe the current state of SCP-6086? Easy to control. How would you respond to the allegation that your treatment of the anomaly irreversibly damaged its mental ability? Since the mental state of SCP-6086 possesses no effect on its overall anomalous qualities, it can be ignored, as the research is not influenced by it. There is no difference between it being able to do advanced mathematics and recite poetry and a complete coma. Researcher Rosen. Yes. Please give me your perspective on the presented issue. Even if the anomaly is not directly linked to the mental capacity of SCP-6086, possibilities regarding it are still limited by its cognition. Lack of proper communication, for example, makes it impossible to extract information from him. All necessary interrogations were conducted before actions that would lead to damaging it. And nonetheless, like all data that it still might have or will have is now fully unavailable, like descriptions of its internal state. You described possible metaphysical aspects to SCP-6086. It might be impossible to research it without its input. Baseless hypothesis. How do you know that? You keep prioritizing research benefits only when it suits you, and ignoring them when they don't conform to your actions. That will be all. You are dismissed. End of transcript. Proposal summary. The following proposal advocates for the creation of an independent Foundation department called the Ethics Committee. The TEC would primarily work as an advisory body to the Overseer Council and possess all necessary resources to fulfill their duties to the highest degree possible. All members of the Ethics Committee would be chosen internally through a voting process, requiring a full approval of the governmental body called the Internal Council. No member of the Ethics Committee can be removed from the office by force other than by the ITC. If one is chosen to be a member of the TEC, they are to abandon all current tasks and as quick as it is possible, and join the designated board. Membership to the Ethics Committee is not disputable and not dependent on the willingness of the chosen individual. After serving 10 years in the Ethics Committee, a member can choose to retire at any given time. If such an action is taken, the individual in question is to be removed from the Foundation's chain of command through a standard retiring procedure. Reinstating former board members as Foundation personnel is not allowed. The job of the Internal Council is to regulate the internal violations of the Foundation's and the Ethics Committee's rules and remove any member abusing power given them by the institution. Governmental body overseeing violation outside of the Ethics Committee is the Morality Council. The job of the MC is to oversee and review all Foundation activity to determine the best acceptable course of action. All members of the Ethics Committee are automatically given the 5th level clearance upon joining the Council, giving them full access to all information about past and future conduct of the Foundation that can be safely viewed. If a violation is observed, a member of the Morality Council will be sent to inform the personnel in question of the transgression. If no proper action is taken within a reasonable time period, chosen by the deployed member of the Morality Council, the Ethics Committee can enforce its ruling using all means necessary. All future actions taken by the Foundation personnel of a potentially ambiguous moral background have to be approved by the Morality Council before proceeding. Overseer vote summary, status approved. Ethics Committee Directive. Following the creation of the Ethics Committee, a verdict about SCP-6086 and personnel related to the anomaly was discussed by members of the Morality Council. The information presented by the directive isn't exclusive and only concerns matters explicitly stated. All personnel mentioned are not cleared of all charges, and affairs not expressed can be grounds for future prosecution. The directive isn't available for appeal and can be used for grounds for legislation for the next 30 years. As the first verdict given by the Ethics Committee, we wanted to express special care in the handling of the case of SCP-6086. Over the past months, we performed a scrupulous investigation into the entity and all related matters and conducted over 32 interviews of the personnel that took part with the SCP-6086 containment and research. The first matter that the Council decided upon was the fact whether SCP-6086 can be considered as human. The arguments for human status are as such. The entity possesses a physical appearance indistinguishable from a human outside of laboratory study. The entity, prior to containment, lived as a human and partook in human society. The entity's mind is believed to function indistinguishable from a human. No deviances were found across its containment. The entity considers itself to be human. While the arguments for the lack of human status are as such, the entity's whole existence is dependent on the anomaly. The underlying biology of the entity is formed by the anomalous effect. The anomaly is an inherent part of the entity instead of an outside effect. Accepting all of these statements as true, we came to the conclusion that SCP-6086 is not human and cannot be considered as such in future documents and legislation. Nonetheless, the question that comes after this verdict is what is the consequences of SCP-6086 not being human. As it stands today, no regulation regarding the containment of humans exists in SCP specimen, but since the verdict states that the entity is not human, that has proven to be of no consequence for this case. Instead, regulations regarding the containment of live specimens will be used. Outside of specific legislations, the set standards of procedures have been set as enough of care to guarantee the survival of the contained entity. Given that basements and the treatment of SCP-6086 has not been a violation of any set standard. Because of that, any actions that were taken by Dr. Fabian Turner during the research and confinement of the entity cannot be used as a basis for any disciplinary action. On the other hand, researcher Thomas Rosen has been cleared of all charges. While breaking legislation, the action of researcher Rosen has possessed no threat to the safety of the site, civilians, or Foundation personnel, and possessed low to no threat to experiment conducted. The reasoning of his conduct was seen as valid, and the measure itself to be done with the concern of the benefit of the Foundation. Due to concerns of many members of Foundation personnel, SCP-6086 will be removed from Site-37, and future research will commence at Site-17. Additionally, Dr. Fabian Turner will be removed from the SCP-6086 research project, and adequate personnel will be assigned at Site-17. Containment Update. During relocation to Site-17, SCP-6086 was being removed to the United States eastern coast, more specifically Boston via a cargo ship, Trelawney. For the duration of the travel, SCP-6086 was confined to a room on Deck 2 of the ship, with the door being locked. Due to previous experiences with the entity, no other means of security were present directly next to it. Via unknown means, when the ship was already 450 nautical miles away from the nearest coast, the entity broke the lock, fully removing it from the door as well as the upper door hinge, and proceeded to try to escape. The entity was soon seen by Foundation staff and security was informed. Due to the potential risk of SCP-6086 jumping off to the ocean, all access to the outside deck was blocked by armed personnel. It is unknown what the consequences of such a proceeding would be. While it may be possible that it would survive this and eventually return to the coastline, or become trapped at the ocean floor, the retrieval of SCP-6086 would most likely be impossible. As the security began moving closer into the decks and cutting off travel routes, the entity began moving downward, towards the cargo compartment. While the personnel was cutting off the access to all upper decks using the fact it moved into the delves of the ship, the entity barricaded itself in the cargo hull. According to the Trelawney schematics, no routes off the ship existed outside of the outside decks. When a security guard broke through the barricade, he encountered SCP-6086, which was waiting next to the door. Upon entering the room, the entity initiated physical confrontation. Due to fear of harming the anomaly, the guard failed to pacify it and it escaped, heading to the engine room. The security guard proceeded to chase the entity, with 3 other guards joining the chase as well along the way. SCP-6086 was eventually cornered, at which point it was observed falling into the engine of the ship. It is unknown whether this was a purposeful attempt at suicide or an accident. The entity came into contact with engine pistons, dismembering, ripping, or crushing most tissues in its body. At the same time, it began regenerating its body, resulting in tissues constantly rejoining and becoming severed. After 26 minutes of the process, the engine was turned off and slowed down to a level that allowed for the extraction of the entity. Most likely due to the extreme forces present, high temperatures, excessive amounts of body mass, including additional redundant limbs and organs, and constant regeneration cycle, SCP-6086, upon being retrieved, didn't regrow its body properly, instead creating an ambiguous mass of flesh. Currently, the entity weighs about 162 kilograms and is around 6 cubic meters in volume. Almost all of its body parts were fused with each other, but some level of motoric abilities is still present, mostly manifested by spasms of random muscles and movement of what is believed to be the mouth and eyes. Data collected by Dr. Turner shows that reversing the process is most likely impossible. A small amount of cell decay was observed across the whole body. No process that could potentially stop or accelerate this effect is known. SCP-6086 will most likely die within 5 to 10 months. At this point, we can only hope he is no longer conscious. Assistant Director of Site-17, Joshua Bailey. Overseer Council Note. A great challenge to the Foundation was present on the 2nd of June 1906, and many say this challenge was not met. The first anomaly presenting itself as a human, at least the first one we had direct confirmation of, was a milestone day for our whole mission. A new tide that will inevitably change the course of our organization and the world as a whole. On the 2nd of October 1912, the anomaly known as SCP-6086 officially was designated as neutralized, first one to be contained as well as the first one to be lost. The existence of this entity sparked great controversy and great debates among the voices of the Foundation, and yet the horror of its demise was a topic even louder. After all, it is this being that is leading our path forward, maybe even in death, even more than life. As the Overseer Council, we are introducing new rules and regulations regarding human-like creatures renamed as humanoid for the sake of clarity and ease of communication. The standard created by the Independent Biological Entity Act, by some known as the IBE Act, proved to not be enough when dealing with a being that is not only biological and independent, but also sapient and cognizant. The basis of secure containment has to provide not only the minimal standard for survival, but a sufficient standard for life for their circumstances. Not only the bare minimum psychological needs need to be taken into account, but physiological as well, as necessary harm brings more problems than benefits. What has to be stated is that the basis for this change is that of a utilitarian background and not a moral one. All Foundation personnel are reminded that prioritizing anomalies over humanity, no matter whether they are contained or not, is strictly prohibited and a violation of the highest degree. Humanoid entities are not a group in need. Humanoid entities are not neighbors with a world in common. Humanoid entities are not victims. Humanoid entities are a threat. Secure, contain, protect. Test subjects: B82SW9KL74Y4P1K by Marshall Carter and Dark. Status: renting. Demand: high. Value: 200 US dollars or 200 in Great Britain sterling pound per subject, or 2,300 US dollars or 16,900.6 Great Britain in sterling pounds per set, 10 subjects. Availability: established supply chain. Identifier: test subjects. Description: items are humanoid entities identical in composure and physiology to that of a standard non-anomalous Homo sapiens, coming in sets sorted by biological sex. Items are entirely obedient towards their thaumaturgically linked owner or owners. They will listen to any physically possible order. Items do not require nutrition or rest to survive, staying in place when not ordered otherwise. Despite not being sentient, items react with the entire spectrum of human emotions to appropriate stimuli. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Initial report, author, Iris Dark, project lead. Interest high. Date, November 10th, 2021. Identifier, test subjects. The lack of testing subjects is a problem plaguing practically every single anomalous organization known to man, from the D-class of the SCP Foundation to the human sacrifices of the Deva. Every single organization has, at some point, come across the simple need for 4 men. The harsh truth, however, is that humans don't grow on trees, or rather, normal humans don't grow on trees. And even if they did, maintaining a healthy person to properly use in tests is an extremely expensive endeavor. MC&D, however, realized it doesn't need to be that way. During my most recent trip to the newly built Adytum, I was greeted by something that piqued my interest like nothing ever has. You see, the wonderful feast I was lucky enough to take part in was served by human-like artificial golems, entirely obedient to their creators, tailored by the magic of the students of Grand Karcist Ion sorcery. And despite that night having so many other unique and mind-consuming emotions, I could not get those simple minions out of my head. And so I began to think. With a team made up of a few of our capitalist Nulkin friends and a couple of paid specialists over at Prometheus, we were able to recreate something similar to what I had witnessed, except in a much better form. With a leap of science as big as that of our old days, the company was able to introduce a way to fix all the issues with the previously mentioned problem. Introducing B8-2SW9KL74Y4P1K. Artificially grown unconscious humans accelerated to maturity with the magic of Yaldabaoth and controlled remotely by a combination of Prometheus technology and rituals performed by MC&D specialists, fully clean of corruption despite their Sarkic origins, controlled by a net of thaumaturgically neuroconductors throughout their brain. They will come in handy to any firm, person, or organization big enough to face the aforementioned problem. Now available for a price lower than normal human maintenance, test subjects will listen to any order as long as it's physically possible. From the simplest of household problems to the most hedonistic and sophisticated needs of their master, these thoughtless beings will always be there to listen. File opened under B8-2SW9KL74Y4P1K. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Inventory information. B8-2SW9KL74Y4P1K. Owner, Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Quantity, approximately 30,000. Comments. Current production of items kept in storage for further sales. Owner, Prometheus Labs. Quantity, approximately 500. A partial group of items and their previous iterations kept in storage in an MC&D rented laboratory for further enhancement of the product. Remainder of items used for personal usage. Owner, numerous Sarkic cults. Quantity, 20,000. Comments. 30,000 instances gifted as MC&D's part of the initial deal regarding their cooperation in the creation of the item. Remainder bought by numerous cults. Owner, numerous locales. Quantity, approximately 100,000. Comments. Items distributed worldwide to a plethora of minor anomalous groups and establishments. Owner, other individual clients. Quantity, approximately 21,000. Comments, non-applicable. Owner, the SCP Foundation. Quantity, approximately 50,000. Comments. The most active client of B8-2SW9KL74Y4P1K out of any of the other groups. Actively established a 10-year contract for regular shipments of the item. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Customer feedback. Message. From Prometheus Labs to Iris Dark, project lead. During one of the brain vivisections undertaken by Prometheus Lab personnel, one of the test subjects started to misinterpret stimuli given to its brain through the direct neural stimulation and started to scream, running towards the nearest window and proceeding to jump out of it. A fix for this issue and further products, alongside replacement copies for the faulty ones, is officially requested. Prometheus Labs. From Prometheus Labs to Iris Dark, Project Lead. During a company meeting regarding the previous flaw and potential elimination of faulty copies, two of the subjects present within the room started to act out of place, understanding business chatter between myself and my colleagues as commands. Though the reaction was not as drastic as in the previous situation, only starting to move in a frantic manner around the room, apparently searching for a way out. It appears that B82SW9KL74Y4P1K possess some inherent flaw in their design. I once again request a fix to this issue be made, and officially further the proposition of my team once again cooperating with MC&D to take care of this. Prometheus Laboratories. Message from Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director, to Iris Stark, Project Lead. During field operation training, an entire team of subjects suddenly stopped reacting to any orders given to them, instead starting to run at my men with their guns in a panicked manner, two of them firing. Total thaumaturgic resets didn't fix anything. You're lucky this wasn't an actual operation and that nobody died, or you'd be fucked. Dark. I want a fix for this immediately. The SCP Foundation, Site-17. Message from Iris Dark, Project Lead, to Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director, and Prometheus Laboratories. The company solemnly apologizes for all of the recent problems caused by B82SW9KL74Y4P1K. A total rebinding of the structures holding their thaumaturgic system in place revealed a few missed places throughout the formula. Everything should be fixed now. This also applies to the already bought products. The neural net exists all through products alike. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Message from Prometheus Labs to Iris Dark, Project Lead. Everything does indeed seem to be working perfectly like promised. Prometheus Labs would, however, like to request an official extension of the deal at the current rate. Subjects are disappearing faster than we imagined, so a doubling of the current supply rate would be most beneficial. We give you the benefit of the doubt this isn't your products running away, but just an error on our part. Don't make us regret this gift. Prometheus Laboratories. Message from the Critic to Iris Dark, Project Lead. Dark, you sure your servants actually work? Or rather, are you sure you fixed them? My boys constantly report our rented ones just stop working throughout the day, stopping halfway through a given order, starting to vandalize my staff and our art pieces, which sucks when you run a chain of art galleries that need cleaning up because it's fucking valuable art we have here. You know? An actual fix would be quite cool indeed. Are we cool yet? Message from Paz Ambrose to Iris Dark, Project Lead. There appears to be a problem, Miss Dark. During the preparation for consumption, one of our B82SW9KL74Y4P1Ks started to scream incoherently at my guests, spitting its insides all on the table. Thanks to your half-assed repairs of your own products, I lost an entire party. Nobody wanted to enjoy themselves with anything anymore, saying I was trying to kill them. Here at Ambrose, the show must go on, and it can't just do that with my food rebelling against me. Fix your toys. Ambrose Restaurants. Project information: B82SW9KL74, Y4P1K. Date: November 20th, 2021. Amount of money spent on research: approximately $20,000. Notes: all previous problems with the item solved via total neural collapse and reboot. Date: December 13th, 2021. Amount of money spent on research: approximately $40,000. Notes: cortex resets and memory wipes via the usage of amnestics utilized. Loss of approximately 10% of subjects decided to be an acceptable loss to continue trade. Date: December 31st, 2021. Amount of money spent on research: approximately $50,000. Notes: the concept of resistance removed from subject's local noosphere. Date: January 12th, 2022. Amount of money spent on research: approximately $80,000. Notes: the concept of obedience added as the dominant idea into subject's local noosphere. All other non-obedience ideas blocked from interacting with the main idea frame. Date: January 30th, 2022. Amount of money spent on research: non-applicable. Notes: the entire MC&D Noospheric Division fired. New personnel with better qualifications employed. Date: February 3rd, 2022. Amount of money spent on research: approximately $40,000. Notes: the concept of violence removed from subject's local noosphere. Date: February 17th, 2022. Amount of money spent on research: approximately $100,000. Notes: perception blockers regarding undertaking any unordered actions applied to all subjects produced this far. Retrieval squads with the intent of subject replacements sent into the field. Date: March 3rd, 2022. Amount of money spent on research: non-applicable. Notes: MC&D Security Division recruitment once again opened and finalized shortly after full staffing was reached. Date: March 13th, 2022. Amount of money spent on research: non-applicable. Notes: all subjects within company custody eliminated. New line with total consciousness blocks without removal for profit. Save currently in plans. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Message from Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director, to Iris Dark, Project Lead. Dark: I won't play any games, and will just say that what the issue is. We've lost a large part of our subjects due to the fact that you just didn't fucking bother to tell us they were actually sentient. We had to execute over 10% of our total population due to how effective the rebellion of now fully in control beings would have been if not stopped right at that instant. I don't want to hear that goddamn scream any longer, or I swear I'll go nuclear on you. All of my other D-class are now useless. I want you to explain yourself this goddamned instant. The SCP Foundation, Site-17. Message from Iris Dark, Project Lead, to Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director. And what will we do about this, Mr. Graham? It'd be a true shame if saving £1 per subject would have cost us this much. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Message from Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director, to Iris Dark, Project Lead. I'm afraid our cooperation must stop for this instant. Even if Site-17 will fully feel the pain of lack of your useful assets, the newly discovered properties and problems simply cannot be ignored. Our halls were filled with organs and blood, and I won't order my crew to clean them up for a second time. The SCP Foundation, Site-17. Message from Iris Dark, Project Lead, to Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director. As I imagine, your ethics committee won't allow for the furthering of our contract due to the rather questionable nature of it. Shame, I must say. It was truly a pleasure working with you. Marshall, Carter and Dark, Limited. Message from Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director, to Iris Dark, Project Lead. My God, the Ethics Committee? For ethics? Don't make me laugh. I'm personally resigning from it due to how inefficient this entire fiasco is. I'm not paying for a faulty product for my limited budget. I'm not insane. The SCP Foundation. Site-17. Message from Iris Dark, Project Lead, to Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director. I feel we can come to a compromise here, Mr. Graham. My current offer is a full replacement of all 50,000 copies within your storage to new versions, with full action blockers installed for your continued support for any further purchases, with said new beings, of course, fully blocked from any actual interactions. Not feelings, no. They will still be there. Let me know what you think. Marshall, Carter and Dark Limited. Message from Thomas Graham, Site-17 Director, to Iris Dark, Project Lead. I'm quite the fan, honestly. Would be fully on board if that would be your final offer. The work must go on. The SCP Foundation, Site-17. Message from Iris Dark, Project Lead, to Thomas Graham, Site SCP-4855. Mind like a steel trap. Level 2, Restricted. Containment Class, Euclid. Disruption Class, Connect. Risk Class, Warning. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4855 is to be housed in a modified humanoid containment unit in Site-17's Auxiliary Containment Wing C. Modifications must include soundproofing and a Faraday cage surrounding the chamber. Only Foundation staff who score above 90 on a Dunning-Kruger mimetic resistance test are permitted to interact with SCP-4855. Any requests by SCP-4855 for entertainment or other informational material may only be granted after said material is screened by both the Medics Department and on-site AIC, Artificially Intelligent Conscript, to prevent accidental contamination of anomalous information. In the event of unintended exposure to such information, SCP-4855 is to be immediately treated with Class A Amnestics. Testing may only be permitted via approval from the Director of Site-17, currently Dr. Thomas Graham. Absolutely no testing will be allowed with entities or items that have demonstrated lethal effects. After completion of testing, SCP-4855 is to be treated with Class A Amnestics. Description: SCP-4855 is a 74-year-old African-American female, legally named Miss Edwina Drake of Redacted, North Dakota, United States of America. SCP-4855 is immune to informational, psychological, mimetic, and anti-mimetic anomalies. Analysis of the neural structure of SCP-4855's brain reveals no obvious structural or functional differences from baseline humans, and no internal or external mechanism has yet been discovered that would cause SCP-4855's anomalous effects. SCP-4855 is able to retain any anomalous information given to it, as if said information were non-anomalous. While this ability effectively shields SCP-4855 from all known informational or psychological anomalies, it also allows SCP-4855 to intentionally or unintentionally spread said anomalies to other parties. As such, the potential danger of an undetectable carrier for mental anomalies necessitates its current containment procedures. Exposure to standard chemical-based amnestics is sufficient to remove knowledge of any recent anomalous information, while memetic amnestics are not sufficient. SCP-4855's acuity is above average for a person of its age, though not exceptionally so. Psychological tests show that SCP-4855 shows no major mental illnesses, with above average memory retention. SCP-4855's mental state and willingness to cooperate with the Foundation staff have been demonstrated to decline in prolonged absence of regular, sustained human contact. As such, frequent visits are allowed by approved staff trained in elderly psychology and companionship. Acquisition. SCP-4855 became known to the Foundation on redacted date 2019 after the town of Redacted, North Dakota was exposed to a self-spreading Class 3 cognitohazard. A raid on nearby site Redacted had resulted in public containment breach of a copy of SCP Redacted, resulting in 92 deaths by the time Foundation assets arrived to contain the situation. Inciting group of interest still unknown at time of writing. See Incident Report RX-20-Q for further information. SCP-4855 was discovered unharmed in a local nursing home near the center of the affected area. Being the only living witness to the initial spread of the cognitohazard, SCP-4855 was detained and quarantined. Upon initial interview, SCP-4855's anomalous abilities became apparent. Open document SCP-4855-A, initial interview. Interviewed SCP-4855, the time documented as its given name, Miss Edwina Drake. Interviewer, Agent Beck of MTF Gamma 5, Red Herrings. Forward. SCP-4855 had initially displayed symptoms of panic and high stress, likely resulting from its recent experience. After a rest period to allow its distress to naturally decline, Agent Beck of MTF Gamma 5, Red Herrings, conducted the initial interview to determine SCP-4855's culpability, if any, in the incident. Begin log. Agent Beck. Hello, ma'am. You seem to have had quite a day today, huh? That ain't the half of it. You gonna tell me where I am? You're in a safe location, ma'am. Don't worry. No one's going to hurt you. Lord, I hope not. What are you gonna do with me? Well, considering what went down, the sheriff's department called us in to help out with getting things under control. We've got some questions for you, ma'am, if that's all right. Of course, you want to know about everything going wild, right? If you wouldn't mind enlightening us, ma'am, we want to find out exactly what happened. Now, when did you first notice something was wrong? I remember I was watching the news when the TV went all static-like, and this weird fella in a mask came on, all decked up like he was out of some late-night horror show. Blood everywhere, all dripping from his eyes and stuff. He goes on, all talking about how everyone has to get rid of all their insecurities, their mortal flesh, whatever, prepare for some monsters coming, stuff like that. His voice was all weird, and I got to thinking, wow, it's just like that time back in the 80s when they talked about that man in the Max Headroom mask slapping that man's ass on television. You remember that? I do, yes. I didn't think you could do things like that anymore. What with television being all digital and stuff now. I guess when it came to our little news broadcast, it didn't matter though. They still got through. Anyway, I was watching this, trying to figure out what was going on, when I started hearing screams. At this point, SCP-4855 trails off, looking past Agent Beck into the distance. It's okay. Go on. So, I'm wondering if anyone else down the hall is watching. It wasn't really scary, just weird, you know? But they sounded like they were dying. They screamed so loud, and then I heard more and more echoing and footsteps running down the hall, and then things smashing and windows breaking. Was this when you barricaded yourself in the room? Not yet. I was pretty dumb. I looked outside to see what was happening, and I saw, uh, are you okay? Yeah, it's just, I mean, I never saw anyone tear their own throat out before, you know? And they were still walking, just running up and down the halls, stabbing each other, painting weird symbols in their own blood. SCP-4855's speech starts slowing. It looks past Agent Beck and his head droops a little. Ma'am? Right, so I didn't know what the devil was going on. So I slammed my door shut and moved my bed in front of it and I just crouched down under it. And the television was still on and that TV man, or whatever he was, kept repeating the same stuff over and over again until the signal cut out. I didn't move for what felt like forever. Then y'all from the sheriff's department started banging on the door, nearly gave me a heart attack. We're trying to get information about who caused this. Do you remember what the person on the television was saying? Please be as specific as you can. Just a lot of weird stuff. He kept saying the phrase data expunged over and over again, and it made no sense. It was just garbage words, like word salad. But at this point, Agent Beck abruptly slumps in their seat and falls to the floor. Agent begins to scream as their eye sockets begin bleeding profusely. SCP-4855 looks visibly distressed and climbs on the table, holding its chair out feet first towards the agent and calls for help. Guards outside the interview room rush in and detain Agent Beck while escorting SCP-4855 out of the room. End log. Conclusion. Following the abrupt termination of this interview, Agent Beck expired from blood loss due to self-induced wounds to their throat. SCP-4855's anomalous properties were discovered soon after, and it was treated with Class A amnestics to remove any potential cognitive hazardous threat. Addendum 1. Following the successful containment of SCP-4855, testing was approved to determine the limits of its anomalous property. Below are notable excerpts from testing logs involving SCP-4855. To access the complete list, contact the current head of SCP-4855's research staff. Show test logs. Test 1. Initial Infohazardous Testing Series. Subject: SCP-4855. Test Observer: Researcher Carvella. Procedure: SCP-4855 is to be isolated in a secure room with a television screen and subjected to 423 different infohazardous images, with documented effects listed from mild to severe alterations of behavior. SCP-4855 is to be observed after every test to detect changes in behavior or perception. Results: SCP-4855's behavior never deviated from control tests, aside from increased lethargy as the testing series neared its conclusion. Analysis: this is pretty exceptional. Without any formal training that we know of, he's got a psychological shield as impervious as any of the top brass in memetics. If we can isolate how this came about, we can help a lot of people. Researcher Carvella. Test number 3. SCP-2284. Subjects: SCP-4855 and SCP-2284. Test Observer: Researcher Carvella. Procedure: SCP-2284 and SCP-4855 are to be isolated in a standard interview room and remotely observed. SCP-2284 is to be asked pre-prepared questions and is to respond with them with SCP-4855 present. Forward. The primary anomaly of SCP-2284, who refers to itself as Mr. Lie, is a cognitohazardous effect that causes anyone SCP-2284 is speaking with to believe it is telling the absolute truth. The purpose of this test was to determine whether or not SCP-4855 is susceptible to cognitohazards that have no known inoculation. Interview log. Why hello there, son. Feel free to sit down a spell. They gave me this list of things I've got to ask you. It's nice to see they haven't given up on running their tests. Maybe for you, but they don't seem to pay any mind to my schedule. Such as it is, anyway. Always waking me up early to go who knows where. SCP-4855 is requested to read the listed questions via intercom. I hear ya, I hear ya. Okay, so first question. What is 2 plus 2? I feel like the answer to this one is pretty obvious. Don't you? Yeah, I just do what they tell me. Okay, what color is my blouse? Off-white. Actually, I think it's gray. Yeah, wait, what? I mean, my eyes ain't what they used to be anymore, but I'm pretty sure they told me before I came here that it was specifically gray. Looks dark enough to me, anyway. SCP-2284 looks around the room before looking back at SCP-4855 with a pleading face. I really don't want to talk to you anymore. Results. Due to repeated requests by SCP-2284 for SCP-4855 to leave, the test was shortly concluded. No detrimental mental states were reported by SCP-4855 at the time. Analysis. Whoever ordered this one, I really don't know what the point of this test was. Obviously, she was wearing an off-white blouse. What were we even testing for? Researcher Carvella. Test 13. The Berryman-Langford's Kill Agent. Subject SCP-4855. Test Observer Junior Researcher Daniels. Procedure. SCP-4855 is to be isolated in a secure room and deliberately exposed to a Barry Langford mimetic kill agent. Should SCP-4855 survive, it is to be immediately amnesticized after completion of the test. Result. SCP-4855 unaffected. SCP-4855 described kill agent image as neat looking. Note. This was a needless risk of life and could have potentially destroyed one of the most valuable research assets we have from memetics. Daniels, how did you even get clearance to use a Berryman-Langford kill agent? Stay at your station. We'll be sending someone over to see how this happened. As for everyone else, I'll be updating containment procedures to include common sense. We've only got one of her, so try to rein in your desire to play mad scientist here. Director Graham. Following Test 13, testing is only permitted with approval from the Director of Site-17. Addendum 2. Incident 4855.01. On 7/26/2022, SCP-4855 underwent arterial bypass surgery to correct its severe myocardial ischemia, narrowing of arteries that supply blood to the heart, usually from blockage. Of note is that SCP-4855 presented untreated myocardial ischemia prior to acquisition. During surgery, SCP-4855 went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead by attending staff. 2 minutes after death, all staff in the Site-17 Anomalous Humanoid Operating Theater suddenly collapsed. Still running automated surgical instrumentation successfully restarted SCP-4855's heart 2 seconds later. Once containment crews arrived, ancillary surgical staff successfully stabilized SCP-4855 and completed surgery. All unresponsive staff members were confirmed deceased by containment crews. SCP-4855 recovered from surgery with no apparent brain damage. Neural scans of the deceased staff showed distinct signs of several conflicting cognitohazards within each subject's brain, which resulted in severe hemorrhaging. It is theorized that infohazards observed by SCP-4855 persisted after cessation of neural activity and anomalously transferred to the nearby living hosts once brain activity ceased. The rate of spread of this effect and its maximum number of victims has yet to be determined. This effect has been designated a cognitohazardous snapback scenario by memetic staff. Countermeasures to prevent a possible snapback scenario are currently being developed. Use of classified life-extending technologies on SCP-4855 have been proposed, but have not been approved as of writing. SCP-3989, The Bone Orchard. Level 3 3989 Classified. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Archive Procedure Version 1. Due to the immobile nature of SCP-3989 and its proximity to populated areas, Protocol Plain Site 201 is in effect for operations surrounding SCP-3989. A chain-link fence topped with barbed wire surrounds the property. Additional chain fencing with security checkpoints surrounds the active zone of SCP-3989 at a distance of 10 meters. Civilians are to be turned away or detained by non-lethal force. Any managing to breach these perimeters and enter the active zone are to be considered lost until re-emergence, then captured and quarantined under subsequent protocol, security permitting. Area 126 has been created to store and house all anomalies related to SCP-3989. Samples are only to be collected under expressed permission to the item's HMLCL supervisor, ACP-01 through 05, and HCP-01 through 04 may be employed to contain returning live samples at Area Director and HMCL supervisor's discretion. Exploration of 3989 may be requested by researchers of Level 3 clearance or higher. Archived Procedure Update Version 1.1. Additional land purchases for Area 126 are currently under review, and larger concrete barriers surrounding the original property are currently under construction. MTF Chi 9 Abyss Gazers will remain on hand until further notice. Due to political instability in the surrounding area, strategic analysis for long-term containment is underway. All material exiting the active zone is to be handled under biosafety Level 4 precautions all times. Samples are only to be collected under expressed permission of the item's HMCL supervisor. No long-term containment is currently authorized for any items, sentient or otherwise, exiting the active zone. These items are to be incinerated at the conclusion of testing. Containment personnel affected by SCP-3989-V are to be retained for questioning under HCP-03 till further notice. No manned exploration of SCP-3989-A will be approved. Drone exploration is currently suspended pending HMCL review. Current procedures in full, version 2.0. Foundation assets have purchased 20 acres of land surrounding SCP-3989 and converted them into a working olive orchard. Protocol Plain Site 201 is in effect for all shipments sent from and received by Area 126. Chain link fencing topped with barbed wire have been installed around the perimeter of properties surrounding SCP-3989. Concrete barriers 4 meters in height have been constructed surrounding the original extent of Area 126 property, with security checkpoints on the northern and eastern walls for access to the interior. An additional 4-meter concrete barrier surrounds the current extent of SCP-3989's active zone at a distance of 5 meters. A platoon-strength detachment of MTF Chi-7 fumigators is to be stationed on site at all times, with access to anti-tank weaponry in the event of internal breach or external incursion. Additional assets will be made available if greater force is deemed necessary to prevent local military activity from breaching SCP-3989's active zone. Civilians attempting to gain access are to be turned away or restrained with non-lethal force and must be captured prior to breaching SCP-3989. All experimentation on retrieved items is to be carried out under Biosafety Level 4 conditions. Any material retrieved from SCP-3989 is to be incinerated at the conclusion of testing with no exceptions. Personnel affected by SCP-3989-V are to be offered the option to self-terminate following interview or remanded to permanent HCP-03 containment cells on site. Bi-weekly, 4 teams of 10 members each of MTF Chi-7 fumigators will enter the active zone from all 4 cardinal directions and incinerate any new growth within the active zone to a depth of approximately 10 meters. Drone exploration of SCP-3989-A requires approval of the Anomalies HML-CL Supervisor, currently Dr. Sahir Yakim, and Area 126 Director Farid Mohammed. Description: SCP-3989 is a USUWAS-2-C, unstable, stationary, unaided, wide-area, safe, two-way, cyclical, space-time anomaly which connects a large portion of its interior to an unknown and apparently extra-universal or extratemporal location, SCP-3989-A. The active zone of this anomaly was approximately 12 meters. It is now 30 meters in diameter. SCP-3989 is located within a grove of Olea europaea trees in redacted Syria. External measurements and observations of the grove indicate a footprint of approximately 5 acres. From the perimeter of the property, the anomalous nature of SCP-3989 is not readily apparent, though locally embedded count counters readings fluctuate between 0.76 and 3.62 ohms, with highest readings occurring during dark hours. This effect persists at distances of up to 20 meters from the perimeter of the property. Upon entering the active zone, SCP-3989 manifests a non-Euclidean space which continues to expand as it is traversed until the subjects of the anomaly cross into SCP-3989-A. Radio and other communication signals continue to traverse the anomaly with no distortion, but GPS tracking has proven ineffective. Traversal into SCP-3989-A can only be achieved from a westerly direction after sunset. If the active zone is approached from the east or during daylight hours, non-Euclidean properties of the area persist, but will not result in subjects' disappearance into SCP-3989-A. Interior dimensions of the active zones exceed previously 5, but now 10 acres. Instances of SCP-3989-1 within the active zone appear with the same frequency as non-anomalous Olea europaea trees on the rest of the property, and are likely to outnumber them by as much as 2 to 1. SCP-3989 and SCP-3989-A are home to several anomalous forms of life, which bear striking genetic resemblance to Homo sapiens. Though individual structures are clearly constructed of human tissue, their organization is widely divergent. All trees present within the region are characterized by varying degrees of ossification. Specimens which are completely ossified and defoliated resume growth of new leaf-like and fruit-like structures to support their anomalous anatomy and reproduce animal-like and plant-like entities found within SCP-3989-A. Update 5/7/2015. SCP-3989-V refers to an unknown chemical or biological vector responsible for the onset of several perceptual effects in the area surrounding SCP-3989. The primary function of the vector appears to be the concealment of SCP-3989's full active range and to increase difficulty in perceiving related anomalous biological activity. Extended exposure to SCP-3989-V dampens the effects of perceptual tampering, but encourages a sense of curiosity regarding SCP-3989. Long-term exposure results in an obsessive, even religious fascination with SCP-3989 and SCP-3989-A. Biosafety Level 4 precautions are sufficient to prevent exposure in long-term personnel, suggesting either a chemical or olfactory vector. Research pending. SCP-3989's active zone has expanded at least 18 meters since its initial containment. Recovery. Foundation assets in Syria were alerted to a possible anomaly when a small orchard owned by Redacted, Northern Redacted, began to report and sell anomalously high crop yields for his reported number of trees. Field agents dispatched were met with significant resistance to questioning, and so began surveillance of the property. A harvesting operation alerted agents to the anomalous space contained within SCP-3989, and Foundation agents seized the property. During interview, Mr. Redacted demonstrated no knowledge as to the origin or purpose of SCP-3989 and appeared to be entirely ignorant of SCP-3989-A. He and his family were subsequently amnesticized, relocated, and released. No further anomalous activity on the part of Mr. Redacted has since been recorded. Circumstances surrounding SCP-3989's initial manifestation remain unknown. Addendum 3989-1. During inspection by Biological Containment Specialist Dr. Marshall Grant on 19/06/2015, 19 instances of SCP-3989-Redacted spontaneously appeared beyond the perimeter of the active zone and proceeded to dismantle primary containment. Dr. Grant initiated containment breach alarm but received no response from assets within Area 126. An unknown number of security assets on site proceeded to release all biological anomalies in permanent containment. 2 instances of SCP-3989-Redacted and 47 instances of SCP-39-89-Redacted. A firefight ensued wherein 30 Area 126 personnel were terminated, as well as 15 members of the Biological Containment Inspection Team. Foundation MTF assets in Damascus were scrambled and successfully terminated all 21 instances of SCP-3989-Redacted outside of containment. 25 tagged instances of SCP-3989-Redacted were recovered from the bodies of Area 126 personnel. The rest remain unaccounted for. Containment procedures are currently under review by Dr. Grant. Interview AA 3989-03. Dr. Marshall Grant. Access granted. Interview AA 3989-03. 1906-2015. Dr. Marshall Grant. Introduction. Standard after-action interview to establish details surrounding the 1906 containment breach at Area 126, performed by Dr. Mara Jamis. Dr. Marshall Grant is visibly distressed and experiencing mild tremors throughout the interview. Good afternoon, Dr. Grant. Heh. No, miss, it is definitely a bad afternoon. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much for agreeing to do this interview. Do you need some more time before we proceed? No, thank you. I want to get this over with. You know, I've been working for the Foundation for almost 40 years, and I've never seen, combat. Based on what I've heard, you did very well for the circumstances. Let's proceed, shall we? First, what is it that led you to come to Area 126 today? You you don't think that we just need to get a full picture of the circumstances. Normally, one of our local assets would have carried out this inspection. I'm curious why you came here. I, well, I'm a biologist, right? And I have a good long record, so the Foundation made me into a kind of consultant. I was flipping through a large stack of records when I saw this. This site, here, in the middle of a war zone, popping out exobiological entities surrounded by what? A fence? No mention of biosafety precautions, no pathologist on site, nothing. It's dangerous. Very dangerous. Yes, but coming all this way, was that really necessary? Oh yes, I called the what do you call it? HMCL, Dr. Kazali, and left messages. Email, phone calls, contacted the director. They just waved me off. Don't worry about it, it's under control. And the Damascus branch is, well, busy dodging bombs, so I figured I'd come out and see for myself. If it's under control, no harm. But if it's not, I can tell them what. Sorry. Dr. Grant rests his head on the table and takes several deep breaths. Marshall, are you all right? Yeah, I gotta slow down. Okay. Jesus. Adrenaline. Dr. Grant raises his head and takes a sip from a small cup of water, nods and motions with his hand to continue. So, going back to our discussion, what was the status of Area 126 when you first arrived? As soon as we pulled up, I could smell it. The team I had with me couldn't, but I could. Something was rotten, like dead or dying rotten. And I swear, it's hard to describe, but there was a kind of dusty yellow haze over the whole place. Agent redacted didn't report anything like that. I know, but I used to HMCL for... Never mind. The point is, I had to get myself inoculated against basic cognitive hazards and hallucinogens. So, I see. At what point did you sound the breach alarm? Well, I tried to call someone out to talk. No answer again. And I wasn't about to step into that stuff. Who knows what? I had one of the security team radio the armory, and all we got back was this gibberish talking that I tried very hard not to hear. We started suiting up masks to head in there when... Take your time. I've seen a lot of gross things, but I can't. It was like looking at something out of a video game or something. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. 3 meters tall, maybe 4. No skin, teeth the size of my thumbs. One arm was just enormous, the other cradled up next to it. And I swear I watched it inflate to match the other one. Skin just suddenly wraps around it like plastic molding. It had no eyes, but I swear the bastard saw me. And it smiled. And then boom, boom, boom. A bunch of them shoot up from the ground and there's bullets flying everywhere. I fell back to the van and got on the radio to Damascus because I have no idea if small arms can do anything to this thing. There was a lot of screaming and I didn't watch. I couldn't watch. What about inside the facility? Can you tell us about that? Dr. Grant shudders and nods. I crept out when I heard the helicopter overhead, and the fence was all twisted and gone. Two of those, I guess I'd call them humanoids, were slumped down on the ground, not moving. A few more surrounded further up. There were a couple of bodies nearby, partially consumed. By now my adrenaline is up, so I secured my mask, grabbed a rifle, and started to make my way to the facility. That's when I noticed that the people inside, were shooting out at me, so you did what you had to. Yeah, yeah, I suppose. Luckily, one of my team saw me and ran over to take the lead. Inside was a mess. Weird symbols on the walls. I can feel my head warping around it, so I just keep my eyes forward and focus on helping clear the hallways. Some of them surrendered. I don't I don't think it works on everyone, whatever the Anyway, we get down to the containment level, and all the doors are just open. Empty terrariums everywhere. In this fuck. You're referring to SCP-3989-redacted. Right in the middle of the atrium, someone was growing a tree made out of backbones. Right in the middle of the atrium. I, I, I At first I thought it was a fetish or something, some sick construction they made in reverence to whatever's inside, but then I heard its heartbeat. I heard it breathing. They had been growing it, altering it, harvesting things from it, using some of the people on site to feed it. Our people. The only locked cells had, I, I don't know. 30 unaffected people huddled inside, stripped nude, and covered in. I don't even want to guess. It was all over the logs, like they were. Some of this is going to go higher, and I'm sorry. I'm rambling. Dr. Grant wipes his eyes and takes another drink of water. Okay, two things. Number one, whatever's in there, it wants out. It wants our planet for something. Food, worship, I don't know. There is no way this anomaly intends to stay put. And the second, containment procedures say its diameter is 12 meters here on our side. That's not even close. It's growing, and we need to get someone down here yesterday. Addendum 3989-2. SCP-3989 has been upgraded to a Keter class anomaly. Biosafety Level 4 precautions are in effect to prevent future infestations of SCP-3989-redacted within Area 126. New containment procedures completed as of 5/7/2015. Additional information is accessible only to personnel with Level 4 General or SCP-3989 project-specific clearance. Personnel able to perceive this message are authorized to access the remainder of this document. If you are reading this and have not been inoculated via Agent IH-3989-B, please contact Dr. Sahir Yakim immediately to verify your clearance. Failure to do so may result in permanent cognitive impairment. Please note that inoculation does not lift all redactions for all readers. Exploration Log 389-15, 15/2/2014. Access granted. Exploration log 389-15, 1502 to 2014. Participants: D-126-15, Dr. Farik Ghazali, Remote Observer. Introduction. Exploration of SCP-3989 began as of containment in December of 2009. Initial surveys determined extent of the initial spatial anomaly, but were unable to identify additional anomalous properties. Subsequent research requests involving the effects of long-term exposure to non-Euclidean spaces in live human subjects extended normal testing times beyond sunset and allowed D-126-15 to directly observe SCP-3989-1, SCP-3989-1A, and SCP-3989-A for the first time. The equipment was repurposed, and D-126-15 was fitted with audio and video surveillance equipment before being redeployed within SCP-3989. Alright, how about now? There you are. Okay, good. We're recording both audio and video. Go ahead and turn on your headlamp and adjust. Perfect. Yeah, ain't my first rodeo. You want me to head back in? Yes. Please proceed toward the center of SCP-3989. Camera view turns and proceeds past several normal olive trees. After approximately 15 seconds, a pair of trees at the edge of the visible field appear to stop moving, as several more trees manifest through them and move past. That smell is coming back. Can you describe it for the tape? Old blood, something rotten, and a little sweet. Whoa, you seeing this? They look like little maggot noodles. Camera pans to the left, revealing several small, worm-like creatures. Yes, see if you can collect a few. D-126-15 produces a specimen bag and collects a few of the creatures. They're warm to the touch, very soft, kinda hard to pull off. Get a load of this bark, it's powdery white, very brittle. Bark is covered in white patches. D-126-15 scratches one of the white patches with his fingernail. Can you remove a section for us? D-126-15 pulls a flake from the white portion of the tree, bringing some normal bark with it, and puts it in a separate bag. Got it. Good. Keep moving. God damn, this smell keeps getting stronger. Look at these maggots. Camera pans quickly across several trees. Bark is not visible on some due to the coverage of small worms. D-126-15 coughs and gags. There's a lot of leaves on the ground here. Not much foliage left on the trees. Do you need further assistance? Nah, I'm good. It just reeks in here. Okay, something just shifted. I think I'm through. Trees that were formerly stationary at the edge of visibility continue moving forward. More trees become visible beyond. Dull yellow ambient light begins to grow. We lost you on GPS, but we're still receiving you. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Not as many worms anymore, but all the trees are bone white. I think I see a light up ahead. It can't be dawn already, can it? Negative. Please proceed. Proceeds forward slowly. Ambient light increases and maintains a deep yellow color. D-126-15 stops suddenly as if startled. Camera pans around in all directions rapidly. I swear, I'm being watched. Try to remain calm and move your head slowly. It's hard for us to see if you start to panic like that. Yeah, easy for your ass to say. D-126-15 takes a long breath and walks forward. A low-hanging branch comes into view, apparently bearing red foliage. Oh, that is just gross. Please describe what you are seeing. The leaves are beating. Christ. Can you give us a closer look? D126-15 reaches up to a branch and pulls it in front of the camera. Fluid is seen rushing through veins in a leaf-like structure. Structure regularly contracts and expands as though pumping the fluid. The branch in D126-15's hand fractures, leaking a steady stream of thick black fluid onto his hand. D126-15 begins to gag again, before quickly putting the broken branch into a specimen bag. Camera pans down to reveal D126-15's legs are apparently covered with the small white worms found on the forest floor. Nope, that's it, I'm done. Please continue, D126-15. We need to get as much information as we can. I don't care, I'm coming out, you do what you gotta do. Camera turns, and D126-15 begins to leave the anomaly. Herrick, we need you to go further into the anomaly and collect more. Loud cracking sound from off-camera, followed by a deep guttural sound. Camera captures a large pale hind limb moving out of sight behind a nearby tree. D126-15 extinguishes hand lamp and begins heard running. Afterward, D126-15 suffered minor lacerations on his shins and feet, though no trace of the worm-like creatures from the video can be found on or about his person. Specimens collected yielded valuable anatomical information for biology found within the anomalous space, designated SCP-3989-A. Branch returned by D126-15 included an olive-like structure in addition to the leaf-like structures of the anomalous plants. Composition of the branch and small wood sample were confirmed to be human bone. Leaves confirmed to consist of human cardiac tissue. No sample of the fluid was able to be retrieved. Anomalies designated SCP-3989-1 and SCP-3989-1A, respectively. D126-15 was reprimanded and given 5-day extension to his term of service. Exploration Log 3989-16, 1702-2014. Access granted. Exploration Log 3989-16, 1702/2014. Participants D126-15, D126-16, Dr. Farik Ghazali, Remote Observer. Introduction. D126-15 agreed to continue exploration of SCP-3989-A along with D126-16 on the condition that they both be granted firearms. Dr. Farik Ghazali observing. Mission objectives were set to identify the large creature in log 3989-15, as well as to continue exploration further into SCP-3989-A and attempt to identify further anomalies. D-15 and D-16 were each issued one Browning high-powered 9mm pistol with a full magazine of 13 + 1 rounds. Researchers on hand were fitted with Class 3 EA body armor for their safety. An additional complement of 5 security personnel accompanied the subjects. Check. Okay, D-15, you know the procedure, I'm sure. Fuck you, Farik. D-15 checks his firearm, satisfies himself that his weapon is loaded, and holsters it. D-16, please follow D-15 into the anomaly. We will not be collecting specimens of SCP-3989-1 or 1A at this time. Okay. He means the worms in the bone tree. Just keep your gloves on and follow me. Extraneous information redacted. Doctor, it's getting a lot brighter here. Affirmative. You may now switch off your headlamps. I think I see the branch I broke the other day. It's still bleeding? Do plants do that? There are a lot of worms on it. D16, can you see if you can get a jar under there to collect some of that liquid? D16 raises a specimen jar and collects a few milliliters of the substance, as D15 gets a closer look at the broken branch. Farik, are you seeing that? D15, please refer to me as Dr. Ghazali for the official record. Whatever, man. Are you seeing this or not? The worms. They're pooping bone. D15's camera zooms in and observes SCP-3989-1A depositing white calcified material on the end of the broken branch. A long segment of branch behind the mass of instances appears to have been deposited to a similar piecemeal manner. Yes, I see it. Good eye. Can we get someone in the lab to put 1A in a petri dish with some wood or leaves or something? Or did you already do that? D15, that's enough. Please proceed westward. Extraneous information redacted. D15's camera captures several mature instances of SCP-3989-1. Instances are no longer spaced regularly as in previous footage. Nearby instances appear to be fruiting. That's new. Doctor, are you able to see the fruiting bodies? Are they moving? Shit, I think they're moving. Yes, I see them. D16, can you retrieve one? D15 camera pans rapidly. D15 draws his firearm to a low ready stance. Belay that. Something's here. Herrick, do you want another 5 days? Christ. D16, proceed as ordered. D16 removes a specimen bag and reaches out to grab one of the fruiting bodies. Dark purple in color. It ruptures in his hand and 15 instances of SCP-3989-1A emerge from it, rapidly crawling up D16's arm. D16 brushes them off quickly. A burbling sound is heard off camera. Oh, get it off me! Must have been ripe. Get one of the bright red ones and let's get out of here. Negative. We need to locate. D16's camera is suddenly lifted off the ground. D16 gasps in surprise and connection is suddenly interrupted. D15's camera pans rapidly. A human pelvis and legs in D-class attire falls to the ground. Camera pans upward to observe a pale humanoid, approximately 4 meters tall with extensive dentation and highly defined musculature. Face bears no nose, ears, or eyes or other discerning marks. D15 rapidly fires his weapons, perforating the entity's chest with no fewer than 6 rounds. Bleeding is visible, but entity shows no signs of discomfort. Entity extends one arm and strikes D15. Connection interrupted. Afterward. Large humanoid entity has been designated SCP-3989-2. Agent Josiah Herrick posthumously reinstated to Foundation service. Agent Herrick and D-126-16 listed as killed in action. Exploration Log 3989-17 5/3/2014. Access granted. Exploration Log 3989-17 5/3/2014. Participants: MTF Zeta-9 Mole Rats. Team Charlie, Dr. Farik Ghazali, Remote Observer. Introduction. Following the events of Exploration 3989-16, additional human interaction with SCP-3989-A was deemed an unnecessary risk by many attendant personnel. Dr. Ghazali requested approval from Redacted, head of extra-dimensional topology, directly in order to continue experimentation. A detachment of MTF Zeta-9 Mole Rats was procured for the purpose of continued reconnaissance of SCP-3989-A. Stated objectives were to retrieve samples collected by D-126-16, establish visual contact with SCP-3989-2 if available, if possible, and attempt to fully reverse SCP-3989-A, rather than try to collect additional samples of anomalous objects within SCP-3989-A. MTF Zeta-9 was equipped with an experimental handheld ultrasound machine to investigate any future fruiting bodies without causing damage to SCP-3989 native fauna. MTF Zeta-9 members present are designated Charlie, Squad Leader, X-Ray, and Delta. Sound check. Clear. And the devil makes 3. Thank you, ladies. You may proceed eastward when ready. Extraneous information redacted. Charlie, get a load of the floor. Exploration team camera pans to the ground. Hundreds of instances of SCP-3989-1A visible. Beneath them, a thick layer of red, fleshy material coats the ground. Looks like it might be a placenta or something. Ace, you want a sample? Negative, Delta. In fact, don't take samples of anything. Last 2 people who did that ended up KIA. That would have been nice to know beforehand. Can it, D? Base, can you give us an estimate on where we can expect to see the bodies? Not a reliable one, no. Shouldn't be more than a few minutes. You'll come to a bone tree right in your path. D-12616 bought it right around there. I think I see it. What the? Oh, fuck. An instance of SCP-3989-1 appears on the path ahead. The body of Agent Herrick is seen crucified, naked, upside down, and pinned to the trunk of the tree by bony growths through his hands and feet. Several symbols appear to be carved in his skin, but these are not discernible through camera feed. A large chunk of SCP-3989-1A are present at the trunk of the tree. Remnants of D-Class jumpsuits are visible nearby. Language. Nothing we haven't seen before. D. Get up there and see if you can find the canister. Base wants their samples back. Delta approaches the mass of SCP-3989-1A and tentatively pushes them aside. After approximately 2 minutes, she retrieves D-126-16's sample jar, still containing a small amount of black fluid. This it? It appears so, yes. Please hold on to that for us. I'd like you all to proceed eastward as soon as possible. Roger, Base. You heard him, ladies. Get on the hump. Carlton Heston over here. Aye, Captain. After approximately 5 minutes, the persistent haze lifts, and Charlie Team's body cameras are able to see a large open valley. Sky is yellow in color. All apparent plant life below bears red foliage. Also visible are several instances of SCP-3989-2. I can see some humanoids down below us. Very large. I don't see anything. Between the treetops, you can see their heads poking out. I can just make out the silhouette in the shadows. It's your imagination. Delta camera zooms in on the entities. Feed from X-Ray and Charlie does not contain any traces of humanoids at this time, despite similar field of view. Base, tell me I'm crazy. I would very much enjoy being crazy. Yes, that's our -2. Try to avoid contact as you proceed. Should be pretty easy. I don't see any eyes. We have reason to believe they have some anomalous sensory apparatus. I'll take things they should have told us for 200, Alex. Delta and X-Ray laugh audibly. Extraneous information redacted. Charlie accidentally bumps into an instance of SCP-3989-1 and suddenly reacts startled. Body camera now records 2 instances of SCP-3989-2 facing her. Base, I can see them. Remain calm, Charlie. You've been walking among them for the past 20 minutes. Do not engage. I still got nothing. Touch that tree over there. Fuck! Okay, so what does that mean? It means keep moving. Try to ignore them. Instances of SCP-3989-2 continue to follow Charlie Team, while team members exhibit signs of stress. Rapid panning movements of cameras to observe instances following Charlie Team. Rapid breathing. Team maintains radio silence for 5 minutes. Trees up there are starting to look different. X-ray, can you get that ultrasound out? X-ray produces ultrasound device and approaches nearby tree. Trunk is segmented and exhibits musculature on one side. Appearance is consistent with enlarged vertebral columns. Camera pans upward. In addition to previously observed cardiac foliage, entity appears to have foliage similar in structure to bronchial tubes, which expand and contract in slower rhythm than cardiac foliage. Fruiting bodies are present approximately 3 meters above ground level. Delta. Those things hanging off the trunk look like afterbirth. I swear I can smell it through my ventilator. Base, if I'm honest, I don't want to climb this thing. As long as you don't cause any damage to the fruit, you should be fine. You come in here and climb it. Xenia, just get it done. I want to get out of here. X-ray hesitantly scales the vertebral column and places the ultrasound device onto a fruiting body. It twitches under the device as she proceeds to move the probe around. Additional instances of SCP-3989-2 appear at the base of the tree. Guttural sounds are heard. Base, have you got it? Beautiful. Just beautiful. Please proceed. Negative, Base, we are not okay. They won't engage unless you damage the orchard. Risk is minimal. Wait, there's another fruit up here. Let me see if I can... Fuck! X-ray reaches a smaller, darker fruit and begins to probe with ultrasound. The fruit ruptures almost immediately, and a small, animate humanoid with 4 legs, 2 pelvises, and an exposed spine crawls up her arm, down her back, and runs quickly out of sight. X-ray loses her grip and falls to the ground and stands quickly. Instances of SCP-3989-2 do not react. X-ray, does anyone else hear that? We are not getting any audio. Describe it to me. No, hearing is the wrong word. I feel something, like something is grabbing my liver and giggling in my face. Instances of SCP-3989-2 begin to converge on Charlie Team. Delta's camera observes 2 instances emerging from the ground. One instance has visible scarring on its torso from apparent gunshot wounds. The fleshy substance on the ground closes behind the emerging instances. Audio of low groaning sound can be heard. Analysis suggests no fewer than 10 instances present. That's it. No more of it. I'm calling a general abort. Backtrack on the double. Yes, ma'am. No, team. We need to keep pushing forward. You're almost at to the other side. We need to collect more data. So send in a drone or something. I'm not risking any more than we already have. We're out of here. X-ray's body camera shows a smaller humanoid, approximately 1.7 meters in height, peeking from behind a nearby vertebral tree. Charlie Team does not appear to notice. Delta is preoccupied with kicking off dozens of SCP-3989-1A instances, which are crawling along her suit. Charlie is moving out, carefully stepping around SCP-3989-2 instances. Despite lack of eyes, instances follow her with their faces. Several appear to be smiling. You're all making a terrible mistake. Think about what we can learn from it. Leave and be devoured. Stay and shed your mortality. The wild beckons. You've got a lot of fucking nerve. That wasn't me. Kythera awaits, the vessel's chosen. Come forth onto Orok and receive your just reward. Kythera, mythical location present in both Broken God and Sarkic mythology. Orok, Sarkic prophet of war, the hunt, betrayal, and loyalty, credited with the conquest of Kythera in Sarkic scripture. Charlie team continues running. Body cameras capture the emergence of several more entities of approximately human size, but details cannot be resolved by provided footage. Laughter can be heard throughout the remainder of the tape. Sounds reminiscent of combat are also captured. Source has not been determined. Extraneous information redacted. End of log. Analysis of ultrasound data reveals small instances of SCP-3989-2 growing within fruiting bodies of the vertebral tree-like structures. Large humanoids redesignated to SCP-3989-2A, and newly discovered tree structures designated SCP-3989-2. Smaller humanoid designated 3989-2B. Follow-up exploration requested to determine life cycle of SCP-3989-2-2A. Researcher's Note 6/1/2017.
Have to point out, this is the first time it's clear that Dr. Ghazali was under the influence of SCP-3989-V. Infection gets worse over subsequent logs. In his capacity as lead researcher, he was able to conceal these logs from leadership until such time as SCP-3989-V infestation became dominant.
Dr. Marshall Grant, Level 4 Biological Containment Specialist. Exploration Log 3989-18, 14/3/2014. Access granted. Exploration Log 3989-18, 14/3/2014. Participants: Dr. Farrick Ghazali, Area 126 Security, Team Delta, Technician Amal Dwent, Remote Observer. Introduction, voiceover. Previous human interaction with SCP-3989 has been marred by human frailties of fear and mortality. In the interest of further discovery based on
the text we've discovered on site since primary containment,
there exists no record of text recovered from SCP-3989. The veracity of this statement is unknown. I, Dr. Farid Ghazali, will personally lead an expedition in search of
Kythera and the Orkian temple within.
Secondary objectives include obtaining live specimens of SCP-3989-2A and 2B, preferably in utero. I would like to state for the record that this experiment is proceeding under my own authority, and I accept full responsibility for the outcome. Bravo team members Golf, India, and Echo will accompany me. Quick sound check. 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 Dwent. Echo, check your mic. I don't read you. How's this? Perfect. That's all of you. Ready when you are, Doctor. Okay. Everyone stay close to me. It's a rather long walk. Try not to touch anything if you can help it. Anything you see or hear won't harm you if you don't make the first move. What constitutes a first move? We're not quite sure. Just keep your hands to yourself. I fear not. Nor I. That's the spirit. Come, there is much to see. Team body cameras capture the transition to SCP-3989-A. Unknown entities visible peeking from behind trees throughout the video feed. Golf can be heard breathing heavily at times, as the camera whips to view entities which promptly disappear from video feed. Unintelligible whispering periodically appears on audio log. Team members do not speak for approximately 20 minutes. Amal, status check? Things are going nominally. Have you seen the
Cost? Cost?
You mean we're going in after
Assist?
that is the current plan. Yes, Amal. I saw them. I believe they see us as pilgrims. Don't get cocky, Doctor. There is much we don't know. This is a very bad idea. Amal, do you know if golf has been initiated? Initiated? Into what? Echo, India, and Dr. Kazali stop walking and turn to face Golf. India and Echo raise their weapons and aim at Golf. Oh. Oh, fuck you guys! Echo and India open fire on Golf, who does not have time to return fire and is quickly terminated. The floor of the orchard opens beneath him, and a swarm of SCP-3989-1A quickly surrounds and begins to consume the body. Shame. I enjoyed working with him. Do not grieve for the blind and deaf. Wonderful sights and sounds await them. Team continues to traverse SCP-3989-A. Topography of the area is inconsistent with previous exploration attempts. No trace is found of Agent Herrick's body or the large open valley entered by MTF Zeta-9. Dr. Ghazali begins to pace and is visibly disoriented. Audio during this time is sporadic. Intelligible portions transcribed below.
Sacrifice. Betrayal. Who brings this offering? The world of man walks in ignorance and frailty. Minds of the past cannot navigate the labyrinth of the present. It is ours. Reap, 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 reap.
Continues for 3 minutes. This is wrong. Explain. Amal, how long have we been walking? Amal, base. Doctor, explain. There was supposed to be a valley and a mountain. I swore they were at the foot of the temple when they turned back. India, shoot that man. India immediately raises his firearm. Echo releases a 3-round burst into India's head. India falls to the ground, terminated. His body camera continues to record as he is subsumed by SCP-3989-1. Why did you do that?
Oral.
Patron of...
Betrayal and loyalty.
Then it stands to reason that we will now find his temple.
Harvest has been fulfilled. The hunt begins.
How long? Since Herrick brought back the first of the blessed white worm. Perhaps even before you. I wish you hadn't said that on record. What record? This stays on site. Go. Reap. Well played, both of you. I'm sure he will be pleased. India's body camera records emergence in a dimly lit black stone hallway. A face with a vertical mouth is visible on the frame briefly. Body is carried down the hallway briefly before the feed is interrupted. Echo's body camera records a topological restructuring event behind Dr. Ghazali. Landmass appears to shift and change until a large valley opens below and reveals a black stone temple complex. SCP-3984-4. Dr. Ghazali turns and sees the complex. Knock, and the door will be opened. Remaining team members proceed down into the temple complex. Little activity is visible on the feed, other than various views of the complex. Architecture present suggests quasi-Mesoamerican and Sumerian influences, but is inconclusive. Significant degradation is present on several buildings. Writing is absent. Numerous examples of SCP-3989-2 are present throughout the grounds. Instances appear to shift towards Echo and Dr. Ghazali as they approach and recede as they depart. Magnificent. This place is truly ancient.
Ion.
Himself may have walked upon these stones. India's body camera reactivates. Several large humanoids are visible from the camera's vantage point. Both India and Gulf are visible on stone altars in the background. Large humanoids with vertical mouths, SCP-3989-3, surround them, apparently vocalizing, though no audio is recorded. Feed cuts after 15 seconds. Sound of stone falling is heard through Echo's microphone. Echo turns quickly, raising her weapon. Doctor, did you hear that? Look at these reliefs. Exquisite, and after so much time. Echo's camera pans back to where Dr. Gazali was standing, and he is no longer present. No interruption or anomalous movement was visible through Dr. Gazali's video feed. Doctor, can you read us?
The Roman soldier once explained to me that warfare is an honorable enterprise. Was it not the Roman horde which coined the phrase "Vita et Imperia"?
Eric, do you hear me? Echo has audio feed from base's cut. Dr. Gazali body cam pans in attempt to locate Echo. When he realizes she is missing, Dr. Gazali breathes rapidly and his pulse quickens. Camera picks up several spatial distortions in SCP-3984-4. Instances between adjacent buildings expand and contract at irregular intervals, as does their elevation relative to their vantage point. Audio records the beginnings of a distressed vocalization, but cuts before words can be discerned. Dr. Gazali moves quickly to a pyramidal structure to his right, which appears stable relative to his position, and begins to climb it. Dr. Gazali's sidearm is visible in his hand at this time. Echo's body camera captures similar spatial distortions to Dr. Gazali's, though of lesser intensity. Audio feed unresponsive. She retreats to a nearby outcrop with rifle at low ready and appears to be responding to sounds in the environment. Several possible sightings of humanoids on record. However, spatial distortion makes these very difficult to discern. A pair of black structures resembling eyes appear in the sky overhead and vanish within 2 seconds. Audio feed resumes. Can you hear me? I'm stuck in a small mausoleum near the... Shit, no compass. Gazali? Dwent?
I am here.
Who said that? Who are you? A loud, low, widely spaced rhythm is heard, along with a rushing of air. Air and rhythm are seen to correspond to spatial distortions of SCP-3989-4.
I live.
4 instances of SCP-3989-3 emerge from the ground approximately 30 meters from Echo. One instance, standing approximately 0.5 meters taller than the others on 4 hind legs, produces a sword from the center of its chest and directs it towards Echo. All 4 instances proceed slowly, the 3 in front extending long poles from their forearms which detach and form glaives, approximately 2 meters in length. She opens fire, striking 2 in the skull who fall back momentarily before regaining their feet.
Gulf's body camera reactivates and delivers a feed of some location behind Echo.
Echo continues firing after reloading. The largest SCP-3989-3 instance is struck once in each shoulder and once in the neck, stumbles and rises again, bleeding but not in any apparent distress.
Gulf's camera draws closer. A hand resembling those of SCP-3989-3, but wearing a Foundation security uniform, grabs Echo by the shoulder and plunges a dagger into her neck.
Obscuring the camera before the feed cuts. Dr. Gazali reacts in synchronization to the sounds of the unknown vocalization, though no audio plays through his microphone. He retreats into a chamber at the top of the pyramid. Interior dimensions of the chamber suggest it recedes far further to the rear than an external view of the structure should allow. Dr. Ghazali activates headlamp. Dark red structures are apparent in the sides of the chamber, regularly pulsating in slow rhythm. A light is visible ahead. Dr. Ghazali runs toward it. Analysis of playback reveals several small, less than 0.3 meters long, light-skinned figures running along the passage in both directions. No reaction noted from Dr. Ghazali to their presence. Far end of the hallway opens into a large round chamber, with stadium seating on all sides. Dr. Ghazali trips and falls approximately 3 meters onto the floor of the chamber. Floor is covered in half-meter of viscous black fluid. Audio resumes. Oh, no, 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 no! Camera pans upward. Seats are filled with innumerable instances of SCP-3989-3, chanting an unknown language. A 5-meter tall door opens on the opposite side of the chamber, releasing 2 instances of SCP-3989-2A.
Gulf, India, and Echo's cameras all resume transmission from various points within the upper level, with clear view of Dr. Ghazali below.
No, I am with you. I wanted to help you. Don't you understand? I am not a warrior. I am a simple pilgrim. Think of what we could learn together.
We reap.
SCP-3989-2A instances drop to all fours and run across the chamber as Dr. Ghazali fires rapidly. SCP-3989-2A throws Dr. Ghazali against the far wall. Video feed ends. Afterward. After analysis of the above log, all team members were considered KIA and their equipment unrecoverable. Site Director, Dr. suspended all inquiries into the event and seized all related logs for information security purposes. Addendum. On 21st of March 2014, an instance of SCP-3989-2 spontaneously appeared in the Area 126 atrium, bearing 4 fruits approximately 1 meter in diameter. During establishment of in situ containment, all 4 fruits simultaneously ruptured, and 4 individual humanoids genetically identical to Dr. Ghazali, Echo, India, and Gulf were recovered. Area 126 record indicates these entities were returned to active duty in site operations. The above logs were recovered buried under the live instance of SCP-3989-2 during the events of 15/06/2016 containment breach. Complete list of sub-designations. Access granted. Item designation, SCP-3989-1. Prior observation or designation, none. Description: ossified tree resembling Olea europaea. Leaf-like structures composed of cardiac tissue. Fruiting body replaced with egg sacs containing 10 to 15 larval instances of SCP-3989-1A. Item designation, SCP-3989-1A. Possible sighting related as an SK Bio Type Z at related sites. Small worm-like organisms essential to ossification process of existing olive trees in SCP-3989 active zone. Limited anatomical characteristics. Consumption of wood fiber elicits deposit of human osteocytes in non-anomalous trees. SCP-3989-2. Prior observation and designation. No prior designation, unconfirmed reports.
Of instances possibly within active zone of SCP-610 suggest prior successful breach.
Description: Tree-like structures composed of enlarged human vertebral columns exhibit branching structures reminiscent of trees, but of no discernible, non-anomalous parallel. Exposed lung brachiation and cardiac tissue in place of small twigs and leaves. Bears small amniotic sacs from placental tissue along the trunk. Developing instances of SCP-3989-2A and SCP-39-89-2B. Item: SCP-3989-2A. Previous observation or designation. Possible SK biotype ASCP-248-2. Large, long-limbed humanoids. White in color, no discernible facial features or sensory organs. First sighted during manned expeditions in SCP-3989-A. Behavior is restricted to observation of Foundation presence unless provoked. Apparently tasked with guarding SCP-39-89-A. Several exploration teams lost while attempting to retrieve live samples from SCP-3989-2. SCP-3989-2B. No prior designation. Unconfirmed reports
of instances possibly within the active zone of SCP-1610, suggesting prior successful breach.
small humanoids, similarly lacking eyes or sensory organs. White in color with exposed vertebral columns branching at the base, creating two pelvises. Possesses no fewer than 3 hearts and 4 lungs, though more have been recorded. Retreats from interaction with Foundation personnel or exploratory vehicles, if able. Item: SCP-3989-3. Previous designation: Possible SK Bio, Type B. Unconfirmed reports
of instances present during SCP-1610 active periods.
Between these two anomalies is unknown. Humanoids, 1.5 to 2 meters in height with vertical mouths. Bodies are protected by apparently chitinous or keratinous armor plating. No samples retrieved. Will engage Foundation personnel on site. Notable deviations from previously encountered SK Biotype B instances, including additional hind or forelimbs, presence of horizontal mouths, horned craniums, or integrated blade and projectile weaponry. SCP-3984-4. Previous designation: None. Temple complex visible at distance estimated to be 10 kilometers from entry to SCP-3989-A. Extent unknown. Construction appears to be of a dark stone-like material. No samples yet collected. SCP-39-89-3 concentration increases with proximity to the temple. SCP-39-89-V. Previous designation: not applicable. Designation of unknown perception and cognition affecting vector associated with concealing the anomalous properties of SCP-3989 and sub-designations. The vector appears to apply not only to live observation, but also to video and audio recordings. It is unknown the extent to which this vector is responsible for concealing the events of Exploration Log 3989-18. Subsequent to containment breach on 15/6/2016, anomalous effects apply to all personnel exposed directly to SCP-3989-A. Additional cognitive effects of auditory and visual hallucinations have been reported in redacted number of personnel since recontainment. Optional self-termination of those affected is authorized.
Item: SCP-3989-H.
Previous designation: not applicable. 4 entities formerly known as Dr. Farik Ghazali, Security Captain Elias Echo Fana, and Security Agents Gaith Gulf Kalabi and Amar India Terzir, currently uncontained. SCP-4224 History Will Be Kind to Me. By order of the Overseer Council, this file is restricted to personnel with Level 5 4224 or Ennui class clearance. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Open file. Item number SCP-4224. Object class Thaumiel. Threat level White or red. Level 5 4224 classified. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4224 is permanently located within a specialized containment cell within Site-17. SCP-4224 is to remain within its life support system permanently, and electricity is to be continuously supplied to the cell. A backup generator is also installed and automatically activated in the event of main power failure. Medical staff must constantly monitor SCP-4224's homeostatic status. Any deviation from nominal levels must be immediately corrected. Secreted substance RJ-01, royal jelly, is collected in a secure vessel exterior to SCP-4224's chamber. This vessel, and by extension all SCP-4224 products, are considered Class 5 extreme biological hazards. 255 instances of SCP-4224-1 are to be contained within a panopticon. Due to infectious hazards, a regular prison risks too many personnel. A panoptical setup risks a minimal amount of guards without compromising security. Located at Site-97. All the cells are to be equipped with basic living facilities alongside an additional gas inlet, waste and outlet pipes, as well as a wall-mounted monitor. Interactions with SCP-4224-1 instances are to be minimized, and guards must regularly be checked for DR-01 drone infection. Upon expiry of SCP-4224, an SCP-4224-1 instance is to be promoted to SCP-4224 status. Upon expiry of SCP-4224-1 instances, a random selection of D class without any notable characteristics, history, or experience are to be exposed to DR-01, followed immediately by RJ-01, and contained as an SCP-4224-1 instance. SCP-4224-1 instances are to be conditioned to release substance DR-01 upon visual stimulation, while SCP-4224 is to be conditioned to release substance RJ-01 upon visual stimulation. In accordance with the Ennui Protocol Directive, the majority of Site-97's functions are controlled by a remote terminal, accessible only to the O5 Council. Description: SCP-4224 is a Russian female, approximately 90 years old, named Natalia Ignatova, prior to Foundation classification. Due to the deteriorating health of SCP-4224, it must be attached to a bespoke Foundation-created life support system. SCP-4224 produces two products at will, designated RJ-01 or DR-01. These substances are detailed below. RJ-01 Royal Jelly. Characteristics: viscous, translucent fluid at room temperature. Visually resembles honey. Containment: contained in a chilled 5 degrees centigrade Class 5 biological hazard liquid tank. Effects: once RJ-01 enters the digestive system in volumes greater than 500 milligrams, the individual is granted immunity to subsequent DR-01 exposure. the individual's morphology changes to accommodate the generation of RJ01 and DR01 substances unique to the individual, allowing them to create these substances at will. Infectees are designated SCP-4224-1. Application: due to the unfamiliarity of secreting RJ01 and DR01 substances, individuals must be applied DR01 prior to RJ01 application. RJ01 may be administered orally or through injection. DR01 Drone Characteristics: airborne viral pathogen, invisible to the naked eye. Containment: contained in a body temperature 37 degrees centigrade, Class 5 biological hazard aerosol tank or storage vat. Effects: infection causes only behavioral symptoms detailed below. When infected, the pathogen causes massive neural remodeling to the host's brain. This process takes approximately 2 weeks to complete and is highly energy intensive, requiring a caloric intake of 5,000 kilocalories a day to sustain. After infection of DR01, the process is irreversible. After initial infection, the disease begins transformation in the prefrontal cortex and progresses posteriorly, meaning that personality is affected first, before affecting other areas such as facial recognition, memory, language, reading, etc. After the process is complete, the individual's connectome will mirror that of the individual that synthesized the DR01 substance, creating a neurologically identical copy. Infected individuals act autonomously but identify as the parent, except in cases where infiltration is required, such as assuming a position of authority. Application: for DR01 harvested before ennui activation, an oral nasal mask is attached to a DR01 tank and opened for 3 seconds once secured over the patient. Aseptic techniques must be followed when working with pre-ennui DR01. DR01 harvested post-ennui activation may be used freely. Note: the following addenda are out of date and saved for purely archival reasons. Addendum 4224-A Heather Everwood's video logs. Heather Everwood's video log number 1. Begin video. Camera is stationary and pointed directly at SCP-4224, who is pacing within its cell. Researcher Everwood and Selks enter the frame equipped with oral nasal masks and air tanks and carrying chairs. Selks and Everwood seat themselves before SCP-4224's containment cell, facing away from the camera. Everwood: good evening, SCP-4224. 4224 to Selks: another one so soon? Shame, the old assistant started to grow on me. Selks to Everwood: you sure you want to take the lead? What do you mean? Well, if you're uncomfortable taking the reins, just let me know, alright? Sure thing. To 4224. We would like to ask you some questions, if that's fine with you. Do I really have a choice? Of course you have a choice. We could come back tomorrow if now is a bad. Researcher Selks plays it. A hand on Everwood's shoulder and shakes his head slightly. Sorry, my colleagues here is new to how we handle up-close interaction. What she means to say is we can't force you to cooperate per se, but we can reprimand you. Ask away. Selks gestures to Everwood to continue. So, when did you first come into possession of your anomalous traits? It was so long ago. Back when I was in my mid-teens, I discovered a beehive in my garden shed. When I was little, I loved fuzzy animals, and I managed to pester my mother to keep the hive in there. Funny thing is, because I had to move my bike out of the shed, it got stolen. All for those little bumbling creatures. Is this tangent necessary? Well, I remembered that the hive nearly died the previous winter, and I doubted it would survive another. I was concerned, so I waited until the temperature was low, so that the bees would be pacified. When I peered into the hive and saw thousands upon thousands of dead bees piled atop each other, a pile of cold, fuzzy bodies, I ran back into the house and cried in front of the fire. Those bees were the closest thing to a pet I'd had to that point. Researcher Selks leans back in his chair and folds his arms. Everwood leans forward slightly. My mother sat by my side. I explained to her what had happened. I don't think she understood, but she went straight to the beehive. She returned shortly with her hands clasped around something. Is this relevant to the question at hand? Maybe if you listen a little longer, you'll find out. Researcher skulls and looks to Everwood, who does not reciprocate. So, my mother sits beside me and holds up an empty jam jar. Well, not exactly empty. Natalia, she said, did you know why the bees were like that? I said I didn't. They died for her, she said, raising up a single bee, frostbitten, shivering, but alive. Ah. I woke up the next morning and checked on the bee. It was gone, but it left behind some honey for us. We ate that honey with some toast, and I'd be lying to say it wasn't the sweetest honey we'd ever eaten. Ever since then, I've been able to do what I do. Researcher Sulks runs his hand through his hair and sighs. What a long-winded explanation. Sorry if I wasted your time. I don't get to talk to people very much. Researcher Silk prompts Everwood to continue, who simply shrugs in response. This interview is over. We'll be back tomorrow, 4224, and I expect a more direct response. Researcher Everwood turns off the camera. Video feed cuts to a shaky shot of Researcher Sulks by a coffee machine. What are you doing, Everwood? A postscript. Might as well keep the logs in the same format, you know? Whatever. You're the one who's going to have to write up the transcript. You said you'd do that. No, Everwood. I said I'd do the video recordings, but you were adamant you do those as well. I even complimented you on your independence. I don't recall. Anyway, you did all right in the interview. It's not the way I would have done it, but it was a decent job. The major issue, though, is you didn't pressure her on her story. You just let that bullshit slide? What do you mean? Her story was obviously just made up. A bee can't produce that much honey, especially overnight. Queens don't produce honey at all. There's too many contradictions with reality. Couldn't the bees be anomalous? Are you just going to believe her blindly? That's a naive approach, Everwood. A more likely explanation is she's just trying to play with us. I'm sure we can pick her up on it in future interviews. Researcher Selk shakes his head and places a hand on Everwood's shoulder. On the whole, you did great, especially for a first attempt. I'm sure you're going to be a valuable asset in the future. End video. Heather Everwood's video log number 5. Begin video. Camera is placed in the same position as the first interview. 2 empty chairs are placed before SCP-4224's containment chamber, and Everwood can be heard off screen. After a brief adjustment of the camera's settings, Everwood alone sits before SCP-4224. Good evening, SCP-4224. I'm here to ask you some questions. Sure, go ahead. On the group organization of those under the influence of the Delta Romeo, Option 1, drone, we're aware that your drones act autonomously, but we are wondering how the social interaction between multiple versions of yourself would play out. Where's that other guy? You mean Selks? He's off work today. So you're an intern or something, right? Well, no, I work under him, but it's not really the same thing. Don't worry about it, Miss Everwood. Dr. Everwood. Well, Dr. Everwood, I hope you last longer than the last few he's had. Is that a threat? No, I haven't infected anyone since my 20s. I don't really know why they go, but nobody lasts more than a few months under him. And you think Selks is the reason they leave? He's the common thread. Besides, I've seen nice people get stepped all over before. Both parties remained silent for a few moments. SCP-4224 sighs. They accept it, by the way. The drones, that is. They might rebel at first, depending on the circumstances, but they accept it eventually. In the end, it's just how benevolent your overlords are, isn't it? Are you trying to say that Selks is more powerful than me, and that's why he walks all over me? Not really. I have power, Miss Everwood, and I could make everyone clones of myself. It wouldn't have taken more than a few months, but I didn't. Why do you think I did that? Because it's unethical? Kind of. I'd be the worst tyrant in history. I'd literally be controlling thought, in a way. Putting me in charge would only make things worse. But does this have to do with me? You can use what power you have, or you can bury it. I buried it, and look where I ended up. Those that use power will always subjugate those that don't. Are you saying you think you should have infected everyone? Maybe. I haven't figured that out yet, but I know I wouldn't be in where I am today. Ask yourself if you're happy, and if you're not, be thankful you still have a chance to change it. Video feed cuts to a still frame of Everwood in a well-lit room. Everwood does not look at the camera, but instead to an object to the bottom left off-screen. This is the postscript, I guess. Interview was mostly uneventful, but I think we got some insight into SCP-4224's thought process. She seems to have taken a liking to me for some reason. Everwood remained silent for a few moments. She said something about being unhappy because of her actions. I think she regrets being submissive all her life, never making her mark on the world, even when she knew she could. Everwood sighs. I might just be projecting on her, though. End video. Heather Everwood's video log number 27. Begin video. Researcher Everwood places the camera before herself. Dr. Selks, SCP-4224, and some life support systems are in frame, alongside SCP-4224 vital monitors. SCP-4224 is unconscious. Sedatives have taken effect. Proceeding with the physical checkup. Be careful in there. Drone pathogens may likely be in the air. Understood. Researcher Everwood unlatches SCP-4224's life support system and pries it open. She then begins checking SCP-4224's muscles for atrophy. Since video log number 25, SCP-4224's Parkinson's has progressed to the point where her muscles are much stiffer and inflexible than before. While the medication has slowed it down, I doubt she'll last much longer. It's really a miracle she was still able to communicate clearly. Researcher Selks looks at Everwood for a moment before returning to the medical equipment. It doesn't say anything about Parkinson's on SCP-4224's file. Researcher Everwood gives Selks a quizzical look. It should. I added an addendum detailing its progression over the last couple months. The tremor started off small but grew exponentially as time went on. There's no mention of this on the file. Passing a datapad to Everwood. Here, take a look for yourself. Everwood's eyes widen and her brow furrows. But it was right there. I could have sworn it was. Addendum 4224-B. Heather Everwood's research request. Research request by researcher Heather Everwood. Level 3. Request to formally diagnose Parkinson's disease within SCP-4224. Reason. From my observations of SCP-4224, it can't be denied that the signs of Parkinson's disease are obvious. However, site staff have neglected to formally diagnose the disease. The diagnosis is vital information, not only to make informed decisions on what medication to give SCP-4224, but also to understand the nature of DR-01 drone. For example, Parkinson's is a disease which affects the brain. Since DR-01 copies the host's neural structure, one would expect to also see Parkinson's within the DR-01 infectees. This is not the case. DR-01 infectees show no signs of Parkinson's. Denied. SCP-4224 lead researcher Frank Selks. I've denied this on principle. I said time and time again, don't make requests on official documentation. It's messy, undemocratic, and a pain in the ass. If you have any more research requests, file them to my desk. Overruled. 05-7. Results. SCP-4224 is Parkinson's disease positive. While DR-01 infectees show no signs of Parkinson's, the areas where the Parkinson's disease is located in SCP-4224 are very different between subjects. In fact, it appears that DR-01 only writes over brain matter and ignores damaged sections. The implications of these results are still being discussed. Comments. This research will likely provide great insight into the inner workings of the drone pathogen. I'm honestly surprised that researcher Selks didn't proceed with the diagnosis sooner. 05-7. Everwood ever so slightly beat me to the punch on the publication. I was tracking the intensity of the tremors over the last few months to be certain of the diagnosis, but that unnecessary attention to detail seems to be something that I struggle with. Frank Selks. Note: the following addenda are up to date. Addendum 4224-C. Notice from the Overseer Council. Notice from the Overseer Council. Effective immediately. SCP-4224 has been reclassified from Keter to Thaumiel. SCP-4224's threat level has been added to and is now dual red and white, rather than just red. This update has been due to recent discoveries regarding the nature of SCP-4224. Staff are reminded that SCP-4224 is not neutralized and should not be considered as such. SCP-4224 should still be considered a Keter-class SCP and is still to be respected. SCP-4224
is still capable of causing an IK class end of individuality scenario that breaches containment. In addition, all staff are to be informed of the newly developed Ennui protocol. The nature of this protocol is top secret, but the attached procedures are to be carried out once activated. 05-7.
Ennui Protocol Directive. Upon activation of the Ennui Protocol, all contained SCP-4224 instances are relaxed with a sedative gas in Class F Amnestics. This induces a vegetative state where the SCP-4224 entities are rendered suggestible blank slates, where they may be influenced according to O5 command, using the monitors within each cell. Once completed, the waste gas is to be siphoned from the room via a waste pipe and neurodegenerative cognitohazards displayed on the monitors, causing complete, irreversible loss of all brain function, with the exception of the semantic memory in all SCP-4224-1 individuals. Substance DR01 is then harvested and stored within an industrial-sized aerosol storage tank. After 40 days of harvest, the aerosol is released into the atmosphere via funnels camouflaged as smokestacks. Addendum 4224-D. Heather Everwood's complaint. Complaint regarding researcher Frank Seltz. Reviewer 05-10. Begin recording.
Greetings, Dr. Everwood. I hope your journey was pleasant.
As pleasant as it could be. Yourself?
Let's cut the pleasantries, if you don't mind. We're both busy people, I'm sure. Let's get to business.
All right.
For the record, please state the nature of your complaint.
I believe Frank Seltz, SCP-4224's lead researcher, has been taking credit for others' work, then proceeding to get their positions terminated before they have a chance to voice their side of things.
That's quite a serious infraction, Dr. Everwoods. Do you have proof?
It's come to my attention that Frank Seltz specifically goes very quickly through Level 3 researchers, coinciding with major discoveries regarding SCP-4224. Researcher Taylor was relieved after Selks discovered that drone only affects the neuroweb of the affected individual. Gomez was terminated after Selks proposed that RJ-01 may give immunity to DR-01's effects.
This is odd, yes, but there's no clear cause and effect relate.
And since I submitted the Ennui protocol to Selks, I've seen my video log transcripts being uploaded to the main file. I'm certain he's trying to set me up.
It has been reported that these logs are unprofessional.
Yes, of course it's been reported. Selks reported them, didn't he?
Not at liberty to say.
Well, he's cherry-picked them. There are over 30 video logs, but only 3 have been uploaded, trying to highlight my worst behavior and make it seem like I have it out for him.
It has also come to my attention that your relationship to SCP-4224 is no longer completely professional. Is that correct? You've been reported violating standard protocol when dealing with sentient SCP objects. Do you reject these claims?
I don't see how this is relevant to my complaint.
I'm saying, as you become friendly with SCP-4224, you have a vested interest in seeing Researcher Selks demoted, yes?
Researcher Everwood remains silent.
While more information is required, the Internal Affairs Department will look over your case. If found guilty, Researcher Silks will be terminated from his position, his research will be disqualified, and retroactively fitted to reflect the true individuals responsible for the discoveries made.
Thank you.
However, your actions regarding SCP-4224 cannot be ignored. Neither can the fact that your presence has made an overall positive impact in SCP-4224's mental state. Normally, the ruling would range from demotion to termination of contract. I'm of the opinion that breaking the relationship you forged with SCP-4224 would be a shame. Henceforth, your clearance has been demoted to 0, General, with a special Level 4 4224 clearance. You are no longer permitted to work with SCP objects, staff, or Foundation sites not relevant to SCP-4224. You may appeal after 1 year. Is that understood?
Yes, thank you. End recording. Addendum 4224-E. Heather Everwood's Overseer Review. Heather Everwood's Overseer Review. 2 weeks after being reprimanded due to unusual behavior regarding an SCP object, Heather Everwood has repeatedly breached protocol, resulting in violations of safety protocol, gross misconduct, and negligence. The circumstances of SCP-4224's death is unknown, as Heather Everwood fails to comment on the matter. Heather Everwood was discovered the morning following SCP-4224's death inside their containment chamber, sat beside SCP-4224's life support system. Dinner plates, breadcrumbs, and playing cards were found on the chamber's floor. A new SCP-4224 has been promoted.
The caveat for Everwood's employment at the Foundation was dependent on the relationship between herself and SCP-4224. While it might be a heartbreaking time for Everwood, her employment contract must be terminated. I'll see her off in person. She deserves that, at least. 0510.
5 clearance confirmed. Launch remote terminal. Yes. Ennui Direct Access Terminal. This terminal is restricted to personnel with Overseer level clearance. Please input credentials. Identification number 0510. Password. Remember. Additional verification step. Does the Black Moon howl?
It has howled before, but it is remembered by none.
Welcome, Overseer. Access files. ennuiprotocol.txt. Everwood's proposal. The Ennui Protocol. Ladies and gentlemen of the Overseer Council, I come to you with a proposal that will not only solve the current crisis in North Korea, but will additionally be a valuable asset for endeavors in the future. With the recent discovery of DR-01's nature, specifically the fact that the pathogen only writes over undamaged portions of the brain, a specific procedure may be enacted to utilize this to the Foundation's benefit. I propose that the Overseer Council develop a new fabricated history of events within a document. This document will then be forwarded to the Memetics, Archive, and Secrecy departments, who will then develop cognitohazards and literature to accommodate the changes. From there, SCP-4224 becomes irrelevant. SCP-4224-1 instances are forced into believing the alternative history is true via amnestics and soporifics. Next, SCP-4224-1 instances are neurodegenerated to remove all non-historical memory. DR-01 is then harvested from SCP-4224-1 instances and dispersed around the globe. This results in the Foundation being granted control of humanity's memories. This will no doubt aid in the Foundation's goals. Level 3 Researcher, Heather Everwood. Overseer discussion.
Researcher Selk's, this comment was added before Researcher Selk's plagiarism was discovered. Ennui Protocol has been sat on pending for a while now. Given the risks of amnesticizing the entire globe, including ourselves, we have neglected to determine its viability as an asset. That said, the situation at hand requires extreme measures to overcome. The Ennui Protocol would provide a large-scale, plain, and effective pseudo-amnestic effect, with the additional capability to implant false memories, not only removing them entirely. If it doesn't work, we attempt to maintain normalcy as best we could. I am calling the poll now. 05-2.
Poll to enact Ennui Protocol Directive. Yay, 6 votes. Nay, 6 votes. Abstain, 1 vote. Result: motion failed to pass. Caveat that the Ennui Protocol is dismantled immediately after use. I will vote yay. This is not a tool we should use, but for the task at hand, I believe we have no choice. 05-9. Poll to enact Ennui Protocol Directive for a single use. Yay, 7 votes. Nay, 6 votes. Abstain, 0 votes. Result: motion passes.
The efficacy of the Ennui Protocol cannot be disputed. Those who doubted its ability previously should be entitled for a revote. 05-2.
Poll for the Ennui Protocol to be disassembled. Yay, 5 votes. Nay, 5 votes. Abstain, 3 votes. Result: motion fails to pass. This kind of poll manipulation jeopardized the entire purpose of the Council. 05-9. Access files, history.asc. Notice: the following addendum contains information which must remain top secret. By accessing this information, you acknowledge that none of the content included may be discussed outside of this document, including other members of the O5 Council. Current mode: read-write. Event: SCP-8900. Description: the SCP Foundation failed to contain SCP-8900 has now become SCP-8900 infection has always occurred. SCP-8900 was the first time the Foundation failed to adequately secure, contain, and protect a major life-changing anomaly. Normalcy was, for the first time, thought to be irreparably broken. The Ennui Protocol was activated for the first time, resulting in overwhelming success, with more than 99.91% of the population being affected as intended. This success solidified the Ennui Protocol as a powerful tool to preserve the Masquerade. Event: Wardenclyffe Tower. Description: demolished in 1917 and was never operational. Previously, fully operational until 1945. Event: destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Description: caused by atomic blasts, previously caused by arc flashes. Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe towers provided free wireless power transmission across the entire world. It was a cornerstone of the American economy for many years. The wireless power transmission of the tower was weaponized during World War II. When the energy of the tower was transmitted and concentrated above the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in retaliation to the surprise military strike at Pearl Harbor. The resulting arc flash and blast caused widespread destruction. The resulting weapon was a global, instantaneous, and impossible to detect weapon of mass destruction. The Overseer Council deemed the Wardenclyffe Towers to be a breach of consensus reality, and it was dismantled. Due to the growing distress of the American people that the lack of the tower caused massive GDP decline, the Ennui Protocol was activated to prevent the creation of additional towers. Event Bielefeld. Description: The Bielefeld conspiracy is an inside joke. Has been converted from the city of Bielefeld possesses mild cognito-hazardous effects. The city of Bielefeld, Germany, possesses a mild cognito-hazardous effect where individuals acknowledging the town's existence may temporarily experience accessibility failure in memory, resulting in the individual believing the town doesn't exist. By reducing the effects to merely an inside joke, when the cognito-hazardous effects cease, the brain will automatically jump to the conclusion, retroactively, that they were just joking, and not that they forgot Bielefeld existed. The Ennui Protocol was utilized due to frequent errors in containment due to the anomalous effects. Event: Augmented Reality Headpieces. Description: Augmented reality failed to become a popular consumer product. Converted from augmented reality became a worldwide sensation. Portable augmented reality headpieces became a major concern to the SCP Foundation since their inception. Constant recording of one's surroundings will result in eventual digital spread of anomalous items, even more so than present. Augmented reality headpieces will also result in obsolescence of amnestics, as all of the individual's activities will be recorded by the headpiece. While there are workarounds to the problem, mainly security backdoors and specific viruses that target recordings in these pieces of technology, the risk to the Foundation was deemed too great. Recent note: the failure of the Google Glass seems to have not dissuaded competitors. The augmented reality headpiece discussion may need to be opened once again. New items. Event: The Overseer Council. Description: Null error, string cannot be empty. Converted from 13 members. Event: The Administrator. Heather Everwoods. Previously converted from Event: Ennui Protocol. Description: Accessible only to the Administrator. Previously accessible to the Overseer Council. Save. Changes saved. Run ennui.exe -force-40. Notice: by forcing activation you confirm that the Archive and Secrecy departments have been notified, and their jobs completed. If not, historical inaccuracies may occur. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Ennui Protocol has been activated. DR-01 will be released in 40 days. Notice: the medic resonance imaging has been completed. Your connectome does not match O5-10's. MTF Nu 15 cathode ray has been dispatched. This terminal will lock in 10 seconds.
SCP-5947 Silverfish. Anomaly Class Thaumiel, formerly Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5947 is currently held in the silver sugar bowl it was recovered from. This house is housed in Chamber 02 at Site-90 alongside 88 decoy bowls, identical save for the lack of a hallmark on the base. Once monthly, a member of D-Class personnel is to enter Chamber 02 and select one of the bowls at random. They will then be instructed to consume its contents, and staff are permitted to use physical force to ensure they comply. In the event they select a bowl not containing SCP-5947, they are to be terminated immediately and their body interred beneath Chamber 02. In the event that they select and consume SCP-5947, they are to be escorted from the chamber and assigned to Project Arades. For information on Arades, please see addendum or consult supplementary materials regarding second site. Once SCP-5947 has passed through their digestive system, the discovery of a cadaver visually matching William Hazen Rogers outside of Site-90 constitutes a containment breach. MTF Alpha Kanun, Argent devotees, should be dispatched to recover the body, as well as any silverware within an 80-meter radius. This silver is to be melted down and recast into decoy bowls, to be filled with non-anomalous sugar, and added to Chamber 02. The cadaver is to be interred beneath the chamber alongside the others. Description: SCP-5947 is the designation for a collection of dried anchovies, one of which, SCP-5947-1, is indestructible. Twice per day at midnight and noon, SCP-5947-1 will split into 2 identical dried anchovies. Addendum: on the order of Director Smith, all personnel assigned to Kanur Site-90 have been integrated into Project Arades. Anomalous objects extraneous to Project Arades have been decommissioned. End of file. Access SkipNet email 1 new message. RE subject new message to S Smith 18 at SkipNet. Site director Silas Smith. Classification level XK4. Employee number 3078. From 05-2 at SkipNet. Overseer 2. Classification OK5 Thaumiel. Employee number 2. Subject SCP-5947.
Dear Director Smith, as of today, the Council voted 1 to 12 to 0 on the issue of dismantling Project Arades. Furthermore, the Council has voted 12 to 1 to 0 to overrule objections from the former Site-90 Ethics Committee, ensuring that your project continues regardless of their past rulings on the matter. It is the majority opinion of the O5 Council that the existence of Project Arades has given the Foundation an advantage in dealing with several major groups of interest, not the least of which being GOIs 004C and 023. By dominating the concept of silver, the Foundation has forced them to abandon significant holdings and resources, putting us in a better position to negotiate with or combat such threats. On an official basis, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience these proceedings have caused you. On an unofficial basis, I have nothing to say except I'd be impressed if I wasn't furious.
05-2. Take notice. As directed, I've collected some relevant documentation below, all of which is within your security clearance, of course. Hope it helps, Director Smith. And thank you for your service. Silverfish.aic. To S. Smith 18 at SkipNet. Agent Silas Smith. Classification level 15947. Employee number 5994. From A. Reagan 2 at SkipNet. Site Director Anigan Reagan. Classification 4S90. Employee number 378. Subject Transfer. Mr. Smith. First, welcome to Kenora Site-90. It's not as glamorous as field work, but you're less likely to lose another foot, and hey, we have on-site therapists if you need someone to talk to. Second, you've been assigned to SCP-5947 project. It's not much, but I suppose that's the point. Hopefully I can give you an environment to recuperate while you work on your doctorate. Third, I'm sorry. I wish we could have glassed those mechanites, but no use crying over spilled milk. Godspeed. Dr. Anigan Reagan, Site Director of Kenora Site-90. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. You are reading an archived copy of SCP-5947's documentation. SCP-5947's up-to-date documentation can be found here. Ronald Emmerich, Director of RESA. Item number SCP-5947, Silverfish. Object class, Euclid. Site responsible, Kenora Site-90. Director, Dr. Anigan Reagan. Research Head, Technician Silas Smith. Assigned Task Force, non-applicable. Level 1 Security. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5947 is to be stored in a refrigerated locker in Chamber O2 of Site-90. Each week, containment personnel are to identify and isolate SCP-5947-1 from the rest of SCP-5947. Remaining instances of SCP-5947 are to be ground into a slurry and used or disposed of as appropriate. Description: SCP-5947 is a designation for a collection of dried anchovies, one of which, SCP-5947-1, is indestructible. Twice per day at midnight and noon, all intact instances of SCP-5947 will split into 2 identical dried anchovies. History: SCP-5947 was acquired in an anomalous item exchange conducted with Group of Interest 023, Marshall, Carter and Dark Limited, under the Burnett Accord. In addition to items and resources negotiated under the Burnett Accord, Person of Interest MCD-003, Percival Dark, had included SCP-5947 within a silver sugar plate as a part of his 3 contractually allotted indignities. As per protocol regarding unexpected gifts from non-partnered groups of interest, SCP-5947 was transferred to Kenora Site-90, an isolated containment site dedicated to containing mundane and anomalous espionage. Following a round of preliminary testing, SCP-5947's anomalous properties were successfully identified, and containment procedures were finalized on the 26th of May 1967. End of file. In accordance to the Burnett Accord, the following is a receipt of the 3 contractually obligated indignities bestowed upon the SCP Foundation. The contents of this receipt, with regards to the text, are not legally binding and cannot be used in further negotiations or legalistic thaumaturgical rituals. The items are as follows, as well as justifications for such indignities. 1. Obligation to document this receipt in your official database. Such an indignity is intended as backlash against the heavy doctoring of associated documentation for anomalous objects transferred to Marshall, Carter, and Dark's possession. 1. Heirloom sugar bowl, to be used only to contain the 3rd indignity. Such an indignity is intended to demonstrate the ease in which Marshall, Carter, and Dark can deploy its wealth against the SCP Foundation. 1. Invulnerable anchovy, to replicate into a series of mundane anchovies at the peak and trough of the sun. Such an obligation is intended as a personal insult to you, specifically Dr. Rochefort, a mockery engineered solely to make your work the tiniest bit harder. I know you don't like anchovies. Not many people do. Find a use for it sooner rather than later. On the Weaponization of Psychoconceptual Humiliation by Dr. Silas Smith. Abstract. This study examined the usage of reverse-engineered beryllium-bronze containment devices, such as those employed by Group of Interest 3088, Church of the Second High Thoth, and SOI-004, the IMET, to weaponize both abstract concepts and ideas grounded into physical objects. Over a 2-year period, December 8, 1997 to December 6, 1999, such devices were attuned to the concept of a series of 12 cm by 2.8 cm oak blocks painted with the logo of the subordinate group of interest, GOI 952's Only Ironworks logo. Using 3 groups of 1,000 blocks, painted blocks, blocks that would not be painted, and blocks which would be painted after a period of a year, the Foundation would employ each on a monthly rotation as foci for experimental psychoconceptual channeling units. Additionally, every 4th month would see the activation of the channeling units without the use of foci. Agents embedded into GOI 952 would examine trends in gross income and workplace safety. Notice: unidentified figure approaching Canor Site-90. Director Smith, this is an automated message to inform you that an unidentified figure has been spotted less than 5 kilometers from Site-90 security perimeter. Visual scans suggest 29% probability of a containment breach. Please stand by. 2 SS Smith 18 at SkipNet. Dr. Silas Smith. Classification level 25947. Employee number 5994. From A. Reagan 2 at SkipNet. Site Director Hannigan Reagan. Classification 4S90. Employee number 378. Subject. Congratulations and a heart-to-heart. Dr. Smith, congratulations on receiving your doctorate. I'm skeptical regarding the applications of such a thesis, especially how it pertains to Site-90. Are you feeling all right? It's normal for graduate studies to take a toll on your well-being, but last I saw you, you were unusually stiff is the only word that comes to mind. Take a breather. You're done. Worry about some self-replicating pizza toppings for the time being. Dr. Hannigan Reagan, Site Director of Canor Site-90. 2. SS Smith at SkipNet. Dr. Silas Smith. Classification level 2 out of 59947. Employee number 5994. From A. Reagan 2 at SkipNet. Site Director Hannigan Reagan. Classification 4S90. Employee number 378. Subject: RE utilization of SCP-5947. Dr. Smith, your request has been received and summarily denied. The schematics you have provided are nearly incomprehensible. Furthermore, the ramifications of such a device's very existence would outweigh whatever good its function may bring to the Foundation. Honestly, I'm worried about you. Most of your free time is spent tilting this particular windmill. I get it, Silas, but it feels like you're attempting to hammer a round peg into a square hole. Site-90 isn't Foundation Overwatch. They deal with the spies. We deal with the cameras. I apologize for the inconvenience. Dr. Hannigan Reagan, Site Director of Canor Site-90. 2 SS Smith 18 at SkipNet. Dr. Silas Smith.
Classification level 2 out of 5,947. Employee number 5994. From A. Reagan 2 at SkipNet. Site Director Anakin Reagan. Classification 4S90. Employee number 378. Subject Utilization of SCP 5947. Dr. Smith, your request has been received and summarily denied. Officially, there is no reason to believe my objections have been adequately addressed. I cannot, in good conscience, approve the project if it's not been meaningfully altered. Unofficially, you're scaring me, Silas. Stop now, before I'm forced to lodge a complaint with Overwatch Command. Dr. Anakin Reagan, Site Director of Kenora Site-90. Open Reagan.avi. To S. Smith 18 at SkipNet. Dr. Silas Smith. Classification Level 4. 5947. Employee number 5994. From A. Reagan 2 at SkipNet. Site Director Anakin Reagan. Classification 4S90. Employee number 378. Subject RE, no subject. I don't know how you got that. Your request has been approved. Don't talk to me ever again. Warning, person of interest 000. Spotted near Kenora Site-90. Director Smith. This is an automated message to inform you that person of interest 000, nobody, has been spotted within Site-90's outer security perimeter. Please stand by. With regards to Chamber 02's renovations. So Dr. Smith, let me get this straight. You want 30 sugar bowls scattered across the floor. Not welded, adhered, just scattered. Furthermore, you want me to include a Smith channeler unit scaled large enough to embed itself into Chamber 02's walls while retaining the size of the focus, which will remain buried in the concrete. And you want me to hollow out the area above and beneath Chamber 02. We can do that, sure. It's going to screw the budget, but we can definitely do all that once our BB shipments resolve. I need to make sure I read your letter correctly. I mean, no offense, but handwriting can get lost in translation, and I need to know if you meant all of this. Side note, you all right? You looked very pale and jittery last I saw you, and I haven't gotten an email from you since your doctorate. Did something change with SCP-5947? Jared Morello, Maintenance Director. With regards to Chamber 02's renovations. Well, Arades ran out of space, money, and Director Reagan's patience. After some prep work, it's been found that your realization of Arades is gonna intrude on URA, Unregistered Anomaly, 33721. Moreover, the other researchers aren't too fond of what we already have. It's doing something to the morale, more than just the fact it makes construction noises even on off hours. And again, are you all right? This is all you are talking about. Sometimes it feels like you're an intermediary between me and Arades. I can't even ping your SkipNet account. What's happening? SCP-5947 is just fish, Dr. Smith. No need to complicate it any further. Jared Morello, Maintenance Director. Incident U-3721-B, Reagan Morello. On the 37th of August, 2002, URA 3721 disappeared from containment, and Dr. Anakin Reagan and Jared Morello failed to clock in at their usual times. Security audits indicated that neither had left the premises of Kenora Site-90. A search was initiated, however, no evidence of wrongdoing was discovered. On the 2nd of September 2002, maintenance personnel reported a pungent odor from Chamber 02.
Preliminary investigation revealed the presence of parent human viscera in the space below Chamber 02, as well as the shattered remains of URA 3721. Recovery attempts were hindered, however, by architectural quirks in the recently renovated Chamber 02, which provided no means of egress from the space below. Plans to deconstruct Chamber 02 were considered, but ultimately scrapped at the direction of Kenor Site-90 director Silas Smith. Renovation of Chamber 02 is presently set to continue. Warning: Person of Interest 000 attempting to breach inner perimeter. Director Smith, this is an automated message to inform you that Person of Interest 000 has been spotted heading towards the inner security perimeter of Site-90. Please stand by. Relevant excerpts from HMLC Audit S90, January 2003. Chamber 02. Supposedly the containment cell of SCP-5947. Containment topology is not adequately marked. Anomalous objects containment device unsecured on floor. Can be easily moved or opened. Not adequately demarked. Minor psychic compulsion. 7 members of 10-person survey team drawn towards the anomalous object upon entrance. Not adequately noted. Auxiliary containment device is not built to Foundation safety and security regulations. Electronics brought into Chamber 02 experienced severe malfunction when brought near machinery. No diagraphic documentation relevant to the structure. Rancid odor, beyond the necessities of the containment procedures. Chemical hazard. Silver jewelry worn by members of the survey team found likely to be entirely corroded upon egress. Not adequately noted. Major psychic hazard field. Survey team reported feelings of extreme subjugation by an unknown force. Not adequately noted. Survey team incapable of entering the bottom chamber safely. Floor of bottom chamber appears to be covered in viscera. Survey team barred from entering the top chamber. Reason: insufficient security clearance. It is presently understood that Chamber 02 is undergoing renovations. We therefore implore Director Smith to contact us upon Chamber 02's completion. Talia Cassell, HML-CL Technician. To S. Divakar at SkipNet, HPCL Supervisor Shotki Divakar, Classification Level RESA 4, Employee Number 4886. From W. Clarkson 2 at SkipNet, Researcher Walter Clarkson, Classification Level 1, 5947. Employee Number 16020. Subject RE regarding maintenance. Hello, and sorry for the first third email in a month. Is there any progress on the Chamber 02 case? Doesn't feel like too much it's been fixed, actually. Feels like it's gotten worse. The smell started to spread outside the chamber proper, and the construction noises aren't getting any quieter. Whatever they're doing when they're not expanding, it's still happening. I also think it's taking some kind of toll on my coworkers. It's been weeks since I saw some of them. Actually, I didn't really notice until I started writing this letter, but I haven't seen too many of our projects either. Another thing, I've been assigned to Chamber 02. Nobody told me anything, but my file permissions were shifted around and the file that used to be SCP-239 has been archived. I tried asking around and I haven't gotten a response. Again, apologies for the repeat message, but I'm beginning to feel powerless, like I'm being watched by a giant. 2. S. Smith 18 at SkipNet, Site Director Silas Smith. Classification Level XK4, Employee Number 378. From P. Woodward at SkipNet. Intern Peyton Woodward. Classification level 0, 5947. Employee number 33E8014. Subject, wrong address. I'm sorry to bother you, Dr. Silas, but I have a few questions if you don't mind. Something wrong with my SkipNet server? I know Site-90 is supposed to be an isolated site, but your email is the only one I can ping. What's that smell? I assume it's fish, but I didn't expect it to smell until I got to the chamber. Did I get the wrong address? This place looks like a factory and I can't find anyone. Thank you for your time, and again, sorry to bother you. Warning: Tenora's site breached by person of interest 000. Director Smith, this is an automated message to inform you that Site-90's premises have been breached by person of interest 000. Nobody. Please stand by. Automated surveillance log. Site-90 Atrium. Automatic notice. Silverfish.aic artificial intelligence construct has logged Dust Atrium to the maintenance master list as an Omega level priority. Person of interest 000 enters through the main ground floor entrance. They briefly vocalize shock before activating a flashlight and taking their first steps into the interior. Person of interest 000 attempts to proceed further into the site, but appears to be distracted by a portion of the Silverfish Auxiliary Containment Unit. Pulling out an electronic device, person of interest 000 places a clamp onto one of the pipes, pausing presumably to take a reading before quickly unclamping from the unit and continuing onward. Person of interest 000 appears to accidentally hit their head on the unit as they make their way out of the atrium. Site-90, first floor south hallways. Automatic notice. Silverfish.aic has logged Dust first floor south hallways to the maintenance master list as an Omega level priority. Person of interest 000 continues through the first floor south hallways. They appear to experience difficulty navigating around the Silverfish Auxiliary Containment Unit. Ignoring the stairwell and administrative offices, person of interest 000 continues down the hallway until they reach the wall-mounted map of the Site-90 complex. They spend several minutes examining the map, occasionally looking away to monitor the hallway. Eventually, person of interest 000 continues along their way. Automatic notice. Silverfish.aic has logged correct map of Site-90 to the maintenance master list as a Theta level priority. Site-90 first floor break room. Automatic notice. Silverfish.aic has logged Dust first floor break room to the maintenance master list as an Omega level priority. Person of interest 000 enters the first floor break room with apparent difficulty, spending several minutes attempting to navigate through a portion of the Silverfish Auxiliary Containment Unit. Once inside the first floor break room, person of interest 000 breaks out their electronic device, taking a picture of the first floor break room, which Silverfish.aic automatically logs. Person of interest 0 suddenly startles, turning towards the general direction of Chamber 02. They attempt to climb the Silverfish Auxiliary Containment Unit. However, the grated ceiling hinders their progress, forcing them to remove a section of the ceiling with a multi-tool. Climbing through the hole in the ceiling, person of interest 000 enters the second floor south hallways. Site-90 second floor south hallways. Automatic notice. Silverfish.aic has logged Dust second floor south hallways to the maintenance master list as an Omega level priority. Emerging onto the second-floor south hallways, person of interest 000 moves to stand before immediately kneeling to retch. Several minutes pass before person of interest 000 collects their bearings, navigating the dense piping of the Silverfish Auxiliary Containment Unit towards Chamber 02. Upon entering Chamber 02, person of interest 000 is immediately drawn to SCP-5947. They do not attempt to survey the rest of Chamber 02 at this time. Person of interest 000 stops approximately 0.5 meters from SCP-5947, bending down to examine it with their mouth and nose covered. Several minutes pass. During this time, person of interest 000 dissects two instances of SCP-5947 and attempts to analyze more through their electronic device. Eventually, person of interest 000 stands up and turns to leave, at which point Director Smith impales them through their midsection. Director Smith drags person of interest 000 back to SCP-5947, forcing their face onto the containment bowl. Person of interest 000 is held there for several minutes until they begin eating SCP-5947 at Director Smith's direction. Eventually, person of interest 000 is able to finish SCP-5947 without gagging. As person of interest 000 has successfully completed SCP-5947's containment ritual, Director Smith drags them towards the iron stairs leading towards the space above Chamber 02. Person of interest 000 briefly struggles against Director Smith, foregoing limp from apparent shock. Director Smith pulls person of interest 000 beyond the threshold and deposits them beneath the Silverfish primary containment unit. In turn, Silverfish comes out of hibernation mode. After reviewing the automated surveillance log, Silverfish measures person of interest 000's neck before proceeding with integration. 2 days later, Silverfish's focal cadaver stirs, indicating successful integration.
His first name is Samuel, last name is Varys. He's a Class 5 reality bender, and we have no idea how to keep him contained. The Foundation's never seen anything like him before. Dr. Weathers blinked slowly as he raised his head to look up at his assistant. Did you turn on the Scranton reality anchor in the interview room? The assistant researcher shuffled a few of her notes before nodding. We did. He was told that if he bent reality in its field, the device would implode. The site director leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and exhaling through his nose. When he opened his eyes again, the decorated walls of his office greeted him. The wizened faces of people Miriam didn't have the clearance to know about glared at him from their golden frames, almost like they had expectations of their own that they were placing on his shoulders. Shaking his head to focus himself, he continued. How is he? Is he at least compliant? No, sir. Miriam's voice rose from the pile of papers she held, her head buried in her notes. He's made it clear he intends to breach containment and end all human life as soon as he is able. Weathers nodded. Anything else I should know? She paused. He prefers the name Primus. The old man did not reply as he rose from the chair. He took a few papers from his desk, gathered his tired wits, and left Miriam with the glaring portraits. The door to the interview room was familiar to him. It was made of dark gray metal with a slight dent on the top. From some ill-fated interview nobody cared to remember. The creaking of the hinges rang in his ears for the 1000th time, and he dryly observed the young man smiling maniacally in his chair seated at a low steel table in handcuffs. Psychopaths, he muttered. He hated reality benders. The young man opened his eyes as Dr. Weathers took a seat across from the table from him. Laying down the papers on the table, his attention was drawn to the device humming in the corner. The reality anchor stood 3 meters tall with constant sparks of electricity flying through tubes of strange gases. A beautiful machine, far too complex for any normal man to have built. He supposed Scranton had not been a normal man. He turned his mind away from the Foundation's past, eyes glossing over the document in front of him. Good afternoon, Mr. Varys, and welcome to the SCP Foundation. Your anomalous properties have warranted your immediate detainment by our organization. If you have any issues with the stipulations of your containment, you may voice them at this time, and the procedures will be reviewed if your objections are valid. The reality bender threw his head back and laughed. Do whatever the hell you want to me. Bury me in concrete if you want. I'll dig myself out. And Dr. Weathers shifted the papers on his table disinterestedly. Noted. I will now ask a series of questions to confirm that you are a reality bender. Please explain how you view your anomalous capabilities, Samuel. His lip curled in disgust. My name is Primus. The site director raised an eyebrow at this. I won't be calling you that, nor will anyone else here. How do you alter reality? A smile flashed across Samuel's lips. Think of a wave, Doc. Big wave, near the beach. Hot babes relaxing in the sand. I move my board from one side to the other. I shift reality, and after you turn off that SRA and I kill everyone on the site with a flick of my wrist, I'm doing one final run on that wave before I get off my board for good. Dr. Weathers squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block his frustration. Yes, every reality bender we bring in seems to have that impression, or something like that. Samuel's handcuffs clanged loudly as he jerked against the chains holding him in his chair. I am no mere reality bender. I am a god. Your reality benders are dust compared to me. Dr. Weathers stared at the young man over his thick reading glasses. Samuel searched the man's eyes for meaning and found a mix of boredom and irritation. The director was losing his patience. He smirked and leaned back in his chair, glaring back defiantly. The site director, in turn, reached for a sheet of paper on the table, picking it up and examining it for a few seconds. He brought it down from his face and spoke in low tones. In my years at the Foundation, I have performed interviews with 723 reality benders, such as yourself. 122 of these individuals have been labeled Class 2, 211 have been Class 3, 172 have been Class 4, and a staggering 208 have been Class 5. Samuel barked out a hoarse chuckle. You ever meet someone who could melt your eyeballs from your head and then make you new ones, then melt them again forever and ever for the rest of time? The director exhaled and leaned back in his chair. A few hundred times, yes. The reason I have performed so many of these interviews is that when dealing with high-risk individuals, interviewers need to have a certain inflexibility to them. You are testing that inflexibility. If your plan is to stall for time, Samuel replied, feigning a yawn, you're doing a very poor job of keeping my attention. My point, Mr. Varys, is that I'm growing tired of this. I grow tired of your kind. You know nothing of reality. Can't you feel the shifting, the constant flux? You want to know what I feel, Doc? The young man leaned forward, fiery passion igniting in his eyes. I feel like nothing can touch me, especially not an insect like you. Insect. Dr. Weathers stared into the ceiling above the reality bender's head. I do feel like that sometimes, knowing the things I know. None of us are in control, really. Sites disappear, researcher, agents, especially the SCPs. God, so many anomalies just gone, shifted out of reality and covered up by the universe. Doesn't lecturing get to you, Doc? The only thing more annoying than listening to your voice is the buzz of that SRA in the corner. Dr. Weathers looked at the reality anchor like he'd forgotten it was there. Ah, yes, one of the Foundation's finest achievements. The Scranton Reality Anchor, capable of neutralizing any anomalous activity within its field. Yes? Samuel smirked and had begun to reply when a loud bang knocked him backwards in his chair. He looked up and in startled confusion, watching as the remains of Dr. Weathers' pistol fell through his fingers onto the floor, turned to sand. What the hell? I can bend with that thing on? Samuel gave the device a hard look. Dr. Weathers, standing from his chair and pacing the room, adjusting a stray hair. Yes, you can bend within its field. Did you really think the Foundation had the technology to neutralize anomalies? That if we did, we wouldn't have hundreds of these at every site. That's a lie we tell level 2s who start asking how the equipment works. The SRA makes reality stable, not unchangeable. So, I can't. This is the end then, Samuel smiled and threw up his hands in triumph and let out a long laugh of pure malice and capability. Then he stopped. The old man was glaring at him now, like he was some child throwing a tantrum. Hey, old man, the reality bender growled. Your world's about to die. Oh, I doubt it is, he replied. Well, it most likely already has. Do you know about Schrödinger? It's a bit like that. Samuel cocked his head to the side, a deep smile etched into his face. Get on with it. If I get bored, I leave. Again, I doubt you will, Dr. Weathers replied, because as soon as you do, as soon as you destroy the site and leave to wreak havoc across the earth, you and I and everyone else will be but a poor facsimile of our true selves. Samuel nodded, his eyes glazed over in mock disinterest. Oh, that sounds unfortunate. Say you cull all life as you desire. What will you do? The glaze immediately disappeared from Samuel's eyes. I am Primus. I am the first of my kind. I have no equal. When the anguished dead have been torn asunder, I shall unleash a great battle cry into the heavens, and all the universe will know my power. The trappings of a smile appeared on the old face of Dr. Weathers. Ah, yes, I can see it now. A lone figure on an empty globe, screaming defiantly into the dark of the heavens, who now understands they are no match for him. It is certainly a marvelous image, isn't it? That is where your story ends, Samuel. A single ephemeral image meant to be marveled at, for a minute at most, and then discarded in the favor of a more perfect universe. Samuel's eyes once again filled with rage. What universe could be more perfect than that? This one, Samuel, you and I, right here, right now, are the only real Samuel and Dr. Weathers that there will ever be. In these constant reality shifts, you begin to wonder why Site-19 remains, why certain anomalies don't disappear like the rest. And as you take it all in, you see that there has always been a pair of eyes looking over your shoulder. What is good to them is real, and their word is law. Anything that kills us all, anything like you, a mere suggestion to them, something to be considered, but never taken seriously. Samuel brought his fist down on the steel table, shaking some of the sheets of paper. You are wrong. I am the god of this earth, not some invisible judge, jury, and executioner. I am the executioner. Dr. Weathers found himself lifted into the air. the handcuffs on Samuel's arms still dissolving into dust, as the young man's fingers closed around his throat. His weaker frame hung still as he stared into the seething rage in Samuel's eyes. "I am going to kill you slowly, old man," Samuel growled. "I am going to devise the worst possible torture for you, and repeat it for eternity. And so you don't get used to it, I'll change it whenever I think of something worse. You will be the only living thing I spare in my crusade, just so you can look upon the dead remains of this earth." "No," Dr. Weathers replied. "I don't think you will." Samuel's fingers tightened around the old man's throat, and then loosened. His face had a pained look to it as he set the site director on the ground and walked back to his seat. He sat still. What did you do?" he asked, his voice shaking. He couldn't move. "Me?" Weathers said, a little surprised by the question. "Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm not a reality bender. I think this is someone else. See, that's the thing I really hate about you reality benders. You're so backward. Reality isn't a wave, as you suggested. It's an ocean, boiling and pitching under a never-abating hurricane. Some people get to, how did you put it, ride the wave near the beach? Child's play. A real reality bender makes nature his bitch from the eye of the storm." Samuel stared in shock, leaning back in his chair. His eyes were very wide now. "What the hell did you just do?" "Oh, this? I'm speaking to you in the color red, and in bold text, I believe." Samuel began to form his next word, his mouth forming a quivering O. Dr. Weathers raised his hand to stop him. "It's not magic. It's not an anomaly, any more than the universe is an anomaly. All it takes is a certain view of reality. And having friends in high places helps too." The director cleared his throat and took his seat. He pretended to look over the papers and documents before him, but soon looked up again, analyzing Samuel's face. He saw fear. "Samuel Primus Verus, what have you?" he began. "I told you that I've interviewed 723 reality benders in total. Do you know what happened to them?" Samuel shook his head in silence. "They were all classified, documented, and transported to their containment units. Official files were uploaded to our intranet's catalog. Tests were done, sometimes cross-testing was done. And you know what happened next?" Samuel feared the answer. "Almost all of them have been shifted out. Maybe only 7 are still here in our reality. All of those ones were special somehow. There was that one who couldn't, well, that's neither here nor there. The rest, they've just been erased, forgotten. See, the first truth about reality benders is that they're exponentially more abundant than we realized. The second truth is that the universe seems to have a particular distaste for them." Am I going to get shifted out too?" Samuel's voice quivered the slightest bit. Dr. Weathers shrugged. "Most likely, but I'm willing to try something if you'd like to help. I've been meaning to do something like this for quite some time now. Let's avoid classifying you. No documentation, no file on our intranet. We just put you in a containment unit and never write anything up. All right?" Samuel's brow furrowed. "Why would you do that?" Dr. Weathers drew up his figure in the chair. "A multitude of reasons. Maybe because I'm a tired old man who wants to break the endless monotony of interviewing another reality bender. Maybe because I don't want to do anything worth writing about. And I imagine you don't want to be written about either. Have we come to an agreement?" Samuel was quiet for a while. "Yes, we have." With a nod of his head, Dr. Weathers turned and opened the door to the interview room, signaling to two armed staff members down the hall and waiting for them to arrive. The pair entered the room and lifted Samuel up by his shoulders, pushing him towards the door. Dr. Weathers looked his way one final time. "And it has been a pleasure speaking with you, Samuel. Have a good life." A shaky smile was his only response. The site director waited for a moment before closing the door to the interview room and taking a seat in the metal chair. He looked over the papers once more before leaning back and gazing at the ceiling. "Goodbye to you as well," he said, alone in the room. SCP-5576. All That's Left to Regret. Object Class: Euclid. Level 5 out of 5576 classified. Threat level: Blue. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5576 is currently housed in a standard humanoid containment chamber at Site-22-8. Special research conducted into SCP-5576 has been authorized and currently under observation by Overwatch Command. Further information regarding SCP-5576 is restricted. Description: SCP-5576 is Jonathan Moeller, former director of Site-22-8. SCP-5576 anomalous properties manifest 1 minute following its death, wherein all matter located within a roughly 3-meter radius experiences a temporal reversion of approximately 2 minutes. All objects and individuals within this area are affected, including SCP-5576, with the only known exception being its memory. Investigations into the mechanisms of SCP-5576 anomalous properties are ongoing. Discovery: SCP-5576 anomalous properties were discovered in 2008 at the age of 96, 11 years after retirement during a house fire. Based on surveillance footage, it passed away approximately 30 times due to smoke inhalation prior to firefighters' arrival on the scene. Following Foundation intervention, cover story A3549B, Immolation, was embedded into the local news media, and amnestics were appropriately administered. SCP-5576 family was supplied with a suitable corpse, and the object was detained for questioning and research. SCP-5576's preliminary interview transcript has been attached below. Interviewee: SCP-5576. Interviewer: Dr. Albert Kren. "Good afternoon, John." "It's all right. You can call me by my skip ID, Al. I don't really mind." "It's the first time I'm doing this with a former mate, you know?" "Ha. The first 10 will be weird, but you get used to it." Dr. Kren subtly smiles. Well, how are you, Dr. Kren and SCP-5576 speak in unison. Just being. Both laugh. "You remember?" "How could I not? I've only heard it every day." "Oh, I remember old Jem saying it too. What a lad. Is he still working there?" "Oh no, unfortunately. He took an early retirement. Most of the old bunch miss him too, sometimes." "Oh, what a shame. I don't think I'll forget him. But on to some better news." "Oh? Look at you, bud. Got your SR promotion while I was gone, don't ya?" "Huh? Oh, haha. Thanks, John. I say, it ain't long before you become a director, especially since you even worked under me for a while." Director. I never actually thought about that. I don't think I've aspired that far ahead in this career either, knowing it firsthand. "Oh, trust me. I don't think it'll be long till you get to that point. Not everyone becomes one either. So you ought to be proud of yourself, Al. And as a bonus, you're usually far away from the action, and you'll be sitting in the same seat as I did back in the day. As long as they and replace it, of course, which, when thinking about it, they probably did. SCP-5576 exaggeratedly sighs, and the two laugh together. Midway through, SCP-5576 wheezes. Well, how old's Nina now? 12? 15? She's 11 now. They grew up pretty darn fast, John. I bet they do. I remember exactly what she was like, that lovable little rascal. Oh, she's still that all right. You won't know how much trouble she gets into with Callie. Though I don't always try to get on her side. Somebody's gotta defend the kids now, shouldn't they? Of course. Probably ain't nice for the kid. Not that I'm an expert when it comes to the topic. Well, 15? You still suck when it comes to keeping track of time now, don't ya? Deadlines always had a way of creeping up on you, didn't they? I remember I'd usually be the one picking up your slack. Oh, geez, thinking back, that's at least a decade now, ain't it? I can't thank you enough for every time you helped me, Al. I was the one forgetful ass. The two laugh louder than previously. I couldn't just leave you hanging, bud. Well, at least you're. Dr. Kren is told to cease their idle conversation and is reminded to continue with the interrogation. Oh, SCP-5576 interruptingly sighs and holds up its hand as if to stop Dr. Kren from speaking any further. Let me guess now. They tell you to cease your pleasantries or something along those lines, I bet. Dr. Kren averts his eyes to look away and stutters. Let's continue, SCP-5576. SCP-5576 grins but does not make any remark. Well, to start off, did you know of your anomalous properties before the incident? It's the first time I died, Al. It don't feel nice, but SCP-5576 coughs. To continue, I've never knew about it. I couldn't made like this since I was a lad, I honestly. I know, I've been with many anomalies during the time I was here. You could say these properties might be a result of that, you know? You're right. We think so too. They're looking into all the objects you were in contact with during your days, well, years here currently, and to see if there's any sort of connection between any of them acting to give you this ability. Yes, standard procedure, eh? Dr. Krem lightly chuckles at SCP-5576's remark. Yep, the standard. You think there may be any other reason, though, other than the one we just talked about? Tough to say. Let's see. I used to work with a lot of ontokinetic anomalies, particularly reality benders. You worked with reality benders? SCP-5576 pauses. Plenty of them, yeah. That's odd. Something wrong? I'm not spotting any on this list. Dr. Kren hands SCP-5576 the files he was looking through. These are all the anomalies I've been involved in? Yep. Oh, yeah. No one knows, do they? You know, I don't think I've ever told you this, or anyone else here at 228, but you worked at Site-17? What? How'd you... I read your personnel file right before this interview. I was surprised, to say the least. Couldn't believe it, honestly. So, it's real. Did you really... SCP-5576 creases its eyes and rubs them. What'd you think of me if I said it was true, Albert? Well, they're rumors, aren't they? I mean, I wouldn't see you in a different light just because of that. You're still my mate, a friend. SCP-5576 has a pained expression and wipes his eyes. Thanks, Al. SCP-5576 pauses. Most of them, they're unlisted. They weren't registered? Why? SCP-5576 does not respond. Dr. Kren is silent for a moment. But that means... SCP-5576 weakly nods and looks down at its feet. I was sent to 17 during my rookie years. I was an enthusiastic lad back then. You could say I was determined. I didn't give up. Part of the reason why I tried to help everyone put there. All of them who got sent there, I wanted to help them all the best I could. Didn't do what everyone else did. Couldn't bring myself to it. I was stubborn for the most part. You tried to help them? Oh, of course you would, John. Yeah, you were always a nice guy. SCP-5576 looks down. I tried my best, Al. I did everything I could, but I gave up. I stopped caring after seeing it over and over for years. I forgot to. SCP-5576 looks back up, its lips quivering. It haunts me, Albert. First, I thought I could just push it away. Before I retired, I got them to make me forget. I didn't want to think about it again. I just wanted to enjoy my time with my family I have left before being cursed by those faces, those memories. It was a powerful dose. It worked. It did, but its smile wavers. But you know, Al, recently it's all been coming back to me, just flooding my head with all of it. I guess even they couldn't keep those memories buried forever. I've sat in that seat for hundreds, thousands of times. More times than I could possibly remember, but to sit on this side of the table, it's new. Deep down, you could say I wanted this, Albert. I'm happy. But why, John? It's all right. I know you never wanted to do any of that. If you'd like, I'm pretty sure the pharmacy can give you another dose. SCP-5576 coughs, smiling lightly. No, Al, that's okay. If this is someone's curse on me, I accept it. I don't spite them back, and in all honesty, it simply wouldn't be fair for me to live a happy, normal life with everything that I've done. Update as of 3/1/2022. As of January 3rd, 2022, SCP-5576 is 111 years old. Due to its age and associated health conditions, including but not limited to type 2 diabetes and heart disease, SCP-5576 has begun experiencing a terminal loop upon its bed, with the entity's death occurring an average of 45 to 50 times a day. Transfer to Site-17 for further research is pending. SCP-4936 Summer Vacation. Containment Class Euclid. Disruption Class Ecce. Risk Class Caution. Level 4 Secret. Special Containment Procedures. Remote monitoring of Beta Cancri has been assigned to Joint Research Task Force 5-4 Zodiac Hunters, composed of members of the Foundation's Department of Exophysics and the Astronomical Phenomena Division. Extensive observation of SCP-4936 is to occur during the astronomical summer until JRTF-54 determines that SCP-4936 has migrated to Earth. JRTF-54 will then approximate its destination on Earth within 1 kilometer of accuracy, using resources provided by the Department of Exophysics. In order to protect SCP-4936, it will be remotely escorted by JRTF-54 members until its departure to Cancer. Throughout the duration of SCP-4936 time on Earth, media blackout protocols will be in effect to prevent discovery of Beta Canceri's disappearance. Containment procedures for the mass extinction of crabs are presently being drafted and will be put into effect if SCP-4936 is neutralized. Description:
SCP-4936 is Beta Canceri, the brightest star in the zodiacal constellation of Cancer. SCP-4936 is theorized to be an exophysical anomaly embodying all decapodic crustaceans of the infraorder Bricoria, colloquially, marine and terrestrial crabs. SCP-4936's exophysical properties constitute any significant injury, emotional trauma, or large-scale containment efforts imposed upon it, affecting the global crab population in an analogous fashion. E.g., containing SCP-4936 is likely to render all living crabs contained, either by the Foundation or by natural means. SCP-4936's neutralization would similarly neutralize all crabs. Although SCP-4936 usually presents as Beta Canceri, it is capable of altering its physical form, usually to take the appearance of a mundane crab. Attempts to communicate with SCP-4936 in any of its forms have been universally unsuccessful. SCP-4936 engages in an annual migration pattern during the terrestrial summertime to and from Earth. Beta Canceri will appear to wink and disappear, at which time a single crab will manifest in Earth's lower atmosphere and fall into an ocean near a continental coast. All documented migration events have followed a similar process recorded below. SCP-4936 emerges from the ocean onto a terrestrial beach as an ostensibly non-anomalous crab. It is usually not noticed by beachgoers at this time, barring one migration where presented as a coconut crab, Virgus latro. SCP-4936 searches for a suitable nesting ground in the surrounding sand where it can bury its body. SCP-4936 gradually displaces the sand and settles into the deposit, using its claws to bury itself. Once SCP-4936 is completely buried, it sleeps until nighttime. If the beach experiences considerable precipitation, SCP-4936 may relocate to a different environment. When night falls, SCP-4936 will exit its nesting ground and explore the surrounding beach. This usually entails crossing local sand dunes and interacting with groups of non-anomalous crabs. At dawn, SCP-4936 will return to its nesting ground. This day-night cycle continues until the approximate end of the terrestrial summer. The migration event will terminate, and SCP-4936 will disappear, at which time Beta Canceri may be observed again. Request urgent. Request filed to the Overseer Council on 2012-06-19 by the Department of Exophysics. Stay of immediate containment. Forward. On 2012-06-19, the Astronomical Phenomena Division was unable to locate Beta Canceri within the constellation of Cancer. A selective media blackout was immediately issued by the Overseer Council to disguise the star's disappearance. Independently, the Department of Exophysics noted Strayer radiation collating between Earth and the former location of Beta Canceri. Specialists extrapolated the path between the two celestial bodies to Navago Beach, Greece, and discovered a single Atlantic marsh fiddler crab, Uca pugnax, which emitted non-hazardous amounts of cosmic and Strayer radiation. Council has responded to the Department's report with an unwarranted display of force, dispatching 3 animalian containment teams to Navago within the hour. Our department has and will continue to deter their access to the specimen until the teams disperse. Request: disperse the team sent to contain the specimen. If the specimen is an exophysical anomaly, as our department suspects, then the Foundation risks conceptually containing all living crabs, the exact result of which is unknown but almost certainly unfavorable. 053. Please cease this. A star has disappeared, but your concerns right now are very much terrestrial.
Response transcript. Transcript recorded by 053 at Navago Beach, Greece, following the receipt of the previous request. Due to the urgency of the developing circumstances, contact occurred at 3 a.m. Begin log. Helicopter blades beat loudly as the transport descends onto Navago Beach. 053 removes Ver fingers from the camera embedded in Ver's shirt, reaching to extricate Ver self from Ver harness. V looks outside the windows to see Dr. Genevieve on the sandy strip, outlined by the pitch black of the night.
Board, set us down. Campbell and Lewis. Alba looks like she'll be greeting us. Get ready.
Word flashes 053A thumbs up from the cockpit, and 053 nods in reply. The transport descends to the beach, resting on an impromptu airstrip. Campbell and 053 reach for the door's hand simultaneously. As their hands meet on the handle, the air pops loudly. Campbell winces and jerks back. Apologies, it won't happen again. 053 does not reply. V opens the door and steps onto the airstrip, their boots partially sinking into the sand. Dr. Genevieve strides towards Ver, and 053 extends Ver hand.
Alba?
Emery. Dr. Genevieve shakes 053's hand, visibly frowning. Walk with me. There's something I need to show you.
If we're changing the venue of our discussion, my security detail will need to accompany me.
They can come if they want. Dr. Genevieve turns and begins to walk along the shoreline. 053 signals for Campbell and Lewis to trail them and begins following her. There is a long silence.
So, I read your request.
I should hope so. Did you understand it?
Did, except for the later portions. The exophysics bit. Maybe I just need a reminder on what that is?
Dr. Genevieve halts and pivots to face 053. Her frown registers newfound intensity. Emery, as pleasing as it would be to lecture you on the field to which I've dedicated my life, that wasn't what I was hoping you'd take away from that message. The object was that you went over my head, Emery, and you damn near broke the veil because of it.
A star is missing, Alba. We had to do something.
If you had understood my report, you would have known that your star has been found. Here, we've arrived.
Is that...
Indeed, it is. 053's camera shifts, bringing into focus a fiddler crab on the beach, which appears to be observing the two Foundation personnel. Dr. Genevieve pulls a handheld device from her belt and hands it to 053. Here, if you don't believe me, flip the switch on the side and watch the reading in the top left. 053 does as instructed, bringing the device close to the crab.
Getting a stack overflow error. Is that normal?
053 transfers the device back to Dr. Genevieve, who repeats the process. The crab swivels its eye stalks and snaps a claw at the plastic casing. It's coming up fine for me. Your O5 field, so to speak, is probably contaminating it. The crab jumps off the sand, successfully pinching Genevieve's hand before landing. Genevieve swears and returns the device to her belt as it snaps its claws triumphantly. Damn it, sneaky bastard!
Speaking of which, I should remind you that I am an overseer now. You seem to have forgotten that fact with disconcerting haste.
Dr. Genevieve waves her hand dismissively in 053's direction. Right, congratulations. Now watch this and keep an eye on those crabs to our right. 053's camera moves to reveal a cast of crabs on a nearby rock before returning to the fiddler crab, which Dr. Genevieve has extended her hand forward. It slowly approaches, mock pinching with its larger claw at her fingertips, but ultimately presses its shell against her knuckles.
Dr. Genevieve proceeds to pet in the back of its shell while its eye stalks swivel continuously.
Alba, is that really a good...
5-3's camera jerks around, revealing the cast collectively demonstrating similar reactions as the original, moving rhythmically, nuzzling at the air, and swiveling their eye stalks. Abruptly, they stop and 053's camera swings back to show Dr. Genevieve retracting her hand from the crab.
You shouldn't have done that. If what your report says is correct, then every crab worldwide...
Sure, the council can figure something out if it's a problem, Emery.
But enough, you've made your point. If you say the crab should free roam, we'll let it free roam.
That's not the point. I don't think you're getting what this thing is. A wave crashes loudly out of frame and the surf brushes against the fiddler's crab legs. It scuttles away from the two Foundation personnel as 053 begins to pace the beach in frustration.
Beta Canceri, it's a star. It's some sort of crab god. You impressed that much upon me.
Genevieve sighs, turning her head towards Campbell and Lewis. Walk with me some more and tell your security detail to hang back. I know it's against protocol, but, well, it was protocol that got us into this mess, wasn't it? 053 signals to Campbell and Lewis to return to the landing strip. After the latter requests confirmation, 053 signals again, and the detail departs. 053 and Dr. Genevieve begin walking again, following the fiddler crab. There's an old trading vessel out here, Emery, the MV Panagodius, she's called. Built in 1937 by Scottish hands, sold to the Greeks in 64, sent out to Albania in 80, and ran aground in this beach. I think our little friend's attracted to her.
I hope it's not sapient.
Dr. Genevieve sighs. I'm going to ignore that. Point is, Panagodius was carrying valuable cargo in Albania back in 1980, but she broke down on this beach because the storm struck too hard and her engine gave out. And as the night fell, Panagodius was looted and her crew abandoned her. The rusted wreckage of MV Panagodius comes into view, and the fiddler crab approaches a piece of metal lodged in the sandy shore. It pokes at it with a claw, eliciting a soft metallic clang. The crab appears to jump in jubilation, striking the metal 3 more times before scuttling away. Both 053 and Dr. Genevieve halt beside the ruins. Isn't that just the saddest thing in the world? She traveled the sea for 40 years, but she was gutted, exploited, cast aside like any other pile of scrap. Dr. Genevieve suddenly reaches down, scooping up the fiddler crab as it scuttles past. It turns in Dr. Genevieve's palm to face 053. Reaching and snapping playfully at Vare, 053 hums under her breath.
May I hold it?
Depends. I've done all this to say that this crab needs protection, more than anything. It's not something we need to capture and exploit. It's beautiful as is and deserves preservation.
May I hold the crab, Alba?
Don't loot this ship, Emery. Just this once. 053 sighs audibly and turns towards the wreckage of the MV Panagodius.
I won't. There has been some recent developments weighing heavily on my mind. I think I know what to do now.
Thank you, Emery. Genevieve transfers the crab to 053, who cups it in her hand. It looks up at Ver curiously before settling down in Viz's palm. 053 begins to pet it, and Ver's shoulders relax.
It seems to like me.
Ah, so it does. I think you can tell you won't hurt it. 053 places the crab on the ground at Ver's feet. It looks up at Dr. Genevieve and 053, walking backward to view both of them,
before swiveling its eye stalks and turning around. As it scuttles away towards the wreckage, 053 clears her throat.
Farewell, traveler.
Farewell. There is a long pause as the sound of the waves fade out, and the sea is illuminated by the light of the setting moon.
You know, we probably shouldn't let it go near the ship. It seems pretty unsafe. We don't want it to get...
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. As 053 and Dr. Genevieve rush after the crab, V reaches for her camera and switches off the recording. Endologue. Addendum 4936.2. Overwatch Consensus. Overseer Council Delegations. Date 2012-07-03. Proceeding deliberations 3 hours. Involved parties 13 Overseer Council members, 3 Ethics Committee liaisons, 1 Department of Exophysics representative. Preamble. Foundation Directive Alpha 3 Protect necessitates the preservation of life and/or reality in the event of an XK class scenario. A hierarchy of concern guiding this directive designates the preservation of individual species on Earth as a Theta level priority under Directive Alpha 3. Body of proposal. In the event of an XK class scenario threatening reality and/or life at large, the Foundation will protect SCP-4936 in a modified extra-dimensional containment chamber and protect it from being harmed. This can only be accomplished if the following conditions are met. SCP-4936 has manifested on Earth in a containable form. The XK class scenario does not threaten extra-dimensional space. The XK class scenario is both foreseeable and irrevocable. If all of these conditions are met, the Foundation will satisfy the Theta level priority of Directive Alpha 3 and protect SCP-4936 containment at all cost. In this way, even though all higher forms of life may be destroyed, all crab life will be preserved. Results of delegations. Due to authoring the discussed proposal, 053 has recused theirself from voting. Yay. 051, 054, 055, 057, 058, 0510, 0511, 0512, 0513. Nay. 059. Abstain. 052, 056. Status approved. Afterward.
The Department of Hypothetical Scenarios was established many decades ago to prepare for the end of humanity. However, the variety of life in our universe has caused our departmental objectives to be reevaluated. There may come a time when humanity is stamped out, either by our own doing or that of an invading force. But it is not necessarily the case that all other forms of life will follow suit. It is therefore our duty to protect all other forms of life if our own is to perish. We will soon begin constructing SCP-4936's containment chamber in an isolated extra-dimensional space, filled with as much beach as it can desire. If its containment becomes necessary, it will be safe, happy, and above all else, alive. And so long as that remains the case, we can expect that crabs, as a taxological group, will be much the same. It may just be that the last bastion of hope in this fatal universe is a tiny fiddler crab, hibernating on the beaches of Greece. And it is our duty as the stewards of life to protect it.
053. Director of Hypothetical Scenarios. Addendum 4936.3. Communications Update. On 2018-09-03, 4:16 p.m., JRTF-54 detected a radio message emitting from SCP-4936
while it hibernated. Notably, the message was relayed in Morse code, similar to interstellar radio messages sent from Earth to deep space. The final character was rendered U plus 1F980, shorthand for a Unicode character. Access SCP-4936 communication. Thank you for watching over me. It's very cold out here in space. See you next summer. SCP-4936 returned to Cancer immediately following its transmission. Notice from the Foundation Historical Continuity Committee. The following file is found to contain a large number of inaccuracies in relation to the currently modeled historical progression. Through collaboration with the Temporal Anomalies Department, this has been confirmed to be the product of the retrocausal anomalies described herein. Progression of events described below can be confirmed to have happened in one or more previous historical progressions with 98.6% certainty. SCP-5715. Containment Class Keter. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Notice. Level 4 Secret. Special Containment Procedures. As there exists no means of preventing SCP-5715 events, containment efforts are instead focused on documenting any alterations caused by SCP-5715-2. To this end, Temporal Site-02 is to house a data center capable of storing multiple Foundation database backups. These backups are to be continually updated to ensure minimal loss of information between SCP-5715 events. Temporal Site-02 has been outfitted with Tachyon Flux Monitoring Systems, TFMS. The TFMS measures tachyon concentrations within our baseline reality to determine if an SCP-5715 event has occurred. Following the detection of an SCP-5715 event, the TFMS will automatically initiate Protocol Veritas. SCP-5715-1 is to be housed at Site-17 within a standard humanoid containment cell outfitted with a Mark I EXACS device. SCP-5715-1 is required to see an on-site psychologist weekly to ensure their continued psychological well-being. To prevent retrocausal tampering, all information relating to SCP-5715 is to be stored within Temporal Site-02's private database and may only be accessed through select terminals with ISOCOM functionality. Isochronous Communicator, technology developed to allow for synchronized communication between parties in isolated timeframes. Description: SCP-5715 is a recurring phenomenon in which universal tachyon flux will cease, effectively halting the flow of time. The interval between subsequent events is seemingly arbitrary, with no determinable factors able to prompt or delay the onset of an SCP-5715 event. Additionally, a lack of any preemptive signs means SCP-5715 events can only be confirmed after their occurrence. Thus far, the only consistent means of detection is verification from SCP-5715-1 or data analysis done by Protocol Veritas. SCP-5715 was first discovered by former Foundation researcher Joseph Carter, now SCP-5715-1. Dr. Carter was assigned to Project Keros, an initiative at developing applications of targeted tachyon emissions. During the course of testing, Dr. Carter was exposed directly to a malfunctioning tachyon emitter, which, for unknown reasons, granted them the ability to remain cognizant during SCP-5715 events. SCP-5715-2 are entities that only manifest during SCP-5715 events.
Size and form vary greatly between instances. However, all share a constantly shifting exterior resembling television static, as well as a lack of depth cues, a visual cue that allows an individual to perceive depth in an object, resulting in a two-dimensional appearance regardless of vantage point. They do not carry out any biological functions and are non-physical in nature. Instances of SCP-5715-2 will spend the majority of an SCP-5715 event wandering aimlessly, often phasing through solid matter in the process. A consequence of any entity occupying an environment with no time rather than a unique ability possessed by SCP-5715-2. The only physical evidence to SCP-5715-2's existence are the higher than average tachyon concentrations found in any locations they have visited. Instances of SCP-5715-2 are capable of adding or removing items, structures, and organisms designated as targets to and from existence. This will retroactively alter all prior interactions with the target, changing history, records, and associated memories to align with the target's new state of existence. This interaction is theorized to be accomplished through highly complex manipulation of tachyons entangled to bradyons, any massive particle that travels slower than the speed of light, resulting in a new historical progression. Instances of SCP-5715-2 are believed to be sentient. However, all meaningful interactions at two-way communication have thus far failed. Addendum 5715-1 Initial Discovery. Access post-event 5715-01 files. Interviewer Dr. David Tyler. Interviewed Dr. Joseph Carter. On February 17, 2006, Dr. Carter was working with the Project Keros research team. During preparations for planned testing, Dr. Carter was exposed directly to an active tachyon emitter and was seemingly teleported across Site-17. Immediately following the event, Dr. Carter collapsed and began having a seizure. He was rushed to the site's medical wing for recovery. This interview was conducted the following day. Begin log. State your name and title for the record. Level 3 Researcher, Joseph Carter, currently Head Technician of Project Keros. Could you please explain the events leading up to the incident? Well, Dr. Richards, Dr. Allen, and myself were set to prep the observational equipment for the upcoming experiment. It was pretty routine, but we kept getting readings from the emitter when we shouldn't have been. I ended up going into the chamber to fix the problem. Instead of following protocol and reporting the issue, well, at first we tried to adjust the receiver remotely, but regardless of the frequency we dialed in, the emitter just kept firing. The tachyon levels were weak enough to be harmless. Also, as head technician, I would have had to be the one to fix it either way, so yeah, I just went in. And this is when the incident occurred? Yes, one moment I was standing in the testing chamber, and the next I was on the other side of the site with my head screaming at me. So, the emitter teleported you across the site? That's what I thought at first, but once I could think clearly, I realized I had memories that weren't there before. It still hurts when I try to think through it all, but I definitely remember seeing the others frozen in place. I was trying to get their help, but nothing. I remember running, looking for anybody who wasn't frozen. Then everything around me started moving again, and I got hit with the worst headache of my life. Interesting. Well, I suppose that covers everything for now. You will be temporarily relocated to an isolated domicile and scheduled for regular testing through the next 2 weeks to ensure that no anomalous phenomena persist. After which, you will be permitted to return to your work. Understood? Dr. Carter remains silent in apparent contemplation. Carter, is that understood? What? Oh yeah, sorry. It's just that I was, well, I was supposed to see my daughter this weekend. Unfortunately, that will have to wait. I'm sure she'll understand. Right. The incident was initially classified as Extranormal Event 32983. Dr. Carter was placed in temporary containment for testing and observation. Following Event 5715-02, this was reclassified as Event 5715-01. Access post-event 5715-02 files. Interviewer, Dr. Molly Langman. Interviewed, Dr. Joseph Carter. Forward. On February 25th, 2006, security footage of Dr. Carter's isolation unit captured him seemingly teleporting across the room before collapsing. He was once again taken to the site medical wing for treatment and recovery. Containment specialist Molly Langman personally volunteered to conduct this interview, citing her experience working with Dr. Carter on multiple projects as a valuable asset in ensuring his cooperation. Begin log. So let's get started. Well, first off, they wanted to know what you were thinking about when it happened. They're probably trying to see if anything has a thought-based trigger or something. Joseph? They're gonna lock me away, aren't they? You know, that's not really for us to decide. Look, I can't say for sure what will happen, but I know cooperation makes this go a lot smoother. I mean, best case scenario, we figure out how to undo this mess. Even if that doesn't work out, you will probably get some say in what they tell your family, but I can't guarantee any of that if you don't talk to me. When I was a kid, my father took me to the Grand Canyon. It was breathtaking. I had never seen anything so open and free. To this day, it's one of my favorite places to visit. I was hoping to take Lizzie there one day. That's what I was thinking about. I see. Last time you were explaining to Dr. Tyler how you experienced a rush of memories. Did that happen again? Yeah. It didn't feel like it was quite as much information as last time, though, so it was easier to sort through it all. At first, I didn't realize it was happening again, but then I noticed how silent it was. When I tried talking, no sound came out. I started to panic and pace around the room, and then it just ended. Suddenly, I was hit with another headache. From what we can gather from the scans, you seem to be undergoing spontaneous periods of rapid neuron growth, which seems to be what's causing the headaches. The current theory is that your brain is forming these memories all at once whenever these incidents end. Well, that explains why it feels like it all happens at once. By chance, did anything else stand out to you? When I was panicking, I tried to calm myself by taking some deep breaths, but I realized that I wasn't breathing. No air was entering my lungs, not that it would have mattered as my lungs weren't moving anyways. My entire body was just numb. Even my heart wasn't beating. All I could feel were my own thoughts. Yet you were still capable of moving around? It didn't feel like moving, not once I started paying attention to it. I could get my legs to move, but it took deliberate thought, as if I was switched into manual. And even then, I didn't feel the ground below my feet or any actual sensation of movement. Well, I believe that's all the questions we have for now. They will let you know of any developments and decisions as they happen. Dr. Langman gets up to leave. And Joseph, there's still a chance that if they can fix you, they can use Amnestics to let you be with Lizzie again. End log. On February 26, 2006, Dr. Carter was classified as SCP-5715. At this point in time, the anomaly was believed to be an isolated effect tied to Dr. Carter. Following the discovery of SCP-57-2 and the development of the better understanding of the component parts of the anomaly, Dr. Carter was reclassified as SCP-5715-1. Original containment procedures are stored within Temporal Site-02's database and may be accessed with Level 4 5715 clearance. Note: Dr. Lingman was unauthorized to make the claims she did at the conclusion of the interview. However, as it had a markedly positive effect on SCP-5715's willingness to cooperate with the Foundation personnel, no actions were taken to reprimand her. Addendum 5715-2 Discovery of SCP-5715-2 Access Post-Event 5715-07 Files Interviewer Dr. Andrew Wittenbrook Interviewed SCP-5715-15 Forward on 04/07/2006, SCP-5715's anomalous abilities activated while they were in transit between their cell and a testing room. They were later found hiding underneath a table in the site cafeteria. What exactly happened? Was this event as particularly long as last time? No, it wasn't anywhere as no long. It's just SCP-5715 falls silent. Please, continue. I saw something. What do you mean? When I realized that another event had started, I looked around the hallway, and right on the back wall was this blotch of... It looked like static. At first I thought something was wrong with my head, some weird side effect of the headaches, but then it moved. The static started spreading? No, it was more like it was emerging from the wall. At first I thought it was fixed in place, a visual glitch. But as it started to pull itself through, I realized it had volume to it. It was this amorphous blob of static, but it still looked flat. And what exactly did this blob do? It was just swaying in place in weird, jerky motions. I had no idea how to react, and I was too scared to stare at it directly. Yet I couldn't bring myself to move either. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. Me and that thing sat there for what felt like a couple of hours, and by that point I figured it wasn't gonna move, so I thought about making a run for it, but then it started to rush towards me. I ended up running through the site until I reached the cafeteria. I ducked under one of the tables, hoping it wouldn't notice me. A few seconds later, it was over, and you guys found me. I see. That's quite a lot of new information we will have to process. I will let you know if we have any further questions. End log. The following day, Dr. Wittenbrook admitted SCP-5715 for a series of CT scans and meetings with on-site psychologists, believing that SCP-5715 was suffering from visual hallucinations. Access Post-Event 5715-15 Files Interviewer Dr. Molly Langman Interviewed SCP-5715 Forward On 7/19/2006, SCP-5715 alerted Site Security that an individual named Angela Fisher, an alleged member of Site staff, had vanished immediately following the occurrence of an SCP-5715 event. Initial investigation found no record of an Angela Fisher upon Foundation employment. Upon being informed of this, SCP-5715 refused to speak further with interviewers, requesting that Dr. Lingman conducted the interview instead. After some deliberation, the request was eventually granted. Begin log. So, how are you feeling? They've noted in your file that you are handling the memory rush a lot better now. So I'm assuming you also read how Wittenbrook thinks I've lost it? He worded it a little differently than that, but yes, I saw what he said. And what? Do you think he's right? I don't agree with his theory. It makes sense on a surface level, but the evidence just doesn't support it. He's arguing that the increased brain activity is causing you to experience hallucinations, yet for some reason you've only experienced symptoms whenever time freezes. Seems like he's reaching to me. Not to mention that your scans don't turn anything up. However, there's still the Angela Fisher situation. So, you really don't remember her. I'm sorry, no. Could you tell me about her? I didn't know her all that well. I'm pretty sure she worked with humanoids, though that's not all that surprising considering we're at Site-17. Her work didn't have much overlap with mine, but I do remember a couple of years back she had to consult with some of our people about some assignment of hers. Not that any of that matters, it's not like you'll suddenly remember her. Well, no, probably not, but the way I see it, there are some important options to cover. First, could be that Wittenbrook is right, and the time stops really did mess with your head. Second would be that Angela has gone anti-mimetic on us, which leaves some very important questions, such as why you can still remember details about her. And perhaps the most important option to consider. Angela did exist, but now she doesn't. As in a localized CK event. It's a possibility we should look into, too. Assuming your memory wasn't affected, we may be able to find a discrepancy between what you should know and what you actually know. We should also check my work history with the Foundation. If the restructuring was retrocausal in nature, as I'm starting to suspect, it's very likely there are now differences in the history of people who have interacted with Fisher. I'll request the files and some other materials so we can get started. On 7/19/2006, Dr. Langman initiated an official investigation into a possible C-Class restructuring event related to SCP-5715. Dr. Langman requested several devices from Dr. Amnestics, the head of Project Keros, and control over the containment procedures of SCP-5715 for the duration of the investigation. All materials as well as permission to conduct tests on SCP-5715 were approved. However, control of containment procedures remained under Dr. Wittenbrook. Official findings of Investigation 5715-01. On 9/3/2006, the following message was sent by Dr. Langman to Site-17 Director Weathers, as well as Dr. Anastasakos. From Molly Langman to Site Director Weathers to Dr. Anastasakos. Sent 9/3/2006. Subject: Urgent. CK Class Restructuring Event confirmed. Having concluded my investigation, I can now confirm with utmost certainty that a CK Class Restructuring event has transpired. You will receive my full investigation report upon its completion. However, due to the nature of my findings, I have elected to send a summary in this email, as I believe it is imperative that this information reach High Command as quickly as possible. Initial interviews with SCP-5715 turned up several discrepancies between recorded history and the history SCP-5715 remembered. Notable examples of events not correlating to recording history include the existence of a Foundation employee named Angela Fisher. The start of SCP-5715's Foundation employment in 1996. Records show 1999. SCP-5715's assignment to a project centered on studying retrocausal loops. Though such studies have been conducted by the Foundation, our records do not show that SCP-5715 participated in them. The assassination of U.S. President George W. Bush on 5/10/2005. Though the majority of these discrepancies could not be confirmed to have been true through interviews alone, it is of note that SCP-5715 knows accurate personal information about Dr. Chance Johnson, a former Foundation researcher who retired in 1998. According to SCP-5715, Dr. Johnson acted as a mentor and friend upon their joining of the Foundation. Our records would suggest that these two never met, and that SCP-5715 would not have access to this information. Beyond this, we are able to find quantitative proof to the existence of the creatures observed by SCP-5715 by using tachyon counters provided by Dr. Anastasakos. We created an array of detectors spread across Site-17. SCP-5715 noted that the location of these entities during the latest event. This information was then overlaid with the tachyon counter array. It was found that tachyon counters in close proximity to the creatures were detecting tachyon concentrations at least 10 times the average. However, the most significant evidence found in support of a CK class event was acquired as files kept at Temporal Site-01. Access to the site's catalog was requested in order to find files that aligned with SCP-5715's version of history. Due to SCP-5715's previous status as a member of Project Kairos, files relating to their work may have been housed at Temporal Site-01. A quick search found that these causally isolated records corroborated SCP-5715's claims. Upon further inspection, we were also able to locate proof of Angela Fisher's existence. A video of a seminar on dealing with humanoids with history-altering abilities was deemed to be of enough importance to the RCT Data T to be stored at Temporal Site-01. Angela Fisher was a facilitator of the seminar and may be seen throughout the video. It has become apparent that the entities observed by SCP-5715 are not only real, but capable of altering reality through means that have thus far gone undetected by our standard reality monitoring equipment. These creatures have already caused one CK event that we are aware of, but may very well have caused hundreds more in the past. This situation requires an immediate response from O5 Command and the RCT Delta T to formulate adequate containment procedures. On 9/8/2006, SCP-5715 was officially reclassified as SCP-5715-1. The designation SCP-5715-2 was created for the entities observed by SCP-5715-1. Dr. Lingman was made a permanent member of SCP-5715-1's containment team. Addendum 5715-3 Containment Procedure Updates. In response to the threat posed by SCP-5715-2's reality-altering abilities, a series of discussions ensued to determine effective methods of containment. Proposals range from the neutralization of all instances of SCP-5715-2. This was deemed impossible due to lack of effective termination methods, to the widespread implementation of exact devices. Denied due to redacted. On 9/24/2006, an outline for temporal Site-02 was submitted to the RCT Delta T, which was promptly put into motion. Temporal Site-02 was deemed operational on 10/15/2006 through the use of temporal dilation and manipulation technologies. Level 5 5715 clearance required. Access granted. Protocol Veritas. Protocol Veritas acts as the primary method of confirming an SCP-5715 event, as well as the best method of identifying any alterations caused by SCP-5715-2. This was achieved through the comparison of the most recently available backup stored at Temporal Site-02 in the current database. Any unaccounted for differences found between these iterations will result in the declaration of a CK Class 5715 type restructuring event. Following confirmation of an SCP-5715 event, Protocol Veritas will continue to scan and compare the two iterations of the database in order to find all new, altered, and erased SCP files. New files require no alteration or further action. Altered files will be reviewed and edited to incorporate as much accurate and relevant data as possible. Erased files will undergo review by Level 5 5715 personnel or O5 command. In cases of high priority, to determine the feasibility of re-establishing containment. In the event that an anomaly is still extant, containment efforts will be reenacted as soon as possible, with records of its discovery being updated to match the new historical progression. SCPs found to be non-extant will remain unaltered within the database. Addendum 5715-4 Personnel Logs of SCP-5715-1. Following the development of new containment procedures, it was deemed vital that more information on SCP-5715-2 be gathered. To this end, 5715-1 was tasked with recording their experiences and memories of SCP-5715 events, in addition to participating in regular interviews. The following is a series of selections from SCP-5715-1's journal and interviews deemed relevant to the nature of SCP-5715-2 or SCP-5715-1's mental well-being. Access Journal Entries Section 1, October 2nd, 2006 through November 15th, 2006. October 2nd, 2006. So, I've been officially tasked with keeping a journal of the SCP-5715 events. I've never really been one to keep a journal. It's always felt weird putting unfiltered thoughts on paper, but it's better than just sitting around not doing anything. Who knows, maybe learning about SCP-5715-2 is the key to getting me back to normal. I guess I'll just have to wait till time freezes again to find out. Joseph Carter. October 6, 2006. Fortunately, it wasn't that long of a wait. Despite still getting headaches after each event, I think I've gotten better at remembering the details. It doesn't really change the strange sensation of only remembering your own thoughts and actions after the fact. But I do think I'm starting to get used to it. Anyway, this marks the 26th SCP-5715 event I've experienced. It felt pretty short, around 10 minutes for my best estimate, though duration is usually one of the harder things to make sense of once it's all said and done. I saw 3 instances of SCP-5715-2, I should probably figure out a better name for them. The first was only partially sticking out of the ground, so I couldn't get a look at it, but it seemed to be just sitting there. I only managed to get a quick glimpse of the second one because it raced past me. heading west for who knows what reason. I ended up going to one of the courtyards hoping to find more, and that's when I saw the third one. It was floating in the sky right next to a bird, which disappeared when time started again. Major takeaways. They seem to be free to move around in space, in whatever way they want, ignoring physical obstacles and even gravity. As far as I can tell, they can only affect things that are physically near when the event ends. Joseph Carter. 11, November 15, 2006. The irregularity in the time between events is starting to mess with me. It would be one thing if there was a way to predict how much downtime I have, but as it stands, the uncertainty of when I'll be thrown back into temporal limbo is keeping me on edge. There have been a couple of occasions where two events happened in the same day, and one particularly awful 48-hour period that had three. However, it's been about 3 weeks since the last event, and I think that was somehow worse. I couldn't stop myself from wondering when it would happen, and unfortunately I started to wonder if it would happen at all. The event itself was fairly mundane and short. I only saw 1-2 the whole time, and it just hung out by a rock that doesn't exist now. I really have no idea what these things are trying to accomplish. At first I assumed they were malicious, but after seeing them delete a bird and a rock, I'm left wondering if they have any motives at all, or if everything they do is just random. I'm really hoping that I've missed something here. The idea of a collection of entities that alter reality for no reason at all isn't one I enjoy. Joseph Carter. Access post-event 5715-32 files. Interviewer, Dr. Molly Langman. Interviewed, SCP 5715-1. Following is an excerpt of the interview conducted on December 3, 2006, following Event 5715-32, as part of standard procedure. A full transcript can be accessed from Temporal Site-02's database. Okay, so what about the -2 entities? Did you learn anything new from them this time? You know how it took me almost 2 months before I saw a single instance? Yeah, that's probably part of the reason Wittenberg called you crazy. Well, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why is it that now I see at least one instance every time? What are you suggesting? I have no idea if I'm somehow creating these things or if they are just attracted to me. But one way or another, it's my fault. I'm the reason people like Angela Fisher are gone now. I mean, what if they keep erasing people? What if they erase Lee? I'm going to stop you right there. They haven't. It's not like you would tell me if they had. She's, what, 9 now? Yeah, why? As far as the Foundation is concerned, that information is useless. No reason to keep it locked up safe and tight in their big, new, fancy, causally isolated database. So if she really was gone, there is no way I could know that. I thank you. For we both know that's the exact kind of information the Foundation would keep around to keep me happy and compliant. But thank you for letting me hope. You know, you should really start seeing your situation for what it is. And what would that be? These things were more than likely already messing with reality long before you showed up, getting away with it scot-free until you caught them red-handed. Without you, people like Angela Fisher would be gone without a single reminder that they were ever here. But because of you, we can work towards making sure no one is forgotten like that ever again. So the real thanks should go to you. End log. Access Journal Entry Section 2, December 4th, 2006 to January 5th, 2007. December 4th, 2006. I realize now that I've been slacking. Despite knowing about these things since April, the only real information I've been able to gather is that they are fucking with reality. I'm nowhere close to determining a motive or what the hell they even are. My main priority right now is to understand why their numbers are growing. I've requested access to some of the data gathered by the TFMS. I'm hoping that we have enough basic information by now to recognize some patterns and start eliminating some theories. I doubt they will give me much of the data they collected, but at this point, they will take anything. They just need somewhere to start. Joseph Carter. December 21st, 2006. I'm still waiting for them to process my request for the TFMS data, which isn't all that surprising. It's not exactly standard procedure to allow an SCP to comb through classified information, even if that SCP helps design the prototype of the machine they're using to gather that particular information. I'm fairly certain that if it wasn't for Molly intervening on my behalf, I would have a lot less agency and ability to help in neutralizing my anomalous abilities. Despite the lack of progress on that front, something did come up that I needed to write about. I don't usually spend a lot of time observing any one particular instance of -2. I try to find as many as possible, and then I just stop paying attention to them once I note anything they are near. However, during this last episode, I decided to spend as much time observing a single -2 as possible, just to see if I would pick up any new behaviors. Maybe find something that I missed. I ran into a -2 pretty quickly. It was hovering through the hallways, but it didn't really stand out from the others in any special way. I started to follow it around, keep my eyes on it. I also started to focus in on the static. It was practically unnoticeable at first, but the longer I focused on it, the more the static started to calm. The chaos slowed, it looked more cohesive, more real. However, while the static calmed, the actual entity became more chaotic. Its shape changed rapidly as it expanded and contracted in unnatural pulses, and it moved in jerky, unpredictable motions. It looked like an animal in pain, thrashing out against my gaze. I don't know how I know all of this, but it wanted me to stop, to look away, to release it from my perception. The longer I looked, the more pain it felt, and the more I could understand and hear it. I was approaching some kind of threshold, and I don't know what would have happened if I crossed it. I ended up looking away out of fear. I can still hear it screaming. Joseph Carter. January 5th, 2007. I got the data from the TFMS last week, and have been going through it since. Between that and the general paranoia of wondering when the next event will happen, I haven't gotten much sleep recently. Luckily, I can say that the sleepless nights have paid off. Since the tachyon counters are spread across the globe, and evidently there are even some on the moon, we can track the general movements of -2 instances by comparing tachyon concentrations between events. If I was somehow creating these things, then they would be diverging away from me over time, spreading out across space. However, we see the opposite. These things are converging towards me, slowly closing in on me from the depths of space. As terrifying as that sounds, it's actually somewhat relieving to finally know that something definitive about them. The working theory is that -2 have been around longer than I have. presumably wandering the universe, stranded in no time, messing with a world they aren't even fully a part of. Then I come along and get myself a timeshare in temporal limbo, and suddenly they want to meet the new resident. I have no idea how it is that they sensed me, but evidently even atemporal static beings aren't immune to curiosity. I'm so close to understanding these things. I have to be. We already knew that they are non-physical, and now that they are just mindless husks. It feels pretty safe to assume they operate like I do when I'm in there. Just pure thoughts and consciousness. Biggest difference is that they presumably don't have a body to go back to when it's all said and done. That still leaves how they got stuck in that hell. If I can figure out how they exist like that, I can figure out how to free myself from it, finally be allowed to go home, to be outside, unsupervised.
To see my little girl, assuming she's still...
I'm tired. I need to sleep. I'll be able to think better after some rest. Joseph Carter. Access post-event 5715-43 files. Interviewer, Dr. Molly Langman. Interviewed, SCP 5715-1. Forward. Following an SCP-5715 event on January 9, 2007, SCP-5715 was found to be in a catatonic state. They spent the next 23 days in recovery. They were interviewed on February 1st, 2007 to determine what transpired. I'm glad to see you're all right. That's pretty informal of you. What do you mean? Worrying about an SCP? Not very professional. Well, you may be an SCP, but you're also my friend. Besides, it's not like you are the first anomaly who has worked with us. An anomaly. You know, I never realized how degrading that term could be, to imply that someone's state of existence is so unusual as to be considered wrong. You know I didn't mean it like that. Joseph, come on. Fine. Can you at least tell me what happened? Did you read my journal entries? Of course, it's part of my job. Well, like I mentioned in the journal, I thought I was close to figuring out the -2. Felt like I was just missing one final detail that would make everything click, and I could finally free myself. The only problem is I had no idea how to find that last piece of the puzzle. But I'm guessing you eventually came up with something? Yeah, a stupid idea I was desperate enough to try. What did you do? I realized that me and the -2s have access to one's consciousnesses, or at least there is nothing stopping us from taking a look inside. That's how they were able to sense me, and that's how I was able to hurt one just by looking at it too long. We can't affect one another physically, especially since physicality means nothing to the -2, but we can interact with one another's thoughts. So, what, you guys are all just telepathically linked? Not exactly, but if you think of the mind as a house, then telepaths are effectively breaking and entering. Usually have to put in effort to do so, but during the events it's as if all doors are unlocked and all you have to do is walk inside. So, what exactly did you do with this revelation? I walked inside. I looked at one of the things till it started screaming again. Except this time, I didn't look away. I let myself cross that threshold I was scared of last time. What did you see? I couldn't understand most of it. A combination of images and ideas that don't fit into the human mind. Memories of a world so alien to ours that even the simple things looked wrong. Concepts that don't exist in our universe, but hidden between all that chaos were emotions that I recognized. So much fear, dread, and longing. They used to live normal lives, or at least more normal than the infinitesimal existence they have now. What happened to them? Something came, or maybe it was nothing? I don't have words for it. All I know is that it came and they had to run. Except they had no choice but to escape and hide somewhere safe. They were confused, though, and they didn't understand the rules here. They ended up burrowing themselves deep into time itself, and now they are stuck. How are you even sure of any of this? Because I felt it on a fundamental level. It wasn't just some hallucination or mind trick. I felt their longing. They desperately want some semblance of the lives they used to have. What about their retrocausal abilities? None of that explains how and why they are messing with history. They are intertwined with time. They could theoretically change it however they see fit. The only reason they haven't made our reality a cacophonous mess is because they don't want it to be. There is a purpose in the choices they are making. Painstaking trial and error, all to push existence in one direction. They needed something from the physical world to latch onto. Something more real that could help pull them out. Do you know what that makes us? I'm just a goddamn fucking killer. It doesn't even matter if I find a way to fix myself, because if I ever try to pull myself out, they're gonna come up with me. The only way. By this point, Agent Garland, who was overseeing the interview, deemed SCP-5715-1's aggressive behavior as a potential threat to Dr. Langman, and called in security to terminate the interview, sedate SCP-5715-1, and return them to their cell. I can become normal again is by screwing up time itself. I'm forever gonna be an SCP, living my life in a cage. I didn't even get the chance to say goodbye to my daughter. I spent years paying more attention to this goddamn job than her, and now I can't even fix my mistake. Security agents enter the room and successfully sedate SCP-5715-1, removing them from the room. I'm sorry. Following this interview, it was determined that enough information had been gathered about SCP-5715-2 to no longer warrant the aid of SCP-5715-1 in determining their origins. As such, on February 2nd, 2007, the current iteration of containment procedures were enacted. Addendum 5715-5 Further Developments. Interview Log 5715-47. Interviewer Dr. Molly Langman. Interviewed SCP-5715-1. Forward. On 07/15/2007, SCP-5715-1 requested an interview to be conducted, citing a necessary change to current containment procedures. Begin log. It's been a while since you agreed to participate in any interviews, much less personally request one. I needed time to think about things. Of course, you seem to be doing a lot better now. So what exactly did you need to talk about? You need to amnesticize me. I'm sorry, what? The Foundation needs to wipe my memories from before I became an SCP. I don't. Why would you ever want us to do that? I recently found out that, like the -2, I can phase through matter during the events. Turns out, physical obstacles don't mean much when you're just thoughts. The only thing that was holding me back before was I was subconsciously restraining myself. I could just walk right out of whatever containment cell you put me in. Why are you telling me this? If you had left, then we would have never realized. You'd be written off as another casualty of the -2. Consider it my last act of service to the Foundation. That's bullshit, and we both know it, Joseph. If you're going to try to go and get your entire life erased, at least give me the courtesy of telling me why. You're right. It would be too easy for me to just walk right out of here. Even if you guys did eventually find me, I could just leave during the next event. I'm sure they'd find very creative ways to keep me locked up eventually, but the simplest way to keep me here is to take away my motivation for leaving. Elizabeth, I could only stop myself for so long before I tried to go and see her. I'd want to tell her how sorry I am for paying more attention to work than her, to apologize for leaving her so suddenly without ever getting the chance to say goodbye, or even just the chance to tell her that I love her one last time. So the threat of me breaching containment is very real. But the truth is, I'm terrified that if I went looking for her, she wouldn't be there. But to forget about her entirely? Could you really go through with that? Molly, I spent a long time thinking this over. It's not a decision I make lightly, and I'm having a hard enough time just saying it out loud. But I have to, because I cannot spend the rest of my life fearing that she's gone. I understand. I don't see my superiors having any problem with your request, so you'll most likely be escorted to the site's medical wing sometime in the coming days to receive your amnestic treatment. Dr. Lingman gets up to leave before pausing at the door. Goodbye, Joseph. Goodbye, Molly. Endlog. In line with the Ethics Committee Mandate number 17839 on the amnesticization of humanoid anomalies, SCP 5715-1's request was granted. They were provided full amnestic treatment on 7/17/2007.
Contents warning. Following files contain sensitive information on topics of transphobia, gender dysphoria, bullying, abuse, suicide, and transgender experiences. Do not continue listening if these subjects are triggering to you. Item number 6113. Level 2 Restricted. Containment class Esoteric. Secondary class Multiple. Disruption class Connect. Risk class Warning. Special containment procedures. Containment of SCP-6113-1 and SCP-6113-2 is not possible at present moment. Containment efforts of SCP-6113 are primarily focused on the suppression of information surrounding it. The following special containment procedures for SCP-6113 have been implemented. Spread disinformation surrounding SCP-6113-1 and SCP-6113-2 by Foundation web crawlers, implanted agents in an attempt to discredit any reported sightings and transition events. See File 6113-2. Locate and detain transgender individuals affected by SCP-6113, henceforth referred to as subjects, and hold them for questioning for no more than 1 week. Update and modify any and all legal records of subjects to reflect their current sex and gender identity. Apply Class A and E amnestics to subjects and any family, friends, and acquaintances, as well as implanting false memories as if the subject was assigned their gender at birth. Released subjects are monitored for 1 month to ensure complacency. These procedures have been effective at maintaining global normality. However, SCP-6113 continues to affect subjects at an average rate of 4 subjects per 7 days. The number of subjects affected by SCP-6113 total over 243 as of 5/11/2019. The Department of Thaumaturgy is currently developing a permanent containment method for SCP-6113-1. Despite numerous potential subjects employed at the Foundation, SCP-6113-1 refuses to enter Foundation property and conduct transition events on personnel. Testing on D-Class personnel, locating, tracking, and studying SCP-6113-1 and locating SCP-6113-2 is not possible at present moment. Description: SCP-6113 is the designation for multiple objects of varying class, labeled SCP-6113 through SCP-6113-3. Refer to individual files below. Access File 6113-1, Item 6113-1, Level 2 Restricted, Containment Class, Header, Secondary Class, and Contained. Disruption Class, Connect, Risk Class, Caution. Special Containment Procedures. As of writing, SCP-6113-1 has not been contained. In the event of its sighting, Mobile Task Force Lambda-69, 6 Color Crusaders, is to respond and follow standard humanoid apparition and reality bender containment protocols in an attempt to contain it. The Department of Thaumaturgy has yet to develop a conclusive containment method for SCP-6113-1. Description: SCP-6113-1 is a humanoid entity capable of teleportation and disguising as and impersonating human beings. SCP-6113-1 uses its ability to facilitate transition events in transgender individuals globally. See File 6113-2. Current prevailing theories suggest SCP-6113-1 is a humanoid spirit or reality bender, but its true nature is unknown. SCP-6113-1 typically reveals itself to subjects at their lowest moment in life. See Addendum 6113-3, Subject Testimony. When doing so, it disguises itself as a person the subject shares a positive emotional bond with, such as a family member, friend, significant other, or teacher, henceforth referred to as companion. Using information about the subject's personal life and relationship to the companion, it guides the subject to SCP-6113-2 with its teleportation abilities. Subjects do not notice the moment of teleportation as if they had continuously walked to the destination. How SCP-6113-1 obtains knowledge of the subject's life, the personality of the companion, and their relationship to the companion is unknown, but theorized to be a form of mind reading. SCP-6113-1 has been observed to protect subjects from all physical harm, self-induced or otherwise, for a short time before and after appearing to them, possesses intimate knowledge of the subject's personal life, mental health, and relationships, exude a feeling of calmness and comfort. Additionally, it is also theorized that SCP-6113-1 can become invisible as to reveal itself to the subject at the right moment. SCP-6113-1 has not demonstrated any new abilities since its discovery on 20/04/2019, but it may or may not possess any more. Access File 6113-2. Item Number 6113-2. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Esoteric. Secondary Class Uncontained. Disruption Class Connect. Risk Class Warning. Special Containment Procedures. As of writing, SCP-6113-2 has not been contained.
Due to its passive nature and contradictory descriptions, containment efforts are low priority compared to containing SCP-6113-1. If an opportunity to locate and contain SCP-6113-2 presents itself, Mobile Task Force Lambda 69, 6 Color Crusaders, and the Department of Anomalous Locations are to respond and contain SCP-6113-2. Description: SCP-6113-2 is a natural freshwater lake somewhere on Earth at an unknown location. Descriptions of SCP-6113-2 are inconsistent and contradictory. However, most subjects recall a lake consistent with that of forested areas in the Midwest region of the United States. SCP-6113-2 is the destination for SCP-6113-1 and its subject when conducting transition events. A transition event can only occur when SCP-6113-1 is no more than one subject and SCP-6113-2 are within each other's presence. The steps of a transition event are as follows. See Addendum 6113.3, Subject Testimony. SCP-6113-1 reveals itself to the subject, disguised as the subject's companion, protecting them from physical harm if necessary. In most cases, this happens alone. It is unclear whether it teleports directly or becomes visible. SCP-6113-1 calms and comforts the subject. Subjects do not question why their companion is suddenly accompanying them as if this is completely normal. 3. SCP-6113-1 suggests they go for a walk, guiding them to the lake. To the subject, the apparent environment morphs to match a theoretical path to SCP-6113-2, as if it were within walking distance. Only the subject perceives this. The actual physical location remains unchanged. These hallucinations could also be the cause of the varying descriptions of SCP-6113-2. Again, subjects do not question this. 4. SCP-6113-1 engaged in conversation with the subject about their personal life, offers the subject a seat at the edge of the lake, sitting with them. Topics have included school grades, relationships, and future plans. At some point, the conversation topic naturally shifts to that of gender identity and gender dysphoria, the term for psychological distress caused by an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and their gender identity, or euphoria. 6. SCP-6113-1 then prompts the subject to view the reflection in the lake. When subject view their reflection in the water, they first see themselves as is. Slowly, the reflection and physical body of the subject will permanently shift until matching their ideal gender identity. The sex characteristics and chromosomes of the subject are primarily affected. This process is similar to that of SCP-113, but notably painless. 7. The subject expresses a strong emotional reaction, most often excitement and joy, but sometimes anxiety and fear, in which SCP-6113-1 responds appropriately. 8. SCP-6113-1 then guides the subject back to their original location, saying goodbye before leaving either teleportation or invisibility. Subjects that have underwent a transition event, though occasionally possessing atypical anatomy for humans of a binary sex, are non-anomalous. Transition events do not significantly alter a subject's height, weight, and features that are not related to transitioning. Subjects also report feeling more confident and determined to improve their quality of life. Addendum 6113.1 Discovery. On 17/04/2019, Reports of subjects suddenly and perfectly changing sex characteristics without the need for medical procedures and hormone replacement therapy began circulating on local news and social media. Only 3 days later did these reports capture the attention of the Foundation. Before discovery, 126 subjects had been affected by SCP-6113. Addendum 6113.2 Initial Containment Efforts. On 2004-2019, several mobile task forces were deployed as the Department of Public Disinformation worked to discredit any reports of SCP-6113-1 and SCP-6113-2 and its effects on subjects. During the initial containment efforts, subjects were detained and brought to nearby low-security Foundation facilities. Subjects were held for no more than 1 week. During this time, they were questioned about SCP-6113-1 and SCP-6113-2, while records and legal documents, such as birth certificates, passports, and driver licenses, were updated to reflect the current gender. Before being released, subjects were given Class A and F amnestics. Any family, friends, and acquaintances of the subject were given Class E amnestics. Both subjects and associates were given false memories as if the subject was assigned their current gender at birth. Addendum 6113.3 Subject Testimony. Over 243 subject testimonies have been collected since discovery. These testimonies are the basis for our understanding of SCP-6113. Notable testimonies are summarized below. Subject Sin Yu Ji, age 20. Summarized testimony. Subject, while in university in the United States, came out to her parents who lived in Incheon, South Korea over phone call. Subject's parents were unaccepting and transphobic, threatening to disown her if she transitions. Subject was distraught for several hours. SCP-6113-1, disguised as her boyfriend, appeared to the subject. Notably, subject's boyfriend was out of state at the time. Subject Noah Okita, age 46. Summarized testimony. Subject was laid off from his job recently and was not able to afford rent. Subject, his husband, and his 2 children struggled financially. Faced with eviction, SCP-6113-1 appeared to the subject, disguised as his father. Subject Charlotte Young, age 87. Summarized testimony. Subject's wife died recently, which left her depressed for several months after. SCP-6113-1, disguised as her wife at a younger age, appeared to the subject when she found a photograph of the couple. Subject was also made apparently younger during her transition event. This effect did not last after the event. Subject Athena Quain, age 13. Summarized testimony. Subject was in extreme emotional distress after continued transphobic harassment. Subject attempted suicide in the bathroom by slitting both wrists. The razor blade could not break her skin. Frustrated, subject threw the razor blade across the room and collapsed crying. SCP-6113-1, disguised as her older sister, appeared in the bathroom to comfort her. Notably, the bathroom has no windows and only one door. Warning: the following file is Level 3, 6113-3 classified. Any attempt to access this file without Level 3, 6113-3 authorization will be logged and will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Input Level 3, 6113-3 credentials. Item number 6113-3. Level 3 confidential. Containment class Euclid. Secondary class ePark. ePark anomalies are not anomalous in themselves, but they act as evidence of the anomalous. Disruption class, dark. Risk class, notice. Special containment procedures. SCP-6113-3 is kept in a standard humanoid containment cell at Site-17. The senior researcher for SCP-6113-3, currently Dr. James Park, is to act as SCP-6113-3's social worker, responsible for SCP-6113-3's well-being, as well as their normal duties. SCP-6113-3 is to receive a standard education by Foundation educators up until the 12th grade, while SCP-6113-3 is non-anomalous. Standard humanoid containment protocol is in effect. In exchange for continued cooperation and good behavior, SCP-6113-3 is allowed limited socialization privileges with approved site personnel of Level 3 or higher, as well as access to approved on-site entertainment activities, and weekly visits to the Site-17 courtyard, supervised by one project member of Level 3 6113 or higher. Requests for personal items and containment modifications within reason may also be granted upon approval by SCP-6113 Senior Researcher. To date, SCP-6113-3 has requested a personal laptop, denied. A personal smartphone, denied. A Nintendo Switch console with various games, granted. Personalized meals from the Site-17 cafeteria, denied. Various snacks and beverages on request, denied, then granted, then overruled by Site Director, denied. Release from containment, denied. Once SCP-6113-3 reaches the age of 18 in 2025, preparations are to be made for her amnesticization and release in accordance with the Reintegration Committee. Description: SCP-6113-3, known as Redacted, formerly Redacted, personally identifiable information redacted to protect identity, is a non-anomalous. Objects classed as an ePark are done so for its anomalous circumstances or relationship to the anomalous rather than having anomalous properties. Female human of Filipino descent. Records indicate SCP-6113-3 was born on redacted date 2007, making her 12 years old. She is 152 centimeters tall and weighs 50 kilograms and is generally healthy. SCP-6113-3 was one of several subjects of SCP-6113 assigned male at birth. SCP-6113-3 considers herself a transgender female and uses the pronouns she, her. Despite SCP-6113-3 being completely non-anomalous, her containment is necessary out of altruism by order of the Ethics Subcommittee for Humanoid Entities, due to the nature of her discovery. Addendum 6113-3.1 Discovery, personal background, and reason for containment. SCP-6113-3 was discovered on 20/04/2019 in San Diego, California Stillwater Hospital System, when baffled doctors and nurses attempted to treat the effects of a transition event. A child abuse report to Child Protective Services had also been filed by the Jefferson family and to the hospital. Before SCP-6113-3's containment, the Jefferson family and hospital staff were questioned to confirm her condition. However, the Jeffersons were mistakenly amnesticized due to miscommunication before SCP-6113-3 could be returned. Hospital records, legal records, and the CPS report were expunged from all databases. SCP-6113-3 faced emotional and verbal abuse by her biological parents, Jorge and Victoria redacted. She lacked friends and would often face bullying at school. SCP-6113-3 frequently visit her friend Elena Jefferson, as well as her parents Damien and Ray Jefferson. SCP-6113-3 would accompany the Jeffersons to their family lake house at what is believed to be SCP-6113-2. After being expelled from her home, SCP-6113-3 came to the Jeffersons, with whom she was discovered. Jorge and Victoria, redacted, were not amnesticized, however. 3 days into SCP-6113-3's week-long holding period, during which she was uncooperative, the following memo was sent to Site Director Thomas Graham. Ethics Committee Memo. Date 23/04/2019. To Site-17 Director Thomas Graham. From Ethics Committee Liaison Jeremiah Cimmerian. Subject SCP-6113. Subject 126. Graham, we have been watching the SCP-6113 situation closely. With hundreds of civilian subjects passing through our facilities, it is our duty to confirm they are being treated ethically. One of these subjects at your facility has captured our attention. SCP-6113, Subject 126. I am sure you have read her file. Nevertheless, according to the report, she was recently expelled from her home and faced homelessness. In the chaos, it seems the Jefferson family has already been amnesticized by mistake, despite their kindness. Returning Subject 126 would be difficult, as the reason for her expulsion has already been cleared from the Jeffersons' memories, and returning her to her biological parents is a non-starter. Under any other circumstances, we would not have interfered. However, this is a massive oversight on the field agent's part. As a consequence of the malfeasance, we have deemed it unethical to release Subject 126 into civilian life. We cannot accept her ending up homeless, in foster care, or dead. Therefore, she has been designated SCP-6113-3 and will be held at Site-17 until the age of 18. She is under your care now. Draft containment procedures appropriately. We will be checking on her regularly. Any faults found in her care can and will fall on you. Ethics Committee Liaison, Jeremiah Cimmerian. Addendum 6113-3.2. Interview Log 1. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward. Earliest recorded interview with SCP-6113-3 conducted 4 days after acquisition. Begin log 24/04/2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room and sits down. SCP-6113-3 sits with her knees to her chest, staring dejectedly ahead. She does not acknowledge him. Hello, SCP-6113-3. My name is Dr. James Park. I'll be managing your stay with us in the Foundation. I'm sure you've been briefed by my team, yes? SCP-6113-3 is silent, briefly glancing at Dr. Park. Not much for words right now. That's okay, we have plenty of time. I just have some questions for you. Is that alright with you? SCP-6113-3 is silent. Alright, So, do you remember what prompted SCP-6113-1 to bring you to SCP-6113-2? According to what you told the Jefferson family, Elena, that's -1 to us, brought you to a lake and suddenly you were a girl? SCP-6113-3 does not answer the question. A majority of the subjects we interviewed claimed -1 only appears at their lowest moment. I just want to know what that was for you. SCP-6113-3 is silent. Data omitted for brevity. Would you rather we do this another time, SCP-6113-3? Don't be afraid to say no. Like I said, we have plenty of time. SCP-6113-3 glances at him before silently nodding. Great. Another time, then. End log. Closing statement. SCP-6113-3 was led back to her containment cell without word or incident. Another interview was scheduled for 1 week later. Addendum 6113-3.3 Interview Log 2. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward SCP-6113-3 was observed exhibiting the same behavior as the previous interview. Begin log 01/05/2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room and sits down. Hello, SCP-6113-3. Do you feel up to the interview now? SCP-6113-3 slowly looks up at him and nods slightly. Great. Do you mind telling me, SC, why do you keep calling me that? I'm sorry? SCP-6113-3. It's all anyone here has called me. My name is fucking... Dr. Park places his clipboard down and leans onto the table. Well... Do you see this logo on my paper? Points to the Foundation emblem on his clipboard. What about it? That's the logo of the SCP Foundation. It stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. There are certain things the world shouldn't know about. It could be a deadly monster, a portal to another world, even a pen that does its job too well. Anything that is deemed anomalous. Either way, we make sure no one discovers them. If anyone finds out what we do and what we have, some very bad things will happen. SCP-6113-3 stares at him dumbfoundedly. Whatever it is, or whoever it is, we contain it and assign its number. Just like you. And when do I get to go? Not until you're at least 18. Oh. Let's continue this another time. End log. Closing statement. Dr. Park elected to postpone the interview questions until an established relationship with SCP-6113-3 could be made. Addendum 6113-3.4 Interview Log 3. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward. Interview conducted impromptu in SCP-6113-3's containment cell. Begin log 02/05/2019. Dr. Park is allowed access to the containment cell by a guard. Hello. Hi, sir. Oh, just James is fine. Listen, I'm here to explain why you're here. It's the least you deserve. You don't have to say anything, you just have to listen. Okay, James. Data omitted for brevity. What the fuck? Do you need time to process that? SCP-6113-3 nods silently. There is silence for a few moments. I'm not dangerous, though. Why do you want me here? Why can't I go back? You said I'm basically normal. You're not dangerous, but the circumstances that led you here are. You weren't in a good place when we found you. And you have information about -2 we can use. SCP-6113-3 begins to cry and becomes distraught. What about Damien? Fucking Elena. Does she know where I am? They don't know you exist. Their memories were wiped. It would have been a security risk if we didn't. It was out of my control. SCP-6113-3 becomes more distraught. You piece of shit, get out! Get out! Dr. Park stands up and is led out of the cell by the guard. I'm sorry. End log. Closing statement. SCP-6113-3 was observed in distress for several hours after Interview 3. Interviews intended to gather information of SCP-6113-1 and SCP-6113-2 have been indefinitely postponed. Addendum 6113-3.5 Interview Log 4 Interviewed SCP-6113-3 Interviewer Dr. James Park Forward SCP-6113-3 refused to leave her containment cell for further interviews. By order of Dr. James Park, her privileges were not threatened in exchange for compliance. During the 2 weeks between interviews, SCP-6113-3 had significantly calmed. Interview 4 was instead conducted in her containment cell. Begin log 16/05/2019. Dr. Park is allowed access to the containment cell by a guard. Fucker? How are you too? You're suddenly interested, huh? I thought all you wanted was to know about -2. Well, you're getting nothing. You hear me? Dr. Park proceeds to sit down at the foot of her bed. Look, pone those questions. We won't hear them until you're ready. Uh-huh. Sure. I'm here because I want to know who is. Why? To put it matter-of-factly, it helps neither of us if I don't even know who you are. SCP-6113-3 does not respond. Anything, I can at least make your time here more comfortable. Fine. Great. Where do you want me to start? Tell me anything I should know. Hobbies, interests, likes, and dislikes. Well, I would go on hikes a lot before gestures. Here, I'd cook a lot, at least when I was allowed to. I like the woods and outdoors. I hate fake people. Dude, I don't know. What do you want from me? I want to know what you would like while you're here. What I would like? You want to know what I would like. Well, I would like for you to leave and never come back. Well, both know that's not possible. I would like this to end now. Dr. Park sighs before standing up and walking towards the cell door. Okay, if that's what you want, we'll end the interview here. Good riddance. End log. Closing statement. Interviews with SCP-6113-3 pertaining to SCP-6113 will continue to be postponed. Addendum 6113-3.6 Interview Log 5 Interviewed SCP-6113-3 Interviewer Dr. James Park Forward Interview conducted impromptu in her containment cell. Begin log 18/05/2019. Dr. Park is allowed access to the containment cell by a guard. For fuck's sake, I said I never wanted to see you again. You know I was like you when I was your age? Huh? I was like you when I was your age. How so? Shitty childhood, emotionally abusive Asian parents, lack of friends, pressure to be what others thought was best. I lashed out too. It's the self-preservation tactic. SCP-6113-3 is silent. We have a lot more in common than you think. That's only what from what I know, from what your friend Elena's family told us. Now, whether you believe it or not, I am here to help you. But I can't do that if you don't cooperate with me just a little. Your situation is unfortunate, yes, but it's outside both of ours control. And what do I have to do to be cooperative? Dr. Park proceeds to sit down at the foot of her bed. Just tell me what you want me to know. Okay, then give me time. Whatever you need. End log. Closing statement, none. Addendum 6113-3.7. Interview log 6. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward on 01/06/2019 at 2:54 a.m. SCP-6113-3 had requested an interview with Dr. James Park as soon as possible. The interview was conducted in a standard interview room the same day at 3:10 a.m. Begin log 01/06/2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room holding a cup of coffee, visibly disheveled and fatigued. SCP-6113-3 appears fully alert. Jesus! Why at this hour? By all means, you don't have to talk. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What do you want to tell me? You were right. We do have a lot in common, and to be honest, you're the only person here who's shown me any humanity. Are the other staff not kind to you? They're kind, but not human. Like you said, I'm just another number to them. Hell, you're the only one here who bothers to use my name. Right. Where is this going? My name is Zara. I'm 12 years old and I'm from SoCal. I was bullied pretty heavily in school because, well, you can guess. My only friend was Elena and I hung out with her family a lot. They took me to their lake house in Minnesota every summer, and it was the only time I ever truly felt free. My parents were so fucking shitty, it's unbelievable. They wanted me to be a boy. They wanted me to go to college and study XYZ major. I had to do this, I had to do that. Nothing could be said nicely. It was always shouting. SCP-6113-3 becomes more distressed. Her breathing rate and voice quickens. Then one day, they found a fucking skirt we got from Hot Topic, and that's when I truly knew that they didn't give two shits about me. I, I, SCP-6113-3 breaks down crying. Oh shit, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Here. Dr. Park procures a box of tissues and places it by SCP-6113-3. SCP-6113-3 does not acknowledge the gesture. It was very brave of you to tell me all of this, and I'm glad you trusted me with it. Data omitted for brevity. End log. Closing statement. After being consoled by Dr. Park, SCP-6113-3 was led back to her containment cell. She was observed to be seemingly calmer and more content. Addendum 6113-3.8. Interview log 7. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward. Interview requested by SCP-6113-3. Interview lasted approximately 2 hours. Begin log 07/06/2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room. Hi. Hi, James. Look, just please fucking forget everything I told you, okay? I think that would be better for the both of us. Well, why is that? It's a bad habit. I tend to info dump when some adult shows me basic kindness. Hmm. There's no shame in that, right? I know, it's just embarrassing. I did say we have a lot in common. I do that too, sometimes. Figures. I'm sorry. I mean, look at you. I could sense trauma on you a mile away. Well, I wouldn't say that. Huh? You still haven't told me. About what? About how much we have in common. That includes trauma. Well, come on. If I info dumped my traumatic backstory to you, it's only fair you do the same. Okay, fine, but you should know this is crossing into some unethical territory here. Fine by me. Now tell me it all. I'm Dr. James Park, 26 years old. Nerd. Sorry, go on. Most of my life was spent trying to appease my parents. I spent all of my time studying or doing some extracurricular they demanded at the time. I never really had a social life, because I always had my face buried in a damn book. Yet, no matter what, it was never enough for them. My sisters were always somehow better than me. Pissed the hell out of me. All the studying paid off, though, because I got the most prestigious job out of anyone in the family. Want to know what the problem is? What? Can't even tell them about it. Damn! Sucks, doesn't it? To not live up to what everyone expects of you while they simultaneously don't give a shit about what you want? You can say that again. Yeah. Data omitted for brevity. SCP 6113-3 is laughing at a story about SCP 6113-3's trauma. Dr. Park is softly laughing. The laughter dies down. Your mom was really that much of an idiot? Yeah, couldn't fucking accept it was her own fault. God, she was such a narcissistic bitch. There's silence for a few moments as the pair calm down. Hey, can. Oh, Jesus. Can I ask a weird question? I'm sorry, it's. Just say it already, James. Okay. How did you know, know that you are a girl? This isn't a question about the lake, right? No, I'm just curious, that's all. Okay, well, I knew long before any spirit or lake told me so. Sites like Tumblr kinda turn you queer. Nah, I'm kidding. I just learned the words from it, but I mean, I don't know, man. Even before that, girls to me just felt better in every way. They were prettier, they were cuter, they got to like the color pink and all that shit, you know? I remember being so depressed that I just can't be a girl. My aunties always said I'm such a ladies' man, and it made me so uncomfortable. I didn't want to be a ladies' man. I wanted to be a girl that loves girls. But no, girls can't love girls, is what my mom said. And that, fellas, is called gender fucking dysphoria. It's so much fun. You should try it someday. But, I mean, yeah, that's just me, though. Not every trans person feels like that. Huh, so it's an envy thing for you? Yeah, gender envy's a thing, apparently. And when your parents found your skirt, they kicked me out. Yes, absolutely correct. You win $100. Right. Again, I'm sorry about that. Don't worry about it. On the bright side, at least I get shelter and 3 meals a day. On the not so bright side, you guys did rip me from my only friend and family and erase their memories, but you know, you win some, you lose some. Dr. Park awkwardly laughs. His phone alerts him of an upcoming meeting with his superiors. Oh, wow, we've been talking for 2 hours. I gotta go. Loser. Can't even sit down and talk to your prisoner for a few more minutes? Dr. Park shifts in his seat awkwardly. I'm kidding. You've heard me talk enough already. Getting up from his seat. Okay. Thank you for the talk. It was nice getting to know you. Jesus, James, you sound like we're never going to see each other again. Well, I... What are you doing? You have somewhere to go. Right. Dr. Park proceeds to exit the interview room, but stops when cut off by SCP-6113-3. Wait! Yes? Would next week be good? Yes, we can do this again next week. Cool. Okay, bye then. Goodbye. End log. Closing statements. Weekly interviews have been scheduled with SCP-6113-3. Questions pertaining to SCP-6113 are indefinitely postponed. Addendum 6113-3.9. Interview logs 8 through 20 summary. Interview logs 8 through 20 have been omitted for brevity. Full interview logs are available by request and are subject to approval by Dr. James Park. Addendum 6113-3.10. Ethics Committee Memo 1. On 01/09/2019, the following Ethics Committee memo was sent to Dr. James Park. Ethics Committee Memo, date 01/09/2019, to Dr. James Park, from Ethics Committee Liaison Jeremiah Cimmerian. Subject, SCP-6113 Project. Dr. Park, we have been made aware of your weekly interviews with SCP-6113-3. This gathering of information is, without a doubt, imperative to SCP-6113 containment efforts. However, it is of this committee's opinion that your interviews with SCP-6113-3 number in unnecessary excess, without any significant progress made towards containment. We are to remind you that the separation between the object and researcher is an important one. Please remember your duties as a senior researcher, where a full investigation of your actions with the Foundation will be conducted, with possible disciplinary measures. Ethics Committee Liaison, Jeremiah Cimmerian. Addendum 6113-3.11, Interview Log 21. Interviewed, SCP-6113-3. Interviewer, Dr. James Park. Forward, scheduled interview. Begin log 06/09/2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room. What's up, James? Hi. How are you? Could be better. Could be not trapped in here. Oh, speaking of that, James. You have got to get a different person to bring me to the courtyard. That Howard guy is so dull and bland. He makes flour look like a spice. Okay. Get Howard away from me, James. He's so boring. Writing on his clipboard? Will do. There's silence for a few moments. Is something wrong? Huh? What? No, it's fine. James, it's been like 3 months. I can tell when something's on your mind. You get like this blank expression, like staring off into space. Look, I'm being pressured by my superiors. Uh-huh. I'm going to have to ask you about -1 and -2. Wow, so you get to know me and then you go back to using me for information. I see how it is. I have a job here. Fortunately, I'm not being paid to talk with you all day. And why should I help you anyway? Like, if what you said is true, you're just going to stop people from using it, right? I don't want to do that. It helped me. It can help others like me. That is a good point. I'm not helping you all find it. There is silence for a few moments. Think about it this way.
Uh,
Word gets out about a lake that helps trans people, a bunch of horrible transphobes would flock to it, right? Right. If you tell us what you know, yes, we would have to contain it. That doesn't mean we can't not have anyone use it. We could protect those who do use it. I'm the leader of this entire project, anyway. I'm sure I could organize something. Why me, though? You've talked to like hundreds of other people about the lake. Why is my information important? You're the only resource we have, the only one we didn't amnesticize. God, you guys really do wipe everyone's memories, don't you? Please. We need to find -2. SCP-6113-3 appears to think for a few moments. Okay, I'll help you, but you need to give me time. That's quite all right. And I swear to God, James, if you're really just using me, I'll stab you in the fucking back, okay? Yep, that's fair. Talk about something else now? Data omitted for brevity. End log. Closing statement. Request for increased security for SCP-6113-3 denied by Dr. James Park. Addendum 6113-3.12. Interview log 22. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward SCP-6113-3 stated she was prepared for another interview. Begin log 1709-2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room. So, you're ready? You could say that. I probably don't want to get you, like, fired or anything. Then you do understand I have to remain professional, right? Yeah. Alright. This is interview log 22 with SCP-6113-3. Date is September 17th, 2019. Time is 1:04 p.m. Now, you were one of SCP-6113-1 subjects, correct? Yes. Can you tell me what happened when it appeared to you? Well, after that happened, sorry to interrupt, please describe what that was for the record. Right, after my parents kicked me out, it kinda just appeared to me. I didn't know, I was just kinda like, just like walking down my street. There was no one around, most people were sleeping. Go on. So there was no one on the street. It was like midnight or something. Obviously, I was in shock and crying and shit, but I looked up and, like, she was there. She, Elena, well, not like Elena, obviously, but it looked like her. I didn't see her dad or mom, not even their car. They don't live in the same neighborhood. I didn't question it though. Like, it was weird, obviously, but I didn't realize it at the time. Suddenly, we were talking and walking. I stopped crying. We talked about, makeup and shit. Whatever teenage girls talk about. Didn't even realize it, but there we were at their lake house. Do you mind telling me what it looked like? She pauses for a few minutes. I don't remember. That's okay. So you're at the lake. And then what? We just sat at the edge and talked. Felt like hours. I swear I watched the moon set. Just talked and talked and talked. About what? Her family, our vacations together, shit only her and I knew. Didn't even realize it wasn't her. It knew all of it without asking you? Right. Then then she brought it up. Brought what up? You know, transitioning, like that sort of thing. What kinds of things? Like clothes I wanted to wear. HRT, name changes, surgery, all that jazz. And how did that make you feel? Nervous? Uncomfortable? I kind of forgot that I was just kicked out. I even told her that. Right? What happened after that? She took me in this big warm hug. It was like 30 degrees and she was warm. Told me everything was going to be all right and all. She said she loved me and she picked me up soon. Huh? She told me to look in the lake and, yeah, you probably know what happened from there. Well, say it anyway for the records. Okay, well, I stood up and looked in the water and dude, it was weird. I saw myself turn into a girl. Me, a girl. Like, holy shit. I kinda just got on my knees and started crying. And then Elena grabbed me by the shoulders and picked me up and said we had to go. So we walked away and suddenly I was back on my home street. Not even at the end of the block. There is silence for a few moments. She said she had to go, but that she'd be back. So we hugged and said bye, and then she was just gone. You weren't confused or anything? Of course I was. All of this was confusing. I was angry, depressed. I suddenly had a girl's body. I was euphoric, though. I called Elena and told her everything. Her and her parents came to pick me up. And well, then we went to the hospital. You know what happened then. How did they react? Wouldn't you know? Please, please, just tell me if you're comfortable. Okay. They were furious at my parents mostly. Then they noticed I looked differently. Smaller shoulders, big hips, my clothes not really fitting me anymore. Chalked it up to puberty. Elena didn't even remember what just happened. Thought I was so depressed I was hallucinating or something. I don't know. When she gave me a hug, though, she just didn't feel as warm. The real kicker, though, is when I had to go to the bathroom. That's when they took me to the hospital. Dr. Park writes on his clipboard for several minutes in silence. Thank you for the testimony. We'll talk about this more later. Is there anything else you would like to state? No, that's it. Okay then. James? Yes. Data expunged. End log. No closing statement. Interview 22 continued for approximately 1 hour after the log's conclusion. However, this portion of the recording was expunged by Dr. James Park. Addendum 6113-3-.13 Ethics Committee Memo 2. Ethics Committee Memo, date 18/09/2019 to Dr. James Park. From Ethics Committee Liaison, Jeremiah Samarian. Subject, SCP-6113-3. Interview Log 22. Dr. Park, we've been made aware of your expungement of data from SCP-6113-3's 22nd interview. As the interview's transcript and audio and visual content is unlikely to contain any sort of memetic, cognito, or info hazard, expungement is highly unnecessary. For now, we have not yet chosen to contact Reza about restoring the expunged data. However, we cannot let this go unreprimanded. As of 18/09/2019, you have been placed under probation. We will be conducting a full investigation of your actions with the Foundation. You will continue your duties as SCP-6113 Senior Researcher. Any fault found in your employment history or further actions inconsistent with Foundation policy will lead to disciplinary measures up to and including termination of contract. I advise you to remember your duties, James. Ethics Committee Liaison, Jeremiah Samarian. Addendum 6113-3.14. Interview Log 23. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward SCP-6113-3 requested several items between interviews to meet with Dr. James Park. All requests were denied by Dr. Park until this time. Begin Log 25-10-2019. Dr. Park enters the interview room carrying a small bag. Dude, where the hell have you been? Hi. Why, it's been almost a month. Look, it's been rough. Remember what I said? If you use me for information, I'd stab you in the back. Please, SCP-6113-3, calm down. SCP-6113-3, you did not just call me that. I swear to God, James, this isn't fun. I'm on probation-3, okay? SCP-6113-3 appears to calm for a moment. Probation? Yeah, probation. I could lose my job if I'm not professional about this. Now, I'm sorry I did not meet with you, but I couldn't risk it. Risk what? Losing my job. Having to go back to my family. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't blame you for that reaction. I really am sorry, though. It's fine. Right. There's silence for a few moments. Well, what's up with you, nerd? Not much, really. Unfortunately, your testimony doesn't exactly help us find the lake. Bummer. I know, right? Oh, that reminds me. Dr. Park rummages through the bag for a few moments. What you got there, buddy? To show you that I really am sorry, I got you something. Dr. Park produces a packet of skirts in its original plastic packaging, typically worn by preteens. Oh wow, James, you shouldn't have. SCP-6113-3 examines the skirt for a few moments. Really, James, you shouldn't have. No, it's not a lot, but I had to guess your size, but you can wear them with your uniform. I know skirts might carry a bad memory for you, but I think it'd be, I don't know, nice to reclaim them for yourself. Right, because if I didn't want to wear skirts now, because my parents kicked me out for having one, I'd certainly wear them here. Oh, well, you don't have to wear them if you don't want to. No, I'm kidding. I like them. Thank you, James. SCP-6113-3 examines the package for a few minutes in silence. Little Caribou Lake. I'm sorry? Little Caribou Lake. That's where Elena's lake house is. That's where she brought me every summer. That's where it brought me. Oh my God. Yeah. There is silence for a few moments. James, I trust you. You said if I told you where it is, you would protect those it brings. You wouldn't let them use it. Dr. Park shifts in his seat awkwardly. James, you have to promise me. I don't want to be the reason no one can transition with it anymore. I promise. Okay, James. Thanks. I'm sorry, I have to go. I need to. Jesus, I'm so sorry. It's all right, I get it. I'll be fine. Okay. Thank you. I'll see you soon, okay? Okay. End log. Closing statement. SCP-6113-3 was seen wearing various skirts around Site-17 through the next week. Addendum 6113-3.15. O5 Council Proposal. On 25/10/2019, the following proposal was submitted to the O5 Council by Dr. James Park. On 4/11/2019, the proposal was voted on. 4/11/2019, O5 Proposal Summary. Directive Statement. Declassify SCP-6113 and use its anomalous properties to the benefit of the global transgender population. Dr. James Park, SCP-6113 Senior Researcher. Site-17. Proposed measures. Cease all location and containment efforts of 6113. Allow SCP-6113 to establish itself as a new status quo without Foundation intervention. Immediately amnesticize and release SCP-6113 in accordance with the Reintegration Committee. Council Vote Summary. It is a unanimous nay vote. Status denied. Notes. SCP-6113 is to remain classified and current containment procedures are to be carried out as normal. Addendum 6113-3.16. Interview Log 24. Interviewed SCP-6113-3. Interviewer Dr. James Park. Forward. Conducted impromptu in SCP-6113-3's containment cell. Begin Log 05/11/2019. Dr. Park is allowed access to the containment cell by a guard. Oh, hi, James. You know, these skirts gave me fit pretty well. Dr. Park does not respond. I've been wearing them around. You've noticed, right? Dr. Park does not respond. James, everything all right there? Hello? Dr. Park does not respond. You just gonna keep looking at me like that, dude? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What's happening? You good? I couldn't keep my promise. It wasn't up to me. James, what are you talking about? The lake. They're going to find the lake and they're gonna contain it. James, this isn't funny. Tell me you're lying. You're lying, right? I'm sorry. So you spent all that time, months, talking to me. You got me to trust you and then you lied to me? You lied? What's next? You're gonna toss me to the side? There was nothing I could do. Bullshit! There was everything you could have done! You could have left me the fuck alone like I asked you to. Shit! I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I did use you. I used you like everyone else in your life. I'm sorry. It's unforgivable. Nothing I could do will ever make up for it. Dr. Park collapses onto the foot of SCP-6113-3's bed. They spend approximately 30 minutes in distress until the pair calm down and are silent for several minutes. So, what now? It'll be contained within the next week. As far as we know, just the presence of the Foundation will deter -1. It won't come. And if it does, well, the two are silent for several more minutes. I am so sorry. The two sit in silence for a few more minutes. SCP-6113-3 moves closer to Dr. Park until they are sitting next to each other. SCP-6113-3 then hugs Dr. Park. Dr. Park is caught off guard, however, and he is hesitant. Eventually, he reciprocates the hug. They sit like this for a few more minutes before separating, composing themselves for a moment. Dr. Park then stands up. Will you be okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. You still have a job after all. Yeah. I'll see you soon. Don't worry. Whatever you say, James. End log. Closing statement, none. Recent changes have been made to this file. Click here to update. Item number 6113-3. Level 3 confidential. Containment class Euclid. Secondary class ePark. Disruption class Dark. Risk class Notice. Special containment procedures. SCP-6113-3 is kept in a standard humanoid containment cell at Site-17. The senior researcher for SCP-6113, currently Dr. Brandon Fisher, is to act as SCP-6113-3's social worker, responsible for SCP-6113-3's well-being as well as their normal duties. SCP-6113-3 is to receive a standard education by Foundation educators up until the 12th grade. While SCP-6113-3 is non-anomalous, standard humanoid containment protocol is in effect. She is only to be referred to as SCP-6113-3. In exchange for continued cooperation and good behavior, SCP-6113-3 is allowed limited socialization privileges with approved site personnel of level 3 or higher, as well as access to approved on-site entertainment activities and weekly visits to the Site-17 courtyard, supervised by one project manager of level 3 6113 or higher. Requests for personal items and containment modifications within reason may also be granted upon approval by SCP-6113 Senior Researcher. To date, SCP-6113-3 has requested a personal laptop, denied. A personal smartphone, denied. A Nintendo Switch console with various games, granted. Personalized meals from the Site-17 cafeteria, denied. Various snacks and beverages on request, denied, then granted, then overruled by Site Director, denied. Release from containment, denied. A pad of paper and various writing utensils, initially denied, now granted. Once SCP-6113-3 reaches the age of 18, in 2025, preparations are to be made for her amnestization and release in accordance with the Reintegration Committee. By order of the Ethics Subcommittee for Humanoid Entities, see Addendum 6113-317, Ethics Committee Injunction, Dr. James Park's contract with the Foundation is terminated, and upon his return, see Addendum 6113-3-16, Incident Log 6113-3-06-11-2019, prohibited from any and all contact with SCP-6113-3 and the SCP-6113 project. He is to be screened for any memetic and cognitohazards before his amnestization and released into civilian life. Description: no changes, data collapsed. Addendum 6113-3.1 through 16, no changes, data collapsed. Addendum 6113-3.17, Ethics Committee Injunction. On 06/11/2019, the following was sent to Dr. James Park in response to the events of Interview 24. Official Ethics Committee Injunction. Date 06/11/2019. To Dr. James Park from Ethics Committee Liaison, Jeremiah Samarian, CC Dr. Brandon Fisher, Subject SCP-6113-3. Dr. Park, the development of the SCP-6113 project has piqued the interest of this committee as of late. With SCP-6113-3's unique containment situation, one should take care when acquiring information from her as to not cross the boundary between object and researcher. While your methods have no doubt proved effective in the containment of SCP-6113, it is of this committee's opinion that you have acted unethically in growing too comfortable with SCP-6113-3. Your continued disregard for the ethical integrity of our position has forced us to take disciplinary action out of an abundance of caution. Effective immediately, you are removed from the SCP-6113 project and demoted to Level 2 Assistant Researcher. You are to be transferred to Site-06-3 immediately. You also barred from any and all contact with SCP-6113-3. If found in violation of this injunction, your contract with the Foundation is to be terminated, and you will be amnesticized. SCP-6113 Assistant Researcher Dr. Brandon Fisher is promoted to the position of SCP-6113 Senior Researcher. Ethics Committee Liaison Jeremiah Cimmerian. Addendum 6113-3.18 Incident 6113-3-06-11-2019. On 6/11/2019 at 11:42 a.m., 2 guards arrived at Dr. James Park's office to escort him off the premises. Dr. Park had presumably already read the injunction at this point. The office door, however, was locked and the blinds closed. As they attempted to negotiate with Dr. Park, they reportedly heard crying and the sounds of emotional distress inside his office. Additional security personnel were summoned and preparations were made in the event Dr. Park turned violent. Dr. Park was non-cooperative with orders to open the door. Threats of termination were met with silence. Security personnel were ordered to forcibly enter his office. Upon entrance, Dr. Park was not found inside his office. Notably, the only exit from his office is through the door that was breached. Dr. Park's personal effects were left intact and his computer terminal was left logged in. There was no sign of a struggle. Seen below is the email his terminal was open to. Site-17 was not put on lockdown, however. All security personnel were ordered to search for and detain Dr. Park immediately. After approximately 4 hours at 4:45 p.m., the order was lifted. Search efforts for Dr. Park were initiated for all Foundation agents and applicable task force within a 100-kilometer radius. As of writing, Dr. Park has not been found. 2. Senior Researcher Brandon Fisher. From Assistant Researcher James Park. Subject: Raft. She said it was envy. Addendum 6113-3.19 Interview Log 25 Interviewed SCP-6113-3 Interviewer Dr. Brandon Fisher Forward Earliest interview after Incident 6113-3 06/11/2019 Begin Log 08/11/2019 Dr. Fisher enters the interview room. Hello, SCP-6113-3. My name is Dr. Brandon Fisher. Hi, what are you here for? I'm the senior researcher for the SCP-6113 project. I'll be taking care of you from now on. What happened to James? I'm afraid I cannot. What happened to James? He's been relieved of his duties due to a few errors on his part. So, you fired him? Yes, if that's how you would like to put it. SC, don't call me that. What? I said don't call me that. I'm afraid I will have to refer to you how I am told to refer to you. Motherfuckers, it's because of that, isn't it? SCP-6113-3. Please calm down. Y'all couldn't accept he treated me like a person. He called me instead of a bunch of fucking numbers. Listen, if you want me to cooperate, bring James back. I'm afraid I cannot do that. Then you won't get anything from me. SCP-6113-3. SCP-6113-3 does not respond. SCP-6113-3. Fuck you. This interview is over. End log. Closing statement. Dr. Fisher has requested psychotherapy for SCP-6113-3. Major changes have been made to this file. Click here to return to home page. Item number 6113. Containment class Esoteric. Secondary class Multiple. Disruption class Connect. Risk class Warning. Special containment procedures. Containment of SCP-6113-1 is not possible at the present moment. Containment efforts of SCP-6113 are primarily focused on suppression of information surrounding it. Along with SCP-6113-2 containment procedures, the following special containment procedures for SCP-6113 have been implemented. Spread disinformation surrounding SCP-6113-1 through multiple platforms by Foundation web crawlers and planted agents in an attempt to discredit any reported findings and transition events. See File 6113-2. Locate and detain transgender individuals affected by SCP-6113, henceforth referred to as subjects, and hold them for questioning for no more than 1 week. Update and modify any and all legal records of subjects to reflect their current sex and gender identity. Apply Class A and E amnestics to subjects and any family, friends, and acquaintances, as well as implanting false memories if subjects was assigned their gender at birth. Released subjects are monitored for 1 month to ensure complacency. These procedures have been effective at maintaining global normality. However, SCP-6113-1 continues to affect subjects at an increasing average rate of 8 subjects per 7 days. The number of subjects affected by SCP-6113 total over 315 as of 10/01/2020. The Department of Thaumaturgy is currently developing a permanent containment method for SCP-6113-1. Despite numerous potential subjects employed at the Foundation, SCP-6113-1 refuses to enter Foundation property and conduct transition events on personnel. Testing on D-Class personnel and locating, tracking, and studying SCP-6113-1 is not possible at the present moment. Description: SCP-6113 is the designation of multiple objects of varying class, labeled SCP-6113-1 through SCP-6113-3. Refer to individual files below. Access File 6113-1. Item number 6113-1. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Keter. Secondary Class Uncontained. Disruption Class Connect. Risk Class Caution. Special Containment Procedures. No changes. Data collapsed. Description: SCP-6113-1 is a humanoid entity capable of teleportation and disguising as and impersonating human beings. SCP-6113-1 uses its ability to facilitate transition events in transgender individuals globally. See File 6113-2. Current prevailing theory suggests SCP-6113-1 is a humanoid spirit or reality bender, but its true nature is unknown. SCP-6113-1's physical form, however, is a humanoid being made of solid orange light. Its estimated height is 180 centimeters and it glows at approximately 12 lumens. SCP-6113-1 typically reveals itself to the subjects at their lowest moment in life. See Addendum 6113.3, Subject Testimony. When doing so, it disguises itself as a person the subject shares a positive emotional bond with, such as a family member, friend, significant other, or teacher, henceforth referred to as companion, using information about the subject's personal life and relationship to the companion. It guides the subject to SCP-6113-2 with its teleportation abilities. Subjects do not notice the moment of teleportation, as if they had continuously walked to the destination. How SCP-6113-1 obtains knowledge of the subject's life, personality of the companion, and their relationship to the companion is unknown, but theorized to be a form of mind reading. SCP-6113-1 has also been observed to protect subjects from all physical harm, self-induced or otherwise, for a short time before and after appearing to them, possess intimate knowledge about the subject's personal life, mental health, and relationships, and exude a feeling of calmness and comfort. Additionally, it is also theorized that SCP-6113-1 can become invisible so as to reveal itself to the subject at the right moment. SCP-6113-1 has not demonstrated any new abilities since its discovery on 20/04/2019, but it may or may not possess any more. Access File 6113-2. Item Number 6113-2. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Safe. Secondary Class Dragioni. E-Class SCPs are those whose anomalous properties are under investigation. Disruption Class Connect. Risk Class Warning. Special Containment Procedures. Local properties have been cleared from the area and a perimeter of chain-link fences 1 kilometer from the edge of the lake have been established. No fewer than 2 guards every 4 kilometers are to continuously patrol the perimeter to deter trespassers. Trespassers are to be detained and turned over to local law enforcement, given Class A amnestics if necessary. A cover story involving a drowning risk has been disseminated through local media. Provisional Site-17 has been established within the perimeter at the lake's eastern edge, disguised as an abandoned boat rental building. CCTV cameras disguised as wildlife cameras have been attached to nearby trees, and their footage routed to and recorded at Provisional Site-15. 2 guards are to be stationed there at all times to monitor CCTV footage. If SCP-6113-1 or any subjects are seen at or near SCP-6113-2, Mobile Task Force Lambda-69, 6 Color Crusaders, are to respond and contain SCP-6113-1 and detain any subjects. Description: SCP-6113-2 is Little Caribou Lake in Minnesota State, 48 degrees 4 minutes and 5 seconds north, 90 degrees 15 minutes 39 seconds west. SCP-6113-2 is the destination for SCP-6113-1 and its subjects when conducting transition events. A transition event can only occur when SCP-6113, no more than 1 subject, and SCP-6113-2 are within each other's presence. The steps of a transition event are as follows. See Addendum 6113.3, Subject Testimony. Step 1. SCP-6113-1 reveals itself to the subject, disguised as the subject's companion, protecting them from physical harm if necessary. In most cases, this happens alone. It is unclear whether it teleports directly or becomes visible. Step 2. SCP-6113-1 calms and comforts the subject. Subjects do not question why their companion is suddenly accompanying them, as if this is completely normal. Step 3. SCP-6113-1 suggests they go for a walk, guiding them to the lake. To the subject, the apparent environment morphs to match a theoretical path to SCP-6113-2, as if they were within walking distance. Only the subject perceives this. The actual physical locations remain unchanged. These hallucinations could also be the cause of the varying descriptions of SCP-6113-2. Again, subjects do not question this. Step 4. SCP-6113-1 engaged in conversation with the subject about their personal life, offers the subject a seat at the edge of the lake, sitting with them. Topics have included school grades, relationships, and future plans. At some point, the conversation topic naturally shifts to that of gender identity and gender dysphoria, a term for psychological distress caused by an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and their gender identity, or euphoria. Step 6. SCP-6113-1 then prompts the subject to view their reflection in the lake. When subject view their reflection in the water, they first see themselves as is. Slowly, the reflection and physical body of the subject will permanently shift until matching their ideal gender identity. The sex characteristics and chromosomes of the subject are primarily affected. This process is similar to that of SCP-113, but notably painless. Step 7. The subject expresses a strong emotional reaction, most often excitement and joy, but sometimes anxiety and fear, in which SCP-6113-1 responds appropriately. Step 8. SCP-6113-1 then guides the subject back to their original location, saying goodbye before leaving either via teleportation or invisibility. Subjects that have underwent a transition event, though occasionally possessing a typical anatomy for humans of a binary sex, are non-anomalous. Transition events do not significantly alter a subject's height, weight, and features that are not related to transitioning. Subjects also report feeling more confident and determined to improve their quality of life. Despite no subjects arriving at SCP-6113-2 and its containment area, subjects continue to undergo transition events globally. Research into if SCP-6113-2's anomalous properties even exist is underway. Object classes classed as Dragoni are under investigation for authenticity by the O5 Council. Addendum 6113.1 through 3. No changes. Data collapsed. Warning. Following file is Level 4, 6113-3 classified. Any attempt to access this file without Level 4, 6113-3 authorization will be logged and will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Input Level 4, 6113-3 credentials. Item number 6113-3. Level 4, Secret. Containment class, Esoteric. Secondary class, Uncontained. Disruption class, VLAN. Risk class, Notice. Special containment procedures. SCP-6113-3 has escaped containment, assisted by SCP-6113-1, and presumably Dr. James Park. See Addendum 6113-3.20, Containment Breach 6113-3, 15/11/2019. Mobile Task Force Lambda 69, 6 Color Crusaders, is to locate SCP-6113-3 and bring her into containment, where she will be held until the age of 18 in 2025. If such time passes without recontainment, she is to be instead be located and given Class C and G amnestics. Dr. James Park is to be terminated as soon as possible. Amnestization and planting of false memories in SCP-6113-3 to remove any knowledge of Dr. James Park, pending Ethics Committee approval. As of writing, SCP-6113-3 and Dr. James Park have not been located. Description: no changes, data collapsed. Addendum 6113-3 through 19, no changes, data collapsed. Addendum 6113-3.20, Containment Breach 6113-3, 15/11/2019 report. Containment breach report. Date 15/11/2019. Site-17. SCPs involved: SCP-6113-1, SCP-6113-3. Mobile Task Force involved: Lambda-69, 6 Color Crusaders. Personnel involved: various Site-17 security personnel, Dr. Brandon Fisher. Others involved: Dr. James Park, presumably. On 15/11/2019 at 10:26 p.m., SCP-6113-1 appeared unnoticed in an unpopulated portion of Site-17, disguised as Site Director Thomas Graham. SCP-6113-1 made its way to Dr. Brandon Fisher's office, mimicking his behavior perfectly so as to remain undetected. Still disguised, SCP-6113-1 then requested Dr. Fisher's Level 3 access card for security purposes. Despite the suspect reasoning, Dr. Fisher granted SCP-6113-1 his access card before returning to his terminal. SCP-6113-1 then left Dr. Fisher's office and walked towards the low-security humanoid containment ring. When alone, SCP-6113-1 took the opportunity to disguise as Dr. Fisher. This was captured on surveillance cameras and security personnel were alerted. On 11:03 p.m., a full site lockdown was ordered by Site Director Graham. Mobile Task Force Lambda-69, 6 Color Crusaders, was deployed with an ETA approximately 10 minutes. SCP-6113-1, still disguised, arrived in the humanoid containment wing and requested to meet with SCP-6113-3. Approximately half of the guards stationed in this wing were absent, attending to the lockdown order. Again, despite the suspicious circumstances, the guard allowed SCP-6113-1 into SCP-6113-3's containment cell. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Upon entrance, SCP-6113 reacted with alarm and anger, shouting several expletives. SCP-6113-1 then disappeared for a few moments before returning with a woman, presumably Dr. James Park. SCP-6113-3 was shocked, then calmed immediately. The following exchange is logged below. James? It's Janet now. Holy fucking shit, your egg cracked. No thanks to you. SCP-6113-3 runs up and hugs Dr. Park. I missed you so much, dickhead. Dr. Park hugs her tightly. I missed you too, dipshit. Finally got you to curse at me. Dr. Park giggles. So, what's the plan? We break out, with -1's help. Then, for once in my life, I've got nothing planned after that. SCP-6113-3 grabs Dr. Park's hand. Well, lead the way. SCP-6113-3 and Dr. James Park both left 2 documents and 3 labeled photos on the containment cell's desk. The group left the containment cell as security personnel approached their position. SCP-6113-1, SCP-6113-3, and Dr. James Park then sprinted in the opposite direction. At 11:12 p.m., MTF Lambda-69 arrived in the humanoid containment wing in front of the group. MTF Lambda-69 engaged the group, firing non-lethal ammunition. All projectiles, however, harmlessly collided with their bodies. SCP-6113-3 and Dr. James Park exhibited no pain response. One member of MTF Lambda-69 then vocalized several thaumaturgical incantations in an attempt to disable SCP-6113-1's known abilities. These incantations were only successful in removing SCP-6113-1's ability to disguise, revealing its true orange light form. With SCP-6113-1's assistance, the group disappeared from view. At 11:15 p.m., Site-17's lockdown order was lifted, and search efforts for SCP-6113-1, SCP-6113-3, and Dr. James Park were initiated for all Foundation agents and applicable mobile task forces within a 100-kilometer radius. At 4 a.m., the search order was lifted. Addendum 6113-3.21 Document SCP-6113-3.1 To whom it may concern, I am thankful for my time with the Foundation, and I have enjoyed working on the SCP-6113 project immensely. However, I cannot, in good conscience, continue my employment. The reason? SCP-6113-3. It was envy, she said, that the idea of being a girl for her was more desirable than actually being a boy. I didn't understand it at the time. Needless to say, my desire to be her mother shadowed my judgment. For the better. I know I've been compromised. You will search for and attempt to terminate me. For once, I don't care. I love her and I will do anything to protect her. That includes what I've just done. Forgive me, but I did what I thought was necessary. What I thought was ethical. I expect to see you soon, and again, thank you, truly, for the opportunity. Janet Park. Addendum 6113-3.22 Document SCP-6113-3.2 Dear Foundation, dare I say it, but maybe taking a little abused trans girl hostage wasn't the best decision you've ever made. Sure, life could have been worse for me, but could have also been better. Who knows, you never even gave me the chance. I know one thing for certain, though. I never had a family, and the Foundation couldn't give me one. Wouldn't even let me have one, so I had to find my own. Janet, don't try looking for me in her. Y'all may be all-powerful, but I have an invincible spirit thing protecting me. And don't you dare touch Elena again, or I swear to God I'll make y'all bleed. There isn't much more for me to say other than that. Of course, with love, fuck you, Chloe Park. Addendum 6113-3.23 Access File Attachments. Updated Amnestics Guide. Proposal for the classification of synthetic, non-anomalous amnestic agents. Forward. Both the Foundation and its predecessor organizations have relied on memory-affecting agents in order to expunge sensitive data from the minds of unauthorized individuals. Though we have generally classified such agents under the umbrella term amnestics, and less accurately amnesiacs, we have, in fact, used a wide variety of different agents to accomplish this task. Many of our commonly used amnestics are themselves anomalous, either in origin or mechanism. The fact that amnestics are frequently anomalies themselves effectively renders them Thumil class SCPs, recklessly handed out to any MTF, field agent, or researcher who wants them. Furthermore, the collection of these amnestics are either fraught with danger or are otherwise ethically problematic. Fortunately, neuroscience has advanced significantly since the Foundation was founded, and we now have the means to mass-produce non-anomalous amnestic drugs. In addition to being wholly non-anomalous, the next generation of amnestic drugs is expected to be more cost-effective for the Foundation and boast a better safety profile for their subjects. These drugs function primarily by inducing memory deconsolidation, breaking down the neural pathways responsible for encoding episodic memories. The drugs themselves are encased within specially designed nanoparticles, allowing for the targeting of specific areas of the brain, drastically reducing the amount of drug required as well as side effects. The O5 Council is currently reviewing proposals to gradually phase out the use of traditional amnestics and replace them with non-anomalous alternatives. In order to facilitate this transition among Foundation personnel, we submit the following revisions to the current amnestics classification system. Please note that all classes of amnestics are now available in oral, inhalant, and intravenous forms for the convenience of amnestic officers, and still retain the taste of batteries and peppermint that none of us can remember, but always find familiar. Class A, General Retrograde, for erasing recent and/or specific episodic memories. While Class A amnestics will technically deconsolidate memories at random, they will mostly affect engrams within the memory reconsolidation window of 5 to 6 hours, as these are the memories that will be at the forefront of the subject's mind. This is especially true for highly unique episodic memories, such as encounters with anomalous phenomena. While these will be most effective after initial exposure, it is possible to reopen a memory reconsolidation window, allowing for amnestics officers to trigger then erase specific memories long after their initial formation. Class B, Regressive Retrograde. For the incremental erasure of recent memories, Class B amnestics start by deconsolidating the most recently formed memories first, and then working their way backwards. The extent of memory erasure is dependent on dosage, with a 75 milligram dose resulting in approximately 24 hours of memory loss on average. These are ideal for erasing recent memories older than 6 hours without having to trigger specific memories. Class C, Targeted Retrograde, for the removal of specific memories from any point in the subject's life. Class C amnestics are used in conjunction with high-fidelity neuroimaging and transcranial stimulation. Neuroimagers will locate the specific memory engrams within the subject's brain, and upon reaching those specific engrams, the amnestics will be activated through the use of precise, non-invasive stimulation, typically ultrasound or magnetic fields. The benefit of Class C amnestics is they allow for the surgically precise removal of memories regardless of when they formed, and are ideal for expunging classified data from the minds of D-Class personnel and neutralized humanoid SCPs prior to the release. The major drawback of Class C amnestics is the required equipment's lack of portability. As such, Class C amnestics are most effectively administered at Foundation sites, though mobile amnestic field clinics are currently under development. Class D, Progressive Retrograde, for the removal of early memories. Class D amnestics are the opposite of Class B's. They target the oldest memories first and work their way forward, the effects depending on dosage. As this is a fairly niche application, Class D amnestics are rarely used. Though they are, by design, more potent than their counterparts, it still requires an extremely high dosage to expunge a significant portion of a subject's life. As such, their risk of side effects is dangerously high. It should be noted that Class D amnestics only target explicit memories. Implicit memories, namely skills that the individual learned in their youth, will remain unaffected. Class E, Ennui, to induce psychological complacency within the anomalous. To be frank, ennui isn't actually the proper term for the psychological effects of Class E amnestics. It would be more accurately to be considered an anti-nostalgia drug. Though they still target the neural pathways for memories, they do not deconsolidate them. Rather, they merely weaken the pathways while dissociating the memory with any emotions, positive or negative,
removing any incentive to think about it, and thus allowing it to naturally decay on its own. Class E amnestics are most effective in situations where the suppression of the anomalous is not possible, and thus in order to preserve normality, the anomaly must be perceived as normal. Class E amnestics cause subjects to accept the world as it is, and forget that it was ever any different. Class F Food for erasing and rebuilding the subject's identity. As with the old Class F, these amnestics induce a fugue state or dissociative amnesia in the subject. The subject will forget their identity and may either be provided with a new one by the amnestics officer or allowed to develop one on their own. Class G Gaslighting to cause subjects to doubt the authenticity of their memories. Class G amnestics induce derealization of memories, making them seem fantastic or dreamlike, causing the subject to doubt their authenticity. Standard field Class G amnestics are formulated to target memories of the anomalous and are best administered when the subject lacks any tangible evidence of their account, and targeting specific memories is infeasible. Class G amnestics that the target hit non-anomalous memories, however, have previously been banned by the Ethics Committee and are currently under development at the request of the O5 Council. Class H Anterograde to prevent the formation of new memories. Class H amnestics prevent the subject from forming new memories, blocking memory consolidation for as long as the agent is in the subject's system. Duration is dependent on dosage, with 75 milligrams lasting for approximately 24 hours on average. Class I Transient for inducing a temporary amnesiac state. Class I amnestics induce transient amnesia by blocking the neural pathways responsible for long-term memories, temporarily preventing subjects from recalling their past. Duration is dependent on dosage, again with 75 milligrams lasting approximately 24 hours on average. Class W to Z Amnestics. Protection against antimimetic and other mnemonic anomalies. Class W to Z refers to amnestic drugs or drugs that prevent or reverse memory erasure and are most commonly used by the antimimetics department. Though in function they are the opposite of amnestics, they both work by targeting the neural pathways for the memory, allowing for the creation of non-anomalous amnestic drugs. Class W amnestics allow the subject to perceive and retain knowledge of anti-memes, in addition to general memory enhancement. Class X restores awareness of previously perceived anti-memes or suppressed memories. Class Y grants the subject perfect recall for any memories gained during its period of effect, and a single dose of Class Z renders the subject biochemically incapable of forgetting anything for the remainder of their lives. Class Cs are invariably fatal, with death by seizure typically resulting in a matter of hours. Combining amnestic drugs is not recommended. Report to Overseer Council regarding the ethics of non-anomalous amnestics. Level 5 clearance required. Clearance accepted. Overseers. Though I am well aware of the numerous ethical and practical drawbacks of conventional amnestics, I regret to inform you that a previously unforeseen complication of non-anomalous amnestics has recently come to light. The very fact that they are non-anomalous makes it possible for civilians to create their own crude amnestic drugs. How the formulas were leaked is still being investigated, but the fact remains that people are now cooking up street amnestics in improvised labs like crystal meth. Sexual assault is, as one would imagine, the most common crime it is implicated in, but it's no doubt used to cover up all sorts of abuse, criminal, corporate, and government alike.
Some people take it willingly to try to expunge their own unwanted memories, but even then, the strength of the street formulas vary wildly. Individuals who overdose will end up with enormous chunks of random memories missing, sometimes crucial implicit memories, and are reduced to vegetative states. Bad batches are all too common, resulting in permanent brain damage and even death. Rumors of how they are being used by numerous authoritarian regimes are rampant, but since I wasn't able to confirm any of these horror stories myself, I won't bother repeating them here. The media has dubbed this outbreak of amnestics abuse the forgotten epidemic, and it's our fault. We made this stuff, and it's because of our negligence it's on the streets. Surely we have some responsibility to relieve this abuse. I recommend that we delay the full implementation of non-anomalous amnestics until we have determined the source of the security breach and taken measures to prevent a second occurrence in the future. The Foundation should fund the efforts of law enforcement to track down street amnestic producers, but then administer Class C amnestics to wipe the formula from their minds. The old amnestics may not have been perfect, but the human cost of using them has already been dwarfed by their non-anomalous equivalents. If we make it a priority, we can get this stuff off the street and bring the forgotten epidemic to an end. Doctor, isn't it?
Doctor, isn't it? Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. As regrettable as the situation may be, the fact that these street amnestics are non-anomalous places their illicit use well outside the Foundation's authority. By unanimous vote, the O5 Council has decided that the new generation of non-anomalous amnestics will be deployed as scheduled, and that no Foundation resources will be diverted to prevent or regulate their use among civilians. O5-4.
SCP-6124 PAL Spotting Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures As SCP-6124 presents ubiquitously within global livestock populations, no containment is necessary. SCP-6124 is functionally accepted as a non-anomalous facet of civilian life, and discovery of its underlying properties in history is unlikely. Foundation agents embedded within civilian paleontology projects are to discourage the discovery of REAO-6124-A. Referring to the paleontological remains of an extinct anomalous organism, REL SCP-6124 Organism Alpha, if such an event becomes a reasonable matter of concern. Description: SCP-6124 is a cognito-hazardous vector affecting worldwide Bos taurus cattle populations activated when viewing cattle at high speeds. SCP-6124 presents exclusively in humans and impacts two sections of the human nervous system: the prefrontal cortex and the midline raphe nuclei among the brainstem, producing the following behavior and neurological changes. Strong favorability towards and interest in nearby cattle, particularly during periods of grazing or rest. Increased production of 5-hydroxytryptamine, 5-HT, resulting in sudden lightening of mood and momentary cessation of depressive tendencies. SCP-6124 effects cease when the observer diverts their gaze from the cattle responsible for the vector. Current paleontological evidence suggests SCP-6124 is a vestigial genetic feature evolved to decrease B. taurus's predation by REAO-6124-A organism. The fossil of REAO-6124-A indicates it was a large carnivorous prehistoric bird capable of sustained high-velocity flight. Its diet consisted of large quadrupedal mammals captured alive. REAO SCP-6124-A was exceptionally long-living, anomalously so, and evidence of its impact on mammalian populations dates back to the late Mesozoic era. The circumstances resulting in its death occurred sometime prior to the Neolithic Age are undetermined. SCP-6124 likely deterred B. taurus's selection as a prey animal by REAO 6124-A before the latter perished. Its presentation in humans remains unexplained outside of hypothetical similarities in how REAO 6124-A and humans processed visual cognitohazards. Addendum. Effects on humans. Footage captured by front-facing and rear-facing cameras of Dr. Schuyler's vehicle recorded as she and Dr. Reams approached Site-17 on the morning of 08/16/2009. Schuyler drives as Reams observes the countryside from the passenger seat. Begin log. Schuyler clears her throat and double-checks her phone's navigation app before returning her attention to the road. Reams nods towards a pasture the two are approaching. Cows. Cows! Love those guys. Yeah. Both return to silence as the cattle pass. After a minute, Reams nods towards a gated enclosure to their right. Horses. Nice. Those guys are cool too. End log. Welcome. Please verify your clearance below. Welcome, user Carlson. Congratulations on your promotion to Ethics Committee member. You have one document awaiting review. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Please wait. Opening file. Level 4, 6111 classified. Item number SCP-6111, Memoria. Safe. Assigned site, Site-17. Site Director, Director Graham. Researcher Head, Dr. Benedict. Assigned Task Force, Mobile Task Force New 7. Hammer down. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6111 is kept in a standard secure locker in Site-17. SCP-6111 is now kept in a reinforced secure containment locker with additional biometric security measures restricted to personnel involved in Project Prompt 2 in Site-17. No writing tools are permitted within 20 meters of the locker outside of Project Prompt 2 to ensure the continued effectiveness of containment. At the end of every month, a group of hand-selected and specially trained personnel are to carry out Project Prompt 2. Personnel will be hand-selected by the project lead director, Dr. Benedict, with approval from the site director and the O5 command. Information on the nature of the Project Prompt 2 will be provided by Ethics Committee members prior to assignment. Description: SCP-6111 is an average-size 200, now 137-page blue hardcover book. Dating estimates the book to have been produced circa 1950. SCP-6111's anomalous ability manifests when the name of a living individual is written on its pages, while the writer visualizes the subject's face. After a period of 5 minutes from writing the name, the target individual will be spontaneously transported to a large, unidentified mountain range with heavy forestation, designated SCP-6111-1. Testing of this effect has revealed that all personal items, i.e., clothing and worn equipment, will be transported with them with no notable side effects. If the target individual is already present within SCP-6111-1, then writing their name will transport them back to the location they were taken from instead. Exploration of the region strongly suggests that it is located somewhere on Earth, with the sun and moon rising as expected, and astrological observations aligning with current charts. The precise location of SCP-6111-1, however, has yet to be identified since all use of GPS has failed. Initial exploration of the area has also demonstrated no apparent limits to its expanse, nor any visible civilization of any kind. The only noted difference between this space and our own is a notable time dilation effect. Research is also ongoing as to how the purely floral ecosystem has sustained itself, as well as why this dilation effect has not resulted in the natural evolution of any animal or insect life within the region. Experiment log, November 5th, 1980. Forward. After discovering the time-dilating characteristics of SCP-6111-1 during initial testing, it was decided that further exploration of the region would be necessary to ascertain the nature of the time dilation, as well as the physical limits of the space. Procedure: D-5331 and D-8469's names will be written on a page in SCP-6111. To account for the relative time difference within SCP-6111-1, D-5331 and D-8469 will be equipped with a standard survival kit, including tents, several days' worth of MREs, and basic survival tools, such as a compass, flashlight, spare batteries, etc. Researchers have been instructed to wait approximately 10 minutes before writing D-5331 and D-8469's names on the page again in order to return. Neither subject has been informed of the anomalous nature of SCP-6111 or -1. D-5331 and D-8469 are present in the testing chamber, separated by a reinforced glass panel. At 1317, D-5331 is instructed to write his own name, as well as the name of D-8469 on the page from SCP-6111, using a standard black ink ballpoint pen. SCP-6111 is then taken out of the testing chamber. At 119, so, is something supposed to happen? Aren't these things supposed to, kill people and shit? I don't know, man. I feel fine, I guess. I mean, we've got all these supplies, so, we must be going somewhere, right? At 1321, D-5331 is abruptly cut off as they vanish from the testing chamber. Oh, fuck. D-8469 also abruptly vanishes from the testing chamber. At 1331, D-5331 and D-8469 names are written again on SCP-6111 by researchers. At 1331, D-5331 spontaneously manifests in their original position. The subject was immediately questioned regarding their time in SCP-6111-1 and the apparent absence of D-8469. D-5331 stated that after the first few days, they thought that they were able to escape the Foundation within SCP-6111-1. After nearly a week had passed, they realized that there wasn't enough food to last. D-5331 reported that D-8469 proceeded to attack him after a particularly heated argument, resulting in D-5331 wounding him in self-defense. D-8469 is presumed deceased from their injuries. Conclusions. Based on the experiences of both subjects, supported by the number of supplies they consumed during their time within SCP-6111-1, it has been determined that there is roughly a 1 to 1200 difference in timescale. That would mean that for every month spent inside of SCP-6111-1, subjects experience roughly 1 century. Due to this, excursions into SCP-6111-1 that last longer than a few minutes are ill-advised. Additionally, the absence of D-8469's corpse, even though his name had been rewritten, confirms that the dead corpses inside 6111-1 cannot be brought back. SCP-6111 Incident Report. On July 9th, 1980, SCP redacted broke containment and proceeded to rampage through a D-class cell block, damaging multiple cells and freeing their occupants in the process. During the chaos, D-5331 somehow managed to abscond with SCP-6111, having gained knowledge of its function through assigned exploration testing with the object. Before site security identified the missing item, D-5331 managed to write his own name into SCP-6111 as D-5331 stole the only known instance of SCP-6111, obtaining any information pertaining to either the individual or SCP-6111's whereabouts has been designated as a high priority. Addendum 1. Approximately 1 hour after the theft of SCP-6111, multiple D-classes were reported missing from their cells. Security camera footage has shown that these disappearances all occurred within a short period of each other, and all missing D-class were located within the same cell block as D-5331. During further investigation, it was discovered that D-5331 may have also stolen a list of names for D-class personnel on site from the cell block warden's office. This, in combination with the unusual disappearance of D-class from the same block, suggests the possibility that D-5331 was somehow still alive and aiding other D-class in their escape from Site-17. Within a matter of few weeks, a total of 937 D-class also disappeared, all having had some form of interaction with one another in a sort of daisy chain effect, further supporting the idea that SCP-6111 is being used to smuggle D-class out of Foundation facilities across the globe. It has also been speculated the use of SCP-6111 may have been involved in a number of minor thefts and raids on smaller Foundation facilities, all of which had at least one D-class disappear from their holding blocks prior to the event. Missing D-class has been reported walking through the sites from which they disappeared on several of these occasions, but all missing individuals have eluded capture thus far. Among the items stolen are general supplies, such as food, books, and toiletries, as well as more notable items such as weapons and ammunition, access cards, and several classified documents. A steady increase in the frequency and severity of these incursions suggests a significant population may now likely reside within SCP-6111-1. Addendum 2. On the 12th of October 1980, D-4756, one of the missing D-class, was captured raiding the supply stores of Site-17. D-4756 was seen entering the storage area by site staff. When security teams arrived, D-4756 was found huddled in a corner of the room with a large backpack and several bags filled with miscellaneous objects similar to previous reports. D-4756 also had a standard-issue security rifle in their possession. When ordered to relinquish the weapon, D-4756 refused and opened fire on the security team. Security personnel returned fire, critically wounding D-4756 before the subject abruptly disappeared, leaving behind several of the bags which they had dropped, as well as a crumpled piece of paper that appeared to have been torn from a book. The page had a number of names written on it, each one corresponding to a missing D-class, including that of D-4756. Given the possibility of a connection to SCP-6111, researchers attempted to bring back the individuals listed on the page. Of the double-digit redacted names listed, only single-digit redacted were able to be recovered by writing their names on the page again. It was noted that D-4756 was not among the recovered D-class, likely having died of their wounds shortly after disappearing. Interrogation of the recovered individuals revealed that a settlement had been built within the anomalous region, accessed by SCP-6111 shortly after the theft of the book by D-5331. D-5331 had deemed himself their redeemer, and promised freedom in this new world, free from the Foundation. The D-Class also revealed that they had, in fact, been using SCP-6111 in order to steal supplies periodically, as needs had grown significantly over the years inside the internal region of SCP-6111. In addition to the information obtained through interrogation, several of the D-Class had been found possessing similar pieces of SCP-6111. In order to verify the statements of the recovered D-Class and assess the current situation within the anomalous place, Agent Michael Redacted of Mobile Task Force Alpha 4, Pony Express, was briefly sent in using the page recovered from D-4756. Agent Michael's orders were to avoid all contact and reconnoiter the area before using the page to return. Upon Agent Michael's return, they confirmed all of the information divulged by the recovered D-Class. The existence of an entire city of D-Class capable of spontaneously teleporting into and out of Foundation facilities was considered too high a risk to let continue without immediate action. Agent Michael volunteered to infiltrate SCP-6111-1 and recover SCP-6111. On December 12, 1980, Agent Michael, posing as D-7815, was introduced into the rank of Site-17's D-Class holding block, where a significant number of the missing D-Class had escaped. Within several days, Agent Michael received an opportunity to escape with several other D-Class who had been in contact with the inhabitants of the place of SCP-6111. Agent Michael took the opportunity, disappearing into the anomalous place, secretly in possession of one of the recovered pages provided by the Foundation. Approximately 1 hour after his disappearance, Agent Michael reappeared inside Site-17 with SCP-6111 in his possession. A debriefing interview was conducted immediately following their return. Show interview log. Interviewed, MTF Alpha 4, Agent Michael. Interviewer, Dr. Benedict. Forward. Questions about the current situation of the colony of D-Class, which has formed inside the internal region of SCP-6111. Begin log. Please state your name. Michael Redacted. Perfect. So, Michael, could you tell me what you saw during your undercover mission into SCP-6111-1? Do you want me to start from the holding block or jump straight to Dream City? Dream City? Yeah, that's how the D-Class calling the place. They've started calling themselves the Dreamers. Said it's because they're no longer disposable and are free from the nightmares they endured in the Foundation, or sometime like that. Interesting. Please continue. So yeah, there really isn't much to say about the block. A surprising amount of the D-Class has heard of this place. It's sort of turning into D-Class heaven for some of these guys. I couldn't believe a lot of what they were saying about it, even after seeing it from a distance. But when they finally found me in, I was truly amazed. The place was beautiful, like some kind of Garden of Eden. The inhabitants may be death row inmates, but they were all kind and appreciable. Since there isn't any kind of animal there, they were all vegan, and no one seemed to complain about it. Some of them have even started whole families. Others built their homes with the resources inside of SCP-6111-1. It was really peaceful. How did you manage to steal SCP-6111? Well, once I got in there, it was actually hard to pin it down. Because of the accelerated time inside that world, D-5331 was obviously long dead. And they had been passed down to someone else who they also named D-5331 as a way to honor him, even though they don't use numbers to identify themselves. They practically worshipped that guy, you know? It was like some kind of saint to them, and I guess I can see why. I don't see how that is pertinent to the recovering SCP-6111. You said they passed it on to someone else? Sorry. So they gave it to this guy that they voted in to take the place of D5331. He lived up in one of the bigger houses, looked older, probably started building it a little after 6111 was stolen. It was decorated with all sorts of stuff stolen from the Foundation sites. That lines up with the reports we were receiving. After that, I just sort of slipped in the back and took the book. Put my name on that page you gave me, and here we are. Looks like there are quite a few missing pages, though. We should be able to recover a significant number of the escapees with what's been written in SCP-6111. Thank you for your hard work, Michael. When it comes time to take in the rest of the colony, you're welcome to join the operation. Was there anything else important that you wanted to add? Yeah, actually. What is it, Michael? I don't think we should invade them. I mean, yeah, we should probably recover the pages, but there are so many people living there that were born there. They're not D-class. That place is all they know. Would it really hurt to just leave them alone? Excuse me? Look, all I saw in that place was peace. I know some of these guys have done some messed up stuff, but most of them seem to have either changed or died of old age in there. I don't think it's our place to ruin these people's paradise. Agent, do you realize how big of a risk that would be to the Foundation? We've lost a significant number of D-class for starters, and you want to let them go based on the goodness of their hearts? They are the children of killers, murderers, the worst of the worst, Michael. Yes, but we just had a horrible breach at Site redacted because of the D-class in Breaker disappeared. Good people died because of that. People I knew. I'm very sorry for your loss, sir, and I understand that. Do you understand, Michael? I still think they should be allowed to stay. These people have been, frankly, massacred, tortured, and mutilated. The ones that are born there haven't even committed any crime. But they know how this place works, Benedict. We're going to take them out of that place and throw them in a jumpsuit anyway. How are they any different than the rest of the people we protect from these monsters? The poor bastards we put in things like the Breaker had friends and family too. They were someone's kid. I think they deserve. That's it. You're out of line, Michael. Your time in that place has clearly affected your reasoning. This interview was terminated. Benedict, wait. End log. Closing statement. Agent Michael was administered Class C Amnestics to erase all memory of his mission into SCP-6111-1. A vote by the Ethics Committee and O5 Command regarding the removal of the D-Class inhabitants from SCP-6111-1 is currently pending. Addendum 3. Addendum 3, redacted. Following its creation with the approval of the O5 Command and the Ethics Committee, Project Prompt 2 has been deemed the most appropriate means of dealing with the current situation. End of file. Help. Yes. Are you sure you updated my new clearance level? Let me check. Seems everything is updated. May I ask why? There is a lot of expunged info. I find it strange. I thought Ethics Committee was one of the highest clearances. Also, why did I need to read this file? I think everything will be answered in the email for you I just received. Do you want to open it? Yes. Please wait. Opening email. To Carlson Jeff from Sumerian Jeremiah. Subject, Project Prompt 2. So congratulations on your new position as an Ethics Committee member. You must be wondering why, with all of the more entertaining things the Foundation deals with, why you were charged with this, one of the lesser-known anomalies monitored by the Ethics Committee. You could have been assigned to any number of ethically questionable projects. Goodness knows there are plenty in the Foundation. But no, you're working on this one. An SCP no one has ever heard about, with a vaguely ambiguous situation that seems to have wrapped the whole thing a neat little bow. I know you probably have so many questions, and I did too the first time. What happened in the last addendum? What happened to the Dream City? What is Project Promptu? This message is here to fill you in on the details. The document you just read was meant to make you ask questions. First of all, there is no Addendum 3. There never was. It and Project Promptu are there by recommendation of Reza in the case of a security breach, so that if this goes public, then everything sounds like it's been handled. I'm here to tell you what 6111 really is. I think it's kinda stupid, but whatever. The only personnel allowed to know the truth are the overseers and the ethics committee. So, counting you, Carlson. But before we get to those answers, let me tell you an old story. Back in 1980, the Foundation, as you know it, was in quite a predicament. At the time, most of the world's developed countries were starting to ban the death sentence. Even life sentences were being fought. Given these were major sources for our D-Class program, you can probably guess why this doesn't bode well for the Foundation. At the time, we didn't have reliable technology with which to grow clones. Well, at least no technology that wasn't being reserved for bigger priorities. We were forced to make do for quite some time, with the average number of on-hand D-Class at a site sitting around 1,000 or less, and we had a few dangerously close calls thanks to those circumstances. Obviously, this is no longer the case today. Things changed when D-5331 stole the book. Somehow he managed to build a city of D-Class inside of SCP-6111-1 and stole a significant portion of what D-Class we had left. Within a few weeks, most sites' D-Class numbers were down to double digits or less. And we had to do something, and, well, at this point, you're probably caught up. The O5 decided to send in Agent Michael and tear the city down. They consider the threat of an anomalous city of D-Class too great to just live and let live. We all expected some resistance, but we weren't expecting a war. We sent in a mobile task force to do the dirty work and clean out the ones we couldn't manage to bring back with SCP-6111. When they got to the city, the D-Class were already prepared. They had put together an army of their own from stolen gear and scraps, and turned their little city into a fortress. We lost a lot more people than we had anticipated. The Dream City fought back against us with tooth and nail, clawing every inch of the way. Of course they didn't want to go back. Who wants to be considered disposable? Some of them even went so far as suicide, preferring to go out on their own terms, than at the hands of some monster contained by the Foundation. In the end, we took the city. The D-Class that survived were amnesticized and sent to the facilities that needed them most. There still weren't enough. During this process, their leader offered a compromise. Yeah, none of us were expecting that. His proposition was at the end of every month, we take what we need out of their city and amnesticize the rest, and in return they get supplies and live out their lives in peace. It's a weird sort of compromise, but this way, when the D-Class in the city has pretty much lived out the perfect life, we wipe their minds and we get to use them as needed again. That's Project Promptu, and we still use it when we need D-Class to this day. Their leaders then tell those that are left behind that their bodies were given a burial ceremony elsewhere, and we all move on with our lives. We've left a portion of SCP-6111 as collateral for the supplies we provide, and kept the other portion so that we can retrieve the month's D-Class and follow through on our end of the bargain. It's a perfect loop. With the amount of D-Class that we receive through this project, there is no real need for using up vital resources like other anomalies to clone them. That's not to say we don't get them from elsewhere when an exceptional or urgent need arises, but 6111 helps cut down on other less savory methods. The committee quickly approved the idea, and Site-17 proposed to help along. Even the Ethics Committee understands that sometimes we must do difficult things, and finds it challenging to arguing with this one. I mean, the D-Class get to live a whole life in peace. What we need them for effectively becomes like a really bad dream, and we all sleep a little better by looking at it that way. We have Site-17 staff and MTFs to take care of the thing, and a member of the Ethics Committee embedded in their leadership. This single member is called D-5331 by the inhabitants of Dream City. D-5331 is a role we gave to each one of us every month. D-5331 is the one in charge of Project Promptu and has the right to visit the city to ensure the project will still continue. It was even me for 1 month. Heck, it might be you one day or another. Overall, we let them live in the light so they may die in the dark. And by the way, if you don't want any trouble, don't ask questions. Is it bad? Is it good? Don't ask. All you need to know is this. We are the SCP Foundation. We don't deal in black or white. We are gray, and it shall stay that way. Secure, contain, protect. SCP-7791. Necessary Evil. Object Class: Decommissioned, formerly Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7791 is to be contained within Conceptual Containment Unit 34, located at Site-77. The nature of SCP-7791 is to only be made known to senior staff of the Committee and personnel with situational 5-7791 clearance. Containment of SCP-7791 is the primary directive of the Committee. Should SCP-7791's current status change, the Committee is to enact Procedure 333 WASNI. Procedure 333 WASNI. Procedure 333 WASNI consists of a team of exophysicists and mimeticists temporarily destabilizing SCP-7791's nature into Foundation-safe fragments. In this state, certain events and actions can be added to its embodied memeplex, altering its essence into a non-hostile one. Following this, SCP-7791 will revert to its prior state, and the event causing its activity will no longer need to be contained. For more information on Procedure 333 WASNI, read Supplemental Document WASNI. Description: SCP-7791 refers to an exophysical entity, or the embodiment of a concept that exists within almost all sapient cultures. Although the exact nature of SCP-7791 is unknown, containment of it has historically been of much importance to Foundation administration. The earliest mention of SCP-7791 was from a document written in Redacted, in which the Committee formed explicitly to contain SCP-7791. The closest known description of SCP-7791's embodied concept is that it is a property which certain actions have and others do not. Behavior. Periods of increased activity have been documented to occur during highly dangerous environments. Actions taken by the Foundation, such as genocide, torture, brainwashing, and abuse of sapient beings, have historically been most effective in provoking SCP-7791 to action. Such events are antithetical to the continued existence of the Foundation and must be contained by the enactment of Procedure 333 WASNI. Addendum 7791.01. Appendix of Attempted Activations of Procedure 333 WASNI. The following is a truncated list of attempted activations of Procedure 333 WASNI. Date unknown. Cause of activation: Establishment of Procedure 333 WASNI. Status successful. Additional notes. This use of the procedure was enacted by Foundation Administrator Joseph Ainsworth prior to the formation of the Committee. Date redacted. Cause of activation. Terminating all witnesses, 3,480 in total, to SCP redacted, was the only way to maintain the integrity of the veil. Status successful. Additional notes. This event occurred before the discovery of modern amnestics. Termination of witnesses is now unnecessary. Date 6/6/1906. Cause of activation. Establishing permanent containment of the first humanoid anomaly. Status successful. Additional notes not applicable. Date 5/8/1942. Cause of activation. Foundation actions taken against prisoners within Japanese internment camps, particularly the use of incarcerated citizens in testing dangerous anomalies. Status successful. Additional notes later integrated into the D-Class system. Date redacted. Cause of activation. Establishment of Procedure 110 Montauk. Status successful. Additional notes. Containment of SCP-231 is a necessary evil. Date 10/14/1979. Cause of activation. Terminating all individuals that identify as the anomalous gender of redacted. Status successful. Notes. This activation correlated with a spike in violence against non-gender conforming individuals. No action was taken to prevent this. Date, unknown month, unknown day, 1980. Cause of activation, engaging in genocide against the Homo Nixus population. Status, unsuccessful. Additional notes. SCP-7791, through use of its anomalous properties, caused Foundation staff to refuse to perform Procedure 333 WASNI. Date, unknown day, unknown month, 1980. Engaging in genocide against the Homo Nixus population. Status successful. Additional notes. Prior to the activation of Procedure 333 WASNI, the metaphoric concept of SCP-7791's hands, eyes, and tongue were removed. No medical aid was given. Date 6/9/1985. Cause of activation. Continuing to utilize Procedure 333 WASNI despite data suggesting it has harmful side effects on global human behavior, primarily in the increase in psychopathy and violent behavior. Status successful. Additional notes. SCP-7791 is now to be allowed medical aid in light of damage due to its structural integrity. Date 6/9/1985. Cause of activation. Continuing to utilize Procedure 333 WASNI despite the inefficacy of repairing SCP-7791 and the damage done to it prior uses of activation. Status successful. Additional notes. The Fire Suppression Department is to be given emergency powers to deal with the ongoing defection crisis. Date 6/12/1985. Cause of activation. Continuing to utilize Procedure 333 WASNI in light of recent events within Dovelton, Maine. Data expunged. Status unsuccessful. Additional notes. SCP-7791's conceptual status is now highly unstable, which prevented further proper utilization of Procedure 333 WASNI. All contact with Site-77 has been lost. Addendum 7791.02. Neutralization of SCP-7791. On 6/15/1985, in light of the insufficiency of current SCP-7791 procedures, the committee decided to terminate SCP-7791, as it was the only way to allow the continued existence of the Foundation. Dr. Harkness has received the Foundation Star for Ideacide, a term meaning the murder of a concept. In light of these events, the committee has been dissolved. Dr. Parsons, the last chairman of the committee, left the following note within his vacated office. I'd say it was a necessary evil, but that doesn't mean anything anymore, does it? Object was later reclassified as decommissioned. SCP-7356 Non-Canonical Materials. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. The materials utilized in summoning and maintaining SCP-7356 are highly esoteric and thus already unavailable to the public. The skull required for the ritual is present within Site-17 at all times and is handled by available D-Class personnel. A specialized humanoid containment chamber has been constructed in the low-security wing of Site-17 based on the original area where SCP-7356 was first summoned. This containment chamber contains an assortment of false 0.96-meter wide hallways on each wall, a couch in the middle for attendants, and a toolbox filled with 22-centimeter long nails, replenished by D-Class at the end of every testing period. The ritual for summoning SCP-7356 requires a minimum of 2 individuals to act as the ritualist and the attendant. The duties of the ritualist and the attendant are as follows. The ritualist will remain aware of the ritual. They will be asked to carry the collected skull, see description, into the testing chamber. They must follow the instructions given to them by the attendant until the point where they must place the skull against the nearest surface. The ritualist will inform the attendant that they are performing a ritual once SCP-7336 is summoned. The attendant must be amnesticized before the ritual. They will be given a series of written instructions to follow, which includes the movement of the collected skull from its holding place to the testing chambers. They will be asked to repeat these instructions until the conditions align that allow SCP-7356 to be summoned. The ritualist will, at this point, inform the attendant that they are performing a ritual. At the end of each testing period, the surface the skull was placed will be decontaminated. The skull will be removed from the chamber. It will then be returned to biological storage in safe class locker. Description: SCP-7356 is either an entity that variably manifests in a selected space if certain parameters are met. The parameters are as follows. The ritual must take place inside a transitional space such as a hallway, a parking lot, a break room, etc. Break rooms and hallways have been the most successful in summoning SCP-7356. The ritualist must possess the skull of REAO 6124-A, a prehistoric predatory bird. The skull must lack its jawbone. The ritualist must have verbal consent of the attendant to put the skull against another surface. This attendant must not know of or understand the ritual and its purpose. Once these parameters are met, there is a chance SCP-7356 will exit the provided skull. The method in which it performs this action is unclear. SCP-7356 is a humanoid, approximately 1.8 meters tall. It lacks pigmentation in its skin and a visible mouth. The entity is not hostile. Once summoned, it will move as far as possible from any conscious beings in the space provided. Though it will not hide itself, it will then observe its summoners until the ritual is suspended. As soon as the ritual is suspended, SCP-7356 will begin to dissipate. Its body will rapidly become transparent, then disappear entirely, leaving a pile of feathers belonging to various black and brown feathered birds. Those in the presence of SCP-7356 have not reported adverse effects. However, assigned ritualists, even those who have been amnesticized, have reported experiencing dreams depicting an unknown species of bird, possibly a crow or raven, gliding along a hallway. Said individuals have reported that the area around the bird's beak is damaged, though the specific manner in which it's damaged differs between subjects. Addendum: Discovery: a cache of anomalous materials were scheduled to be transferred to Site-17. The transfer was ordered on 3/6/2013 and was expected to occur 1 week later. As none of the requested objects were harmful or classified in nature, SCP-4051, an individual capable of summoning any item it can properly conceive of, formally allowed to assist in duties around Site-17 before its classification of Keter in July of 2013, was asked to aid in the transport. SCP-4051 readily complied. On the day before the materials were scheduled to arrive, SCP-4051 requested a meeting with Dr. Jules Yasena, its therapist, in a state of distress. This request was granted, and SCP-4051 was escorted to her office shortly after. The meeting is transcribed below. Hi, Rainer. This is very unexpected. Is everything okay? Yeah, nothing happened to me. Right, but you asked to see me because SCP-4051 fidgets in its chair, looking down at the ground. After tapping its feet in rapid succession, it looks back up at Dr. Yasena. I have a really bad feeling about tomorrow. Yeah, how come? I thought you were excited. It's your first big job. I had this dream. Shoot, tell me about it. I won't interrupt. Well, I don't know how to describe it. I was a camera, I guess, just floating along, and I was following this bird down this long hallway. The bird was black and really big, and the feathers were falling out of it, but it just kept going in a straight line. Oh, and the hallway was like the ones here in the site. Same carpeting and wall color and everything. So the bird is flying down the hallway, not really flapping its wings or anything, and I guess I stepped in front of it, and I saw its beak. It was cracked down the middle, like through both its nostrils and its chin and everything. It was like something hit it really hard in the face, and under some of the cracks, it had all these gross little teeth. And that's when it looked at me, in my eyes and everything. We stared at each other, I think, and it kept gliding along, and then, like, bam! It crashes into a wall behind us, and I spin around, right up next to the wall, like I was about to crash into it too. So I backed up, and then I looked back at the bird. There was a nail through its head, but it wasn't alive anymore. It was just a skeleton. Its mouth was open, and all its teeth were embedded in the wall. That's how far open the jaw was. That's a lot. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, but that's not all. Sorry, Rainer. You can continue. No, it's okay. Well, I helped the bird close its mouth. I tried to pull on the nail, but it flinched like it was scared. Then all the bones fell to the ground, and I looked down. SCP-4051 lowers its head as it narrates. It was like the scene shifted again. I saw this really pale person peeking around a corner and looking at me. And then it slipped away, and that's when I woke up. A person? Were they familiar to you? Maybe. It was so vivid, but now I don't really remember. I see. You want me to call in and say you can't participate tomorrow? No, I actually feel a lot better now because I talked about it. Are you sure? Yeah. SCP-4051 stands from its chair. Thank you. No problem at all. I'll radio you in, okay? Try to get some sleep. Yasena stands and exits the camera view, though her voice, while muffled, is audible. SCP-4051 waits for her to exit the screen, then begins pacing back and forth. End log. The next day, the materials arrived at the site as expected. Director Thomas Graham took control of the operations in the loading dock. The supply drop team was delayed by unrelated, unexpected circumstances, and the team was permitted to leave early before an oncoming snowstorm. This left 2 more shipments unattended in the dock. Director Graham requested SCP-4051's aid in moving the shipments to the headquarters of the Physics Department. SCP-4051 complied. While en route to the headquarters, it is believed SCP-4051 accidentally summoned SCP-7356 for the first time. Begin log. SCP-4051 and Director Graham enter the frame together. Graham is ahead of SCP-4051 by a few steps. SCP-4051 is holding the REAO 6124-A skull in its arms, as well as dragging a wooden crate behind it. The crate has Site-87 stamped onto its side. Graham is holding a clipboard and pen and appears to be writing. Double time, 51. We're not asking a lot from you. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. SCP-4051 attempts to match Graham's pace, the crate slipping in the back of its heel. It jolts, the skull teetering out of its arm for a moment. Hold it properly, 51. Yes, sir. SCP-4051 frowns, slowing down. Graham does not appear to notice. He continues walking forward, flipping through the papers on his clipboard. SCP-4051 gently places the handle to the crate on the ground, leaving it be. It attempts to adjust the weight of the specimen, then puts the skull against the wall. Graham speaks as if he is distracted. 51. Well, Graham begins writing on his clipboard, sighing. SCP-4051 stares into the skull eye sockets. Its expression is unreadable. We're going to take a quick break. Set my assets down wherever you see fit. See to it they are not damaged. You can take your gloves off for the time being. I'm going to make a call. Just put it down anywhere? Yes. Graham steps to the side of the hallway, a few meters away from SCP-4051. SCP-4051 tilts its head and examines the skull closer. Goosebumps become visible on its skin. Graham shuffles and pulls a radio transmitter off his belt. He unsuccessfully attempts to call for Gamma 5 Agent Beck twice. Agent Beck and Director Graham would later meet to discuss an item in transport, then flips to another channel. Both channels play static with occasional bursts of what sounds like ducks quacking. The wall behind Graham discolors, then curves inward. It then begins to crack, what appears to be yolk spilling out of its holes. As this occurs, SCP-7356's face becomes visible from inside the wall. It pushes outwards, floating through the air before landing directly behind Graham. Its head is ducked over Graham's shoulder. Its face obscured, the yolks dribble upwards onto the wall, and the wall repairs itself. SCP-4051 shivers and turns its head. SCP-4051 stares at SCP-7356 in silence, its mouth agape. SCP-7356 swings its head around, almost dropping into a quadrupedal stance. Behind Graham, it stares back at SCP-4051. SCP-4051 takes a deep breath, then shouts, "Director, look out!" Graham, startled, jolts and turns around. As he turns his torso, SCP-7356 ducks beneath its legs and crawls between them, scuttling across the hallway. Graham appears unaware of SCP-7356's presence. What is it? Graham swivels his head to the side, then straightens at the sight of SCP-7356's movement. He shuffles across the hallway, standing beside SCP-4051. The two of them watch as SCP-7356 slips around the corner. Graham and SCP-4051 stare at the corner. After a brief moment, SCP-7356 drapes its head forward and stares back at them. It places a hand on the wall. SCP-4051 removes the skull from the wall and walks toward SCP-7356 tentatively. As it approaches, SCP-7356 slowly slides its hand back around the wall, then pulls its neck away, no longer visible. SCP-4051 peeks around the corner, holding the skull to its chest. On the ground there is a pile of feathers. SCP-4051 looks back and forth, before turning back to face Graham. Graham, pressed against the wall, begins to sidestep out of view. SCP-4051 runs after him, leaving the crate behind. Endlog. Director Graham and SCP-4051 arrived at the headquarters unharmed. The specimen was confiscated, and SCP-4051 was brought back to its containment chamber after the administration of Class S slow burn amnestics. At the request of Director Graham, citing the possibility of mimetic contagion. As of writing, testing is ongoing.